Chapter 401, Lu Ping, it's over, I may not be able to survive today. Are you all ready? Lupin asked loudly. After seeing Harry and Malfoy nodding, Lupin put a red hat out of the cage. Yvonne also lifted the petrification spell he had imposed at the same time, allowing the other red hat to regain his mobility. These red hats who have been cast the confusion curse have completely lost their minds, and can't notice the surrounding wizards at all, and will only follow the instinct to attack the closest person. Harry and Malfoy saw that Yvonne was so easy to cast spells before, but when they faced them in person, they realized that this creature was not so easy to deal with. Although the red hats were not tall enough to hit them on the shoulders when they jumped up, the crazy, as if not afraid of death, aura on their faces made the two of them a little scared. Feint. Harry nervously learned the way Yvonne had just released the spell. A magical beam quickly flew out, but deviated and hit the wall behind the red cap. For Harry, who lacks combat experience, it is not easy to hit a fast-moving target, not to mention that the red cap is smaller and farther apart, making it even more difficult to hit. Harry. Don't panic, calculate the distance, wait for the red cap to get closer before using magic. Yes, that's right, just now, calm down, cast spells. Yvonne pointed out Harry should how to find the right time. Harry carefully remembered it in his heart, and patiently followed the nervousness in his heart, calmly waiting for the red cap to approach before releasing the coma spell again. A brilliant red light was ignited from the top of the magic wand. This time it hit the target, and the red cap in the running staggered to the ground. After struggling twice, he fainted. Malfoy on the other side was frantic. Although Lupin pointed to him to use the curse to expel the red hat, Malfoy, who originally had an opinion on Lupin, was obviously not prepared to respond according to the method given by Lupin. He directly used a black magic that he learned from nowhere, and with good luck, he hit the red hat in the chest. However, Malfoy had obviously overestimated his magic level. The cursed red hat was not immediately knocked down, but instead rushed in fiercely. Malfoy was a little panicked, and he released two spells, one missed out, and the other blew off the red cap's right arm. But at this moment, the red hat with his broken arm rushed forward, his face grim, and his mouth was yelling. Malfoy was panicked and didn't know what to do, so he could only yell in horror. Save me! Save me! All petrification! Along with Lupin's gentle voice, a burst of light hit the red cap, and the red cap, which was maintaining an offensive posture, was fixed in front of Malfoy. The red hat's right arm was dripping with blood, and the claws on the left arm would catch Malfoy's arm only 10 centimeters away. Malfoy's face turned red and white, and he looked at Lupin angrily, thinking that Lupin must have seen him make a fool of himself, so he would deliberately wait until the last minute to rescue him. Lupin didn't care much about Malfoy's attitude. He pointed out Malfoy's mistakes in the battle and encouraged him to try again. Malfoy stood impatiently and returned to his original position. This time he didn't dare to mess around, and honestly followed Lupin's command to release the curse. Using a kind of magic to expel the red hat, this guy was confused. Seeing that the previous powerful enemy red hat lost his goal and hurried around in a panic, and finally hit the wall with his head, Malfoy also sighed fiercely, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Malfoy was a little awkward just thinking that he had done it under Lupin's teachings. After Harry and Malfoy defeated the red hats, more and more little wizards volunteered to try. Unlike dealing with Bogut, which is only scary creatures, the red hat looks fierce, but it is a real magical creature that can cause harm to people. This kind of excitement is still very new to these little wizards who have never experienced life and death battles. Some little wizards even mistakenly believe that this is a real battle, and after winning, proudly boast that what they are fighting is very calm. Not afraid at all. However, about 1/3 of the little wizards encountered various situations when they faced the red hat for the first time. When it was Seamus's turn, he was even more anxious and cast a spell on Neville's body not far away. If Yvonne hadn't reacted in time to bless poor Neville with an iron curse, he would have to hidden. Fortunately, when the get out of class was about to end, every little wizard had successfully mastered the skills to deal with red hats, and there was no initial panic in the fight. This makes after this defense against the dark arts class, most of the little wizards feel that they have become a lot stronger all at once, and they are full of praise for Lupin. The 2 consecutive interesting and exciting courses have been completely conquered. Up them! Professor Lupin's class is really great. Last time it was Bogut, this time it was Red Hat, I don't know what it will be next time. He is the best defense against the dark arts class professor I have ever seen. The little wizards were talking about each other. These words were naturally heard by Lu Ping, and he smiled faintly, but also a little emotional. These months at Hogwarts can be regarded as his most relaxing and happiest days in these years. There is no discrimination, you can enjoy delicious meals, and have a considerable salary. Even teaching is not a task for him, because it is a very happy thing for him to communicate with these naughty and interesting students. Lupin expects his identity it's best to never be discovered. After returning from the classroom all the way to his office, Lupin took out the wolf's poison potion with him from the pocket of the wizard robe and prepared to drink it. Calculate the time, the night of the full moon should be in these few days, if you can drink it in advance. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Lupin stopped the movement in his hand immediately, put the wolf poison potion into the drawer in a panic, and then adjusted his emotions before speaking. Come in. Hello, Professor Lupin. Yvonne opened the door and walked in. After nodding, he closed the door with his backhand. After thinking about it, Yvonne felt that it was not safe again, so he simply locked the door directly so that no one would come in and overheard during the conversation. Lupin saw Ivan's door-locking action in his eyes, and a chill suddenly surged in his heart. He felt that he may not be able to survive today. Chapter 402, I didn't expect my identity to be seen through by you so quickly. Since learning about Ivan's deeds at Hogwarts, Lupin has been in anxiety for a long time, for fear that one day Yvonne will come to the door to expose his identity as a werewolf and drive himself out of school. Especially after Snape calculated himself a few days ago and showed the wolf poison potion in front of Yvonne, Lupin became even more disturbed. After experiencing such a relaxed and happy teaching life, he naturally did not want to return to the old days of having no fixed place and food. Fortunately, after these few days, Yvonne didn't bother him. This discovery made Lupin really relieved, thinking that Yvonne had not discovered his identity and acted naturally. It's a pity that it turns out that the one who should come is coming. From the action of locking the door, it is not difficult to see that the little wizard in front of you is obviously bad. Lupin smiled bitterly, but with the last glimmer of hope, he asked nervously. House, is there anything you came to see me for? Professor Lupin, there are some things I want to talk to you alone, or I should change my name, Mr. Moonface. Yvonne felt that since he wanted to talk about the map and Peter, it's better to use this name. After hearing this familiar name, Liu Ping was like falling into the ice cellar. He didn't expect that Yvonne would even investigate this. Liu Ping had no chance of luck anymore, after all, the title of Moonface was based on his werewolf characteristics. Since Yvonne had thrown out this hidden identity, and obviously wanted to express his knowledge of himself, the door was locked naturally to prevent himself from escaping. Thinking of this, Lupin sighed and said. House. I didn't expect my identity to be discovered so quickly by you. As everyone said, you are the best student ever at Hogwarts. It's a pity. I'm afraid I can't give it again because of this. You got extra points. After Ivan's identity was discovered, Lupin didn't mean to hate Yvonne. A werewolf is indeed a little inappropriate as a professor, not to mention those students who are afraid and parents who are worried. Even he himself sometimes can't help but worry about whether he will hurt others due to loss of control one day. So even if he knew that he would lose his current job, Lupin would not blame Yvonne. After all, the little wizard was just doing what he was supposed to do. But there is one thing that Lupin can't understand. That is, Yvonne Ming knows his identity as a werewolf, how dare he come to his werewolf professor's office alone? Isn't he worried that he suddenly violently wounds? Fighting against a werewolf in this kind of enclosed space is not a good choice. Is it absolute confidence in your own strength? Lupin couldn't help thinking of the former two defense against the dark arts professors who had been driven away. Although I don't know if they will have the same experience as themselves, it is obviously impossible for everyone to catch it like him. Judging from the fate of these people, Yvonne does have this proud capital. If he really starts his hands, he may not be able to beat this little wizard. What are you talking about, Professor? Yvonne said puzzledly, looking at Lupin, who was holding the large suitcase and seemed to be ready to pack his bags and leave. Soon, Yvonne guessed some of his thoughts, and continued to talk dumbfounded. If you are referring to the issue of werewolf identity, then you can rest assured, I am not talking about that. Lupin's packing up his luggage stopped. He looked at Yvonne dumbfounded, and didn't quite understand what Yvonne meant. If you are not here to expose your identity and drive yourself away, why are you locking the door? And from Ivan's words, Lupin even heard a message that the little wizard in front of him had already known his identity as a werewolf wizard. Professor Lupin, if you have read the Daily Prophet of the past year, you should understand that I don't have any bad views on werewolf wizards. On the contrary, I have many werewolf friends who have been born because they understand their difficulties in life. The idea of making a wolf poison potion. As Yvonne talked freely, Lupin was shocked every time he saw him. He thought it would be better to make it clear now. Hearing this, the heart that Lupin had been holding finally let go. Before assuming the position of professor at Hogwarts, he even needed to plan carefully every day for lodging and eating. How can he have the money to order each issue of the Daily Prophet? Dumbledore told him about the wolf poison potion through a letter. Coupled with the various encounters in the magic world over the years, and Ivan's records of driving away two defense against the dark arts professors, Lupin will be so on guard against Yvonne. Remembering that he had deliberately avoided Yvonne in order to conceal the identity of the werewolf wizard, Lupin laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that Yvonne would have known his identity a long time ago, but he never said it. House, since it's not my identity problem, what else did you come to see me for today? And how do you know the name Moonface? Lupin adjusted his emotions and became curious. Asked. Yvonne did not answer directly, but took a piece of parchment that looked a little shabby from the pocket of the wizard's robe and put it on the table. Lupin's gaze was attracted by the parchment, and his eyes flashed with surprise and nostalgia. After a long time, he looked at Yvonne again with a smile. What a coincidence. You didn't expect this thing to be given to you. No wonder you know the name Moonface. It looks like you have cracked its secret. No, it's not me. George and Fred cracked it. Yvonne shook his head without claiming credit. George and Fred? The Weasley twins? Their performance in class really impressed me. Lupin smiled and said that for George and Fred, who are often naughty in class, Lupin still has a good impression, because it usually reminds him of the days when he was exploring together with James and Peter in school. Yvonne did not stop, and then added. As for the meaning of several titles, I also learned from its creators. Lupin's smile instantly froze, and he frowned and looked at Yvonne. You said you learned from other producers. Serious? What did he tell you that night? No, I questioned these secrets from the mouth of another producer. Yvonne didn't dare to push these things to Sirius's head, otherwise he would be able to easily judge himself by checking with Lupin one day. I was lying, so I just threw it to Peter. Anyway, this guy doesn't remember anything. He just needs to say that after the cross-examination, he had to impose the forgetting curse on Peter. Chapter 403, Do you want to hear another story? Another producer? Who? James? No, it can't be him, that's Peter. He's not dead yet. After Yvonne finished speaking, Lupin's face appeared astonished. Asked very excitedly. There are only 4 producers of the live map, and since Yvonne said that the news was not obtained from Sirius, then only James and Peter are left. As far as he knew, James died under the Avitiso curse of the Mysterious Man. After the fall of Mysterious Man, Lupin also attended the funeral of James and Lily and saw their bodies, so it is impossible for James to come back from the dead. Then the only person who might still be alive is Peter, who was rumored to have been killed by Sirius and could not find the corpse again. House, do you have any evidence to prove that Peter is still alive? Despite some speculation in his heart, Lupin still couldn't believe this fact. After all, why should Peter keep hiding if he is alive? Over the years, where did he hide from everyone's sight? Lupin even wondered if Yvonne had lied, or that he was also deceived. Evidence. It's on this map. Yvonne pointed to the map of Life Point, took out his magic wand and clicked on the blank parchment page, and read the code. I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. Delicate ink lines emerged from the blank parchment paper, spreading like spider web lines, connecting and spreading to every corner of the parchment paper, and finally formed a dynamic map, with names appearing one after another on the map. After many years, when he heard this familiar signal Lupin again, he couldn't care about it. His eyes were fixed on the map, and soon he saw an extremely familiar name on it. Peter the Dwarf. He's really alive, but how could he be alive? And still staying with Harry? Lupin was completely confused. As one of the creators of the live map, he knew this thing very well. Valiant. Now that the name appears there, it proves that Peter is now in Gryffindor's bedroom and is alive and well with Harry. I think you should have some understanding of the original thing, then should you listen to another version of the story? The story I tortured from Peter and confirmed with Sirius Black. Yvonne said. Lu Ping pondered for a while and solemnly nodded. When he confirmed that Peter was still alive, he knew that what happened back then must be more complicated than he thought. Yvonne was a little surprised when he saw Lupin's cooperation like this. He thought he would need to spend more time talking, and he even said it slowly after he subdued Lupin. But it was also right. Lupin knew much more about Sirius and Peter than he did. In the original time and space, Lupin didn't even need anyone to tell him. He just guessed the general idea by himself based on Peter's name on the map. Thinking of this, Yvonne had no worries, and told the story of Peter Pettigrew's leak to Voldemort that led to the death of the Potters. Wait, you just said that Peter revealed the location of James' house to the mysterious man? But if I remember correctly, Sirius is the secret person. James and Sirius told me this personally. Lupin frowning interrupted Ivan's words, and said in confusion. Yes, it was like this at the beginning. But Black felt that he was too conspicuous, so he thought of an idea. Let him act as a target on the bright side to attract the attention of Death Eaters and the Dark Lord, and then choose another trustworthy friend to be the true secretive. Yvonne explained. That person is Peter Pettigrew. Lupin sighed, he already understood. No wonder Sirius would chase Peter after James was killed by a mysterious man. It's just that Lupin has some doubts here, so why didn't Sirius say a word or even a word of excuse when he was arrested by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic? Facing Lupin's doubts, Yvonne thought about Sirius's performance in the original time and space, and then guessed. He should feel that he believed the wrong person and indirectly killed his best friend, so he was discouraged and thought he had a certain responsibility, and he was willing to enter Azkaban to accept punishment, and the Ministry of Magic did not have it. Give him a chance to explain, don't you? Lupin nodded thoughtfully. At that time, Sirius should have thought that Peter was dead. Coupled with the downfall of the mysterious man, then only Sirius himself remained the three related people who contributed to James' death. Judging from what he knows about Black, it is normal that Black, who is under extreme self-blame, is willing to be punished. By the way, Professor Lupin, why didn't you let Professor Dumbledore be the secret guard in the first place? Yvonne spoke out the question that had been holding back for a long time. Yvonne has never understood this. Since the effect of the courageous faithfulness curse is so powerful, and there is only one weakness of the secret, why not just ask Dumbledore to keep the secret? In this case, Harry's parents don't have to die. Because the secrets that a wizard can assume are limited, otherwise it is easy to cause conflicts, and your principal Dumbledore already had a secret that needs to be kept. In addition, the loyalty curse also has some additional magic restrictions. Lupin explained vaguely. Is it because Dumbledore wants to keep the Order of the Phoenix's residence secret? Yvonne thought of this, and suddenly realized that it was like this. Okay, let's not talk about this. Now that we have found the real betrayer, we can clean up Sirius. Without further ado, we'd better act now. Liu Ping seemed very excited since James died. Lupin thought he had lost 3 of his best friends in a row, 2 died, and 1 betrayed. But I didn't expect Black to be innocent, and Peter, the man who killed James, is still alive. How can this keep Lupin not angry? Professor Lupin, you better calm down. Yvonne had to interrupt Lupin's fantasy aloud. Sirius's imprisonment is very involved, most of the Ministry of Magic will obstruct it, we better wait until Professor Dumbledore returns to make plans. Regardless of the original misjudgment of Sirius, it seems that Fudge, a minister who has just come to power for a few years, has nothing to do with it, but the Ministry of Magic has never been made by Fudge alone. This minister is at best an interest group. Introduced representatives. More importantly, once this matter goes out, the reputation of the entire Ministry of Magic will be affected, and the angry wizards will ignore Fudge's explanation. Yvonne clearly remembers the end of Barty Crouch Jr. in the original time and space. In order to cover up the Ministry of Magic scandal and news of Voldemort's return, Fudge did not hesitate to let the Dementor end Barty Crouch Jr. with a kiss. Strange Life. Chapter 404, Coach. No, Captain, I don't play anymore. It is precisely because Yvonne knows this that he will be so cautious. I just don't want Peter Pettigrew as the only witness to become the second Barty Crouch Jr. After listening to Ivan's words, Lupin paced back and forth in the small office, his frowning brows were never loosened, and after a while, he stopped and sighed. Well, as you said, we really need to be careful. But even if it is, we should catch Peter first. It is too dangerous to keep him by Harry's side. After learning that Peter is now working as a pet with Ron in the form of a mouse, Lupin was very worried. There is Gryffindor's bedroom, which is filled with young wizards. If Peter gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. The street that was blown up is the proof. I used the forgetting curse on Peter to make him forget some things that he shouldn't remember. In addition, Peter has been a rat for more than 10 years. Unless he is in a hurry, or his life is in danger, it is unlikely. Suddenly furious, Yvonne shook his head and explained that as long as Peter still wants to live, it is impossible to actively expose himself. Then Yvonne continued to speak. As for the placement of Peter before Professor Dumbledore returns, I already have a plan. I have already made a special cage to detain Peter, but it will only take a few days. How cunning and forbearing Peter! Yvonne couldn't be clearer. Once Peter was wary, it was not easy to take care of him. Unless Peter is insured with a coma spell several times a day, Yvonne is a little worried after all that Peter will starve to death. So he still prefers to be like the original time-space young Barty Crouch imprisoning Mad-Eye Moody, making a special cage for imprisonment, and then looking for someone to stare at, or simply take it with him. Yvonne has asked Dobby to buy the materials needed to make the cage, and he can make them in a few days. According to Ivan's estimation, it should be available right after Harry and Sirius met, and then he would be able to put Peter in a cage and leave it to Sirius to take care of. Yvonne told Lupin about his follow-up plan, and Lupin spoke after thinking for a while. Halls, since you have your own plan, follow this one. If you need help, just tell me. Ivan's plan has been considered thoroughly, and Lupin can't think of a better way to deal with it. Temporary changes may make mistakes. But looking at the 13-year-old little wizard in front of him, Lupin was very emotional. Yvonne was even better than he had originally expected. He was able to discover Peter, who had been hiding for many years with a live map, and boldly contacted Sirius to crack the truth of the matter. It is even possible to consider the next actions of the Ministry of Magic and give corresponding plans. It is difficult for Liu Ping to imagine such wisdom and action ability in a minor wizard. The two discussed for a while, and after agreeing on some details, Yvonne left. Lupin was persuaded very smoothly, and Ivan immediately felt refreshed, and it was not easy to find someone to talk about the secrets he had held for so long. All the way from the professor's office back to Gryffindor's lounge, Ivan was startled by the scene as soon as he opened the door. Wood, George, and others were wearing gold and red Quidditch costumes, and Harry was among them. They all had broomsticks in their hands and looked like they were going to march. After seeing Ivan who opened the door, George and Fred greeted him happily, patted his shoulder and said, "Hals. We have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are finally back." Professor Lupin suddenly asked me something, so I came back a bit late. Ivan then explained, and then looked at their neat costumes, he couldn't help but vomit. "What's wrong with you? Planning to play Quidditch in the break room?" "No, we just think this is more ritual." George shook his head and said solemnly. "Yes. This will remind you of the feeling of fighting with everyone last year." Fred tried hard to put on a serious expression. Harry and the others in team uniforms were very embarrassed. They felt that they shouldn't agree with George and Fred's obvious nonsense suggestion, but it was obviously too late to quit. So they can only bite the bullet and speak to Ivan with the lively eyes of many little wizards in the lounge. "Halls, come back and play with us. Only you can save this game. Yet, you don't want to see us lose this year's Quidditch trophy, do you?" A group of Gryffindor players offered their words of consolation. Ivan's expression was very weird. He wanted to vomit, but seeing everyone's serious appearance, he swallowed the words again. "Ivan, we have said so much, don't you have the feeling that your blood is boiling and your body is about to burn?" George looked at Ivan, who hadn't expressed his opinion, and said with a heartache. He and Fred thought for a long time before they thought of such a sensational method of persuasion, and spent a long time reluctantly persuading everyone to implement the plan, but unexpectedly the result did not seem to meet their previous expectations. At this time, Captain Wood pulled George and the others away, walked straight to Ivan, put his hands on Ivan's shoulders, and said excitedly, "Hals. Now is the most critical moment, the Gryffindor team needs you. You can mention it if you have any conditions. As long as we can get this year's Quidditch trophy. I can also give you the position of captain." Wood's tone is very sincere. This year is his last year at Hogwarts, he really doesn't want to leave any regrets. "Sorry. Captain. You should know that I don't play anymore." Ivan sighed helplessly. He is currently thinking about how to deal with Peter Pettigrew. How can he be in the mood to play Quidditch? Odd. What's more, Ivan is very clear that in the original time and space, Gryffindor successfully won this year's Quidditch trophy, whether he is the same or not. However, after being rejected by Ivan, Wood did not give up, but tirelessly persuaded like cowhide sugar. George and the others also followed suit, exaggerating the seriousness of the matter, as if Ivan would not participate in the competition, the magical world would have a major crisis the next day. For a time, Ivan had the illusion that he was going out to save the world instead of playing a Quidditch game. Chapter 405, This must be from Dumbledore. Fred shamelessly hugged Ivan's thigh and cried pretendingly, claiming that if Ivan didn't agree to come down, Wood would jump into the Black Lake and drown tomorrow. "Well, you guys stop first. I have to think about this for a few days before I talk about it." Ivan was so annoyed that he could only say helplessly. George, Wood, and others did not dare to push too hard, and after seeing that Ivan was willing to give in and consider, they temporarily stopped. It's just that Wood kept hinting to Harry before leaving, asking him to do more of Ivan's thought work. "Oh, it's really troublesome, I don't have time to play any Quidditch game." Ivan sighed and returned to the bedroom with a headache. Ron next to him was envious, and he didn't understand why Ivan was upset. If Wood and George were able to invite him to join the Quidditch team like this, he would jump up happily. Even if he was not in class, he would have to get the Quidditch trophy. What a great honor! What? Ron imagined in his heart. After opening the door and walking into the bedroom, his attention was drawn to the package by the window. What is this? Who sent the package? Is it a Halloween gift sent in advance? Ron took a few steps forward quickly. It was a very beautiful package, which looked more than a meter long, and was tied in circles with a gold-red ribbon. There was a card hanging underneath, and it was written in black ink and sent to Harry Potter. Mr. Harry, this thing seems to be sent to you. It looks strange, it doesn't even have the signature of the mailer. Ron turned his head and greeted him. Harry was at a loss as to who would send something to himself at this time, but the packaging was quite expensive. Harry unpacked the package curiously and opened the box. He was stunned for a moment, staring at the contents of the box with his eyes, like a demon. Ron was surprised at his reaction, glanced into the box, and took a breath. A gleaming, exquisite flying broom was placed in the box like this, and it looked a little dazzling under the reflection of the sun. Ron knew very well, that was the light piled up with Jin Jialong. I'm not mistaken? This is Firebolt? Who gave it to you? Ron recovered after a long time, swallowed and asked. How do I know? Harry was also a little stunned. While surprised, he kept wondering in his heart who would give him such a valuable thing. Dursleys? That's absolutely impossible, they hate that it's too late. Professor McGonagall? His last broom was given by Professor McGonagall, but Harry knew that Professor McGonagall was unlikely to sell him an overspec item like Firebolt. The only one who knew Yvonne didn't speak. Of course he knew that this Firebolt was the handwriting of Sirius, but he didn't expect this gift to be delivered in advance. Yvonne originally thought that Sirius would give it as a Christmas gift like Original Time and Space, or wait until the two met before giving Harry a surprise. Scabbard, who was hiding in Ron's pocket, sneaked out to look at them when he heard the movement. Although Peter didn't know what the Firebolt was and how expensive it was, he heard from Ron's words that someone had sent a broom to Harry anonymously, which made him think of something, a heart on the mentioned throat. Just then, another owl flew in from the window, clutching a large package in its paws, which looked exactly like the package of the Firebolt. However, clutching such a large object and flying so high, even if a weight reduction spell was imposed on the package, the owl as a messenger was tired enough, flapped its wings and flew slowly towards a few people. Isn't this the second Firebolt? Ron stammered. Yvonne was also surprised. Did Sirius accidentally fill in the wrong amount when buying the broomstick and sent Harry 2 Firebolts? It seems to be for you this time, Yvonne. The sharp-eyed Harry first saw the name on the package and said. Sure enough, the owl took the package and threw it in front of Yvonne, then turned his head and flew away. Yvonne was extremely confused and opened the package. The difference from Harry's was that in addition to a Firebolt, there was a letter in the box. Yvonne opened the envelope and read it, only to realize that this Firebolt was purchased by Sirius in order to thank him for doing these things for him. In the words of Sirius, he was ready to buy a Firebolt for Harry anyway, and he didn't care about buying one more. In the letter, Sirius also asked him whether he liked the gift of broomsticks, and if he had no interest in Quidditch, he could change something else next time. After reading the entire letter, Yvonne was shocked by Sirius's behavior. This is too rich. In the face of Firebolt, he can say I don't care about buying more. Harry and Ron leaned forward to check the contents of the envelope, but Yvonne put the envelope away first. Although this letter sent over only mentioned the words of thanks to him, it did not say too much specific content. But if the person watching the letter is smart enough and knows Sirius very well, he might be able to guess something. After all, there are not many people who are so rich and still have connections with Harry. Yvonne, who sent these 2 packages? Harry said. He got a Firebolt somehow. He was delighted but also very upset. Of course he wanted to understand this. Yet, what did the letter say? Ron was also curious. Yvonne glanced blindly at Scabbers, who was eavesdropping while pulling Ron's pocket, and said. This letter was sent by Professor Dumbledore. He learned that Harry accidentally fell from mid-air while playing and broke his broomstick. Now he is very worried about Harry's safety. In addition, the professor also knew that Harry was troubled by the Dementor thing recently, so he sent this Firebolt in the hope that Harry can cheer up soon. Yvonne pretended to be emotional, and he almost believed it as he spoke. No way, who made Sirius buy 2 Firebolts on a whim, and he insisted on sending a letter, he could only explain that. Originally, Yvonne wanted to say that the things were sent by Lupin, so it would be convenient to lie and not easy to wear. But Lupin's daily performance was too poor, even wearing patched clothes, it seemed impossible to afford Firebolt, so Dumbledore was the only one to carry the pot. And only Dumbledore can easily take out so much Jinjialong to buy 2 Firebolts. Chapter 406, Ron, I don't believe it. Professor Dumbledore could not be so partial. Ivan's words silenced Harry, and he felt the heavy weight in it as he touched the sparkling Firebolt in the package. He did not expect Professor Dumbledore to be far away, so he cared and missed himself so much. Harry was very moved, tears rolled in his eyes, and he secretly made a decision in his heart, not to be able to live up to Professor Dumbledore's expectations. He must overcome his fear of the Dementors and win this year's Quidditch trophy. Ron looked at Harry enviously, plus the invisibility cloak back, which had been given to Harry anonymously by Professor Dumbledore for the second time. But looking at the broomstick in front of Yvonne, Ron asked strangely. Then why did Professor Dumbledore send you a Firebolt? Before Yvonne could speak, Harry guessed and said. This should be Professor Dumbledore's reward for Yvonne. After all, he saved so many people on the Quidditch pitch. In addition, the professor probably doesn't want Ivan's Quidditch talent to be buried in this way. Up. Harry said this and turned his head to look at Yvonne. He felt that Ivan's flying talent was much better than himself. Harry was a pity when I heard that Yvonne had quit the Quidditch team. He believed that Professor Dumbledore's gift of Firebolt to Yvonne must have such a profound meaning. Well, that's right. That's what Harry said. Under the gazes of Harry and Ron, Yvonne nodded with a weird look. All the words he just said were made up temporarily, and he didn't expect that Harry would not only make up a lie from him and continue it, it sounded inexplicably reasonable. This makes Yvonne want to vomit. You can actually make up more than me? After that, Yvonne continued to add as if thinking of something. By the way, Professor Dumbledore doesn't want this to be known to others, otherwise other teams would say he is partial. Harry and Ron nodded. Of course, they understood this truth. They all stated that they would be tight-lipped and would never tell them. Seeing that they had promised readily, Yifun stopped talking, and instead parted a part of his mind to check the situation. The grey-black mouse changed its nervous appearance and slipped back into Ron's pocket with a lack of interest. From the words of Harry and others, it only heard the message that Dumbledore bought 2 seemingly expensive broomsticks to Harry who was hit, and Yvonne who performed well. It was not worth paying attention to. It's just that Ron is still a little unwilling to give up. He looked at the 2 fire bolts on the table and said with envy. Harry, Yvonne. Do you think Professor Dumbledore might have bought a firebolt for each of us? Harry was speechless for a while, not knowing how to reply, fearing that Ron's self-confidence would be hit. Yvonne rolled his eyes. You want to be beautiful. Ron has no corresponding merits, nor is he a godson of Sirius. At best, he is a friend of Harry. Wanting to get a firebolt is an idiot. No matter how rich Sirius is, he cannot be so prodigal. However, Ron moved a small stool and sat by the window hopefully, looking at the endless blue sky outside the window, looking forward to a third owl flying in with a big package in his mouth and throwing it in front of him. 2 of his good friends can get a firebolt, but it doesn't make sense to himself. Professor Dumbledore would certainly not be so partial. Yvonne saw Ron's behavior in his eyes and shook his head in his heart, but without any advice, he took away the firebolt sent by Sirius on the table. If the matter of Peter Pettigrew can be resolved smoothly, and there is just some spare time, Yvonne can think about the big Quidditch. After all, at the end of the semester, a Quidditch trophy can also give him a lot of grade points. Just as Yvonne was thinking about things, Harry suddenly came over, hesitated for a while and asked. Yvonne, can you teach me how to resist Dementors? What? Haven't you gone to study with Professor Lupin these days? Yvonne was a little surprised, he remembered reminding Harry before. I have already looked for it, but Professor Liu Ping seems to be in poor health recently, saying that he will be free after a while, and Professor Liu Ping also said that you have a deeper understanding of the Patronus mantra than him, so you can learn directly. Okay. Harry said helplessly. Is that so? Yvonne raised his eyebrows, and soon thought that Lupin was not in good health. It should be because the night of the full moon was about to come, and he was not in the mood to give Harry a small stove under anxiety. Well, since you are willing to believe in my teaching standards, of course I can teach you. Yvonne thought for a while, and finally agreed. He felt that he could use this opportunity to explain Peter's affairs to Harry, so as not to cause any misunderstandings when Harry and Sirius met. Seeing Ivan's agreement, Harry was very happy. Since this school year, the Dementor has almost become his demon. He really doesn't want to faint feebly every time he encounters the Dementor. Don't be happy so early. I don't have as much teaching experience as Professor Lupin. The teaching method may be rougher. You have to be mentally prepared. Yvonne said solemnly. Rough? Although Harry was a little worried, he nodded solemnly, saying that no matter how difficult it was, he would stick to it. Then when do we start? Harry said eagerly, he couldn't wait to know how to deal with Dementors. I need to prepare some props, so let's set it to tomorrow evening. As for tonight, you will get acquainted with the spell first. Yvonne said, and then demonstrated it to Harry. Holy Guard. Yvonne chanted a spell and waved the wand in his hand with a strange frequency. Stars of white light appeared at once, endless white mist gushing from the top of the magic wand. Calm and peaceful emotions gradually poured into my heart. Holy Guard. Harry tried hard to remember the spell, the movement, and this wonderful feeling in his mind, and then he waved his wand and chanted the spell, but it was a pity that nothing happened. Harry wasn't discouraged either. Obviously, this kind of advanced spell could not be learned in a short while. He quickly practiced it on his own. Yvonne demonstrated for a while, then put away his wand, thinking in his heart how to teach tomorrow. The only 2 Boggats in Hogwarts are now killed, and Yvonne estimates that there will be no third one in a short time. But it doesn't matter if there is no Boggart, there are so many Dementors near the school, wouldn't it be okay to just grab one? Yvonne is also preparing to do this, so he reminds Harry that the process of teaching may be rough. Chapter 407, How many steps does it take to kidnap a Dementor? The next afternoon, after finishing the last class, Yvonne avoided the crowd and went to the potion storage room of the responsive house on the 8th floor. Dobby. Yvonne snapped his fingers habitually. The next moment, the faithful house elf appeared in front of him, holding a sack in his hand, and said respectfully. Sir, what you asked me to buy. Well, good, go and do it yourself. Yvonne nodded. Dobby put the sack on the table and consciously disappeared into the responsive room. After Dobby left, Yvonne took out a bottle of basilisk blood and a special quill pen from the cabinet, preparing to draw the isolation magic text on the sack. The alchemy he mastered can not only be used to make magic props, but also can temporarily give some characteristics to ordinary items, and the easy-to-understand ones are enchanting with duration. It's just that in the process of drawing magic texts, things containing magic power are usually needed as carriers, and the blood of magical creatures is naturally the first choice. It happened that when he killed the basilisk last year, he collected a large amount of snake blood, some of which survived and did not sell, which facilitated his work of drawing magic texts. The blood of the Millennium Basilisk contained a huge amount of magic power. Even if it was restricted to a Dementor, it was enough to make the enchanting effect last for half a month, which was enough for Harry to learn the Patroness Curse. The energy spent drawing magic texts is much less than making a magic item, especially for Yvonne, who has already reached the 6th level of alchemy. In just over 10 minutes, complex patterns have surfaced on the surface of the sack, and the magical fluorescence gradually began to appear, and then slowly fell silent. Yvonne threw down the quill pen in satisfaction, tidied things up briefly, rolled up the sack and stuffed it into his robe, and left the responsive room. Finding a secluded place outside Hogwarts Castle alone, Yvonne looked around and saw no one, then used his blood magic once again Bogut Transfiguration. The magic power in his body was instantly mobilized and filled his whole body. The next moment Yvonne felt his body melt and twist, and his stool became higher and higher, and black mist filled his surroundings. What worries Yvonne the most is that his eyes are losing light and are blocked by a thick cocoon. But perhaps it was the reason that the deformation was not in place. In the end, he still retained a part of his vision, but seeing things dimly and highly myopia. Fortunately, while his vision is affected, his other perception abilities are being amplified, and he has acquired a special ability to perceive everything around him without his eyes. The whole world seems to have become another appearance, with all kinds of colors everywhere. Yvonne tried to speak, but what he vomited was a chill, and his brain was even colder. Various emotions were suppressed to the extreme. Fortunately, this did not affect his normal thinking. This is the first time Yvonne has experienced such a magical experience. It seems that the creature like Dementor is even more special than he thought. As Yvonne was adjusting to his body, he faintly felt that there seemed to be something on the side of the castle that was attracting him. However, he opened the cloak he was wearing and glanced into the cloak, but he couldn't see where his feet were. In the dim sight, only the enchanted sacks dragged by the black mist in the cloak, and the rotting corpses hidden in the mist. How should I move without feet? Can you use it? Yvonne thought about it this way, and his body floated along with his mind, and his body didn't seem to have any weight, just like a maple leaf. After getting used to it for a while, Yvonne flew slowly towards Hogwarts Castle in the distance. The closer he was, the more attractive he could feel. Under the special sense of sight, a large number of colorful, steam-like things constantly wafted out of the castle, making Yvonne feel greedy. After thinking about it carefully, Yvonne quickly guessed the source of these things, which should be the various emotions that the students radiated daily, that is, the most delicious food in the Dementor's opinion. Give me, stop, come. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came over, which really shocked Yvonne. Yvonne glanced around and saw several Dementors floating down from the air. It seemed that the sudden sound just now was the work of these Dementors. The drifting Dementors gathered around Yvonne and kept spinning, and the surrounding air became more and more cold. Surrounded by the center, Yvonne is very nervous. Although the Dementor he used to transform his bloodline magic has similar characteristics to the original version, it is not a real Dementor, so Yvonne is not sure whether his disguise will be wrong. Will be seen through. If it's on the ground, it's okay, he's a big deal back to his original form, and he can easily take care of the Dementors who surround him with the Patron Saint spell. However, it is still in mid-air, it is still very troublesome to start, maybe it will alarm the professors and magicians in the school. Just when Yvonne was hesitating whether he should run away or attack first, the Dementors gathered around him said intermittently. Don't get too close, below, there is a horror, a wizard, very short, with long robes and golden hair. Also, white, one-horned horse, attention. Terror. Very troublesome, don't, go down. The whirring wind echoed in Ivan's ears, and it was automatically transformed into intermittent words. After understanding their meaning, Yvonne was relieved. Then I realized that the Dementors who gathered around were kindly persuading him not to enter the castle, otherwise there would be trouble. It's just that the more I listen to Yvonne, the more it feels wrong. Why do these Dementors seem to be themselves? Combining with the legendary title obtained a few days ago, Yvonne is even more certain about this speculation. Unexpectedly, the Dementors, who represent fear, will have a day of fear. But which Dementor was it just now that smeared his shortness behind his back? Obviously he is very tall compared to other little wizards of the same age. Yvonne looked around with the sight that was nearly blind, and felt that every Dementor looked the same, and he couldn't tell which one was the one that blacked himself just now. Yvonne was simply too lazy to care about these crazy guys, turned around and prepared to find a single Dementor near Hogwarts, and pack it away in a sack. However, Yvonne soon discovered that this group of Dementors were not willing to let him go just like that, and continued to circle around him without saying anything, and pushed as if they wanted to get him to the sky. Chapter 408, How to Pack a Dementor. Work. Patrol. Can't be lazy. Don't go down, you will trouble us. The whirring wind reached Ivan's ears. Coupled with the push of these dementors, Ivan had no choice but to put on a gang and temporarily dispelled the idea of finding the target, and followed the group of dementors patrolling the sky above the castle. In the middle of the journey, Ivan was not idle either, trying to communicate with this group of evil creatures and inquiring about some information. After a period of questioning, Ivan had a deeper understanding of the group of dementors. These monsters are not as chaotic as he originally imagined. They can't help but communicate with each other, and they can also cooperate with each other and even discuss tactics. It is that IQ is not high, about the same as a child of a few years old, and his thinking is rather chaotic, and he is full of thoughts about how to do things, and occasionally complains about the inhumane treatment of the Ministry of Magic. Compared to patrolling in Hogwarts, they miss life in Azkaban more. There is plenty of food there. In addition to being unable to execute prisoners and absorb their souls at will, Azkaban is simply their paradise. This contrast in life makes them even more disgusted with the people of the Ministry of Magic. The Dementors have not been able to eat a good meal for months, and they are all suffocated. Last time I finally made up my mind that I wanted to break into the school to have a good meal, but I was beaten back in disgrace. Listening to the complaints of these Dementors, Ivan inexplicably felt that the Dementors were pure-minded creatures and easily satisfied. It's just that their ideas are too evil for wizards or muggles, and will only take away happiness and leave pain. This kind of contradiction can't be alleviated at all, and the Ministry of Magic allows them to take care of the prison is the only way out for the Dementors. After talking with these Dementors for a while, Ivan took advantage of the opportunity to patrol the castle separately and obtained the right to act alone, wandering around Hogwarts alone. After swaying for a while, Ivan finally found a single target guarding the entrance in the wooded path outside Hogwarts Castle, and leaned forward pretending to be patrolling. Ivan's approach immediately attracted the attention of the Dementor. Due to the Ministry's order, all the Dementors must stay at their posts or patrol the sky. Dementors like Ivan are running around. It is very conspicuous. I discovered Sirius Black's trail. Ivan learned the chaotic and intermittent tone of the Dementors before he waited for the other person to ask. After hearing Ivan's words, the Dementor in front of him did not express any doubt, but eagerly floated to Ivan's body. It knew exactly what a prisoner meant. That means that delicious food that can be enjoyed at will, especially Sirius Black, who is a criminal fugitive, will not be punished by the Ministry of Magic even if he smokes the soul of the opponent. You're waiting, right here. Ivan cautiously looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he put his withered and rotten palms into his cloak and took out a big sack. The Dementor had no eyesight, but he used special senses to look at Ivan's movements and the surrounding scenes. He felt strange. Could it be that Black was in this bag? The Dementor curiously moved his head to the mouth of the bag to look at it, and then felt that the mouth of the bag seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. With the sound of the wind waving the sack, Ivan put the somewhat dazed Dementor in the bag and couldn't help but vomit. It's too easy. Don't the Dementors be wary of their kind? Ivan thinks it's very possible. After all, these simple creatures seem to have conflicts due to uneven distribution only when they take on the emotions of wizards. They are usually happy to get together and act. Now that he had caught a Dementor, Ivan stopped thinking about it, and was about to fly back to the castle to find a place to change back to the original. At this moment, the voice of conversation faintly passed from a distance. Ivan frowned. How could anyone come here at this point in time? Ivan hid the sack containing the Dementor in his empty cloak, and created more black fog to cover up the abnormality of the body, pretending to be the Dementor guarding the aisle just now, and waited for the other person to pass by. Hey, isn't that Umbridge? How could she be here? Ivan cast his gaze over there, just in time to see Professor McGonagall walking out of the corner on one side, and there was a chunky man in a pink floral dress next to him. Middle-aged witch. Ivan instantly recognized this twitchy middle-aged witch. This was the Umbridge he had seen 2 years ago. McGonagall, with a calm face, was telling Umbridge seriously about the Dementors' mass riot a few days ago and broke into the Quidditch Stadium to attack students. You said those Dementors broke the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and broke into the school forcibly. Umbridge, a special investigator of the Ministry of Magic, raised his throat, showing a very surprised expression, and then soon he shook his head resolutely and continued to speak. No way. These Dementors are employed by the Ministry of Magic, and they would never dare to enter the castle without ordering them, let alone attack the students there. Really? Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and reminded him. All the students in Hogwarts can testify about this. I think the Ministry of Magic should have received letters from students' parents recently. Umbridge's face suddenly became very ugly. These days, on average, hundreds of roaring letters have been sent to various departments of the Ministry of Magic every day, which has seriously disrupted their daily government affairs. The Ministry of Magic even needs to send special personnel to deal with the daily letters, separate the roaring letters, and destroy them with special magic. Although cursing the Dementors in his heart, Umbridge is not prepared to admit this vicious incident caused by the Ministry of Magic's mistakes. Umbridge prefers another explanation. For example, the Dementors who accidentally broke into the Quidditch stadium were actually spotting Sirius. Under the chase, they accidentally disturbed the students and caused a misunderstanding, which led to the conflict. However, McGonagall wouldn't be fooled like this, and he was not prepared to speak with Umbridge. Instead, he asked the Ministry of Magic to evacuate these Dementors from the castle. After the last riot happened, McGonagall no longer has any expectations for the safety of those Dementors. This is the first time, maybe there will be a second time. This will seriously affect the safety of the students in the castle. Chapter 409, We are such a group of brutal, emotionless soul suckers. After McGonagall proposed to evacuate the Dementor, Umbridge's eyes widened in disbelief, looked at McGonagall in surprise, and screamed. Oh my god, how can you think that? If these Dementors are evacuated without their protection, what about the children in Hogwarts? What if Black sneaks in? He's already been in once. Sneaked into the castle, right under the noses of these Dementors. McGonagall interrupted Umbridge's words, ignoring the sullen face of the other party, and said again. As for the children's safety, we professors will be responsible for it. Umbridge firmly disagreed with the withdrawal of the Dementors from the castle, and insisted that the Dementors group had succumbed to the authority of the Ministry of Magic, and the Ministry of Magic would at best send more people to supervise them. Moreover, Umbridge suspected that McGonagall deliberately exaggerated the severity of the matter. Hundreds of Dementors broke into the castle and were driven away by a third-grade wizard. How could this be possible? If there were only a few Dementors, it would be the same. Umbridge thought that even he couldn't handle so many Dementors at once, let alone a student. McGonagall was suddenly grinned by Umbridge's remarks. Yvonne had driven away a large number of Dementors in the riot when he was on the train. Umbridge, a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, may not know. This time the Dementors invaded the Quidditch stadium, it is undoubtedly a replica of that riot. McGonagall was angry, but more helpless. She knew very well that Umbridge was so arrogant and wanted to dilute the impact of the Dementor riot as much as possible, and to characterize the matter. Although he knew that he couldn't beat the Ministry of Magic, McGonagall insisted that the students in the castle and Professor Snape who were present at the time could prove it for the safety of the students. Everyone is willing to testify. Of course Umbridge couldn't agree to this, and shook his head without thinking about it. But when he saw the Dementor guarding the front entrance, Umbridge felt his eyes light up, turned his head to McGonagall, and said in a sharp voice. Well, we can ask these Dementors. McGonagall's expression is very weird. Ask Dementor? Let these monsters report themselves? At this time, Umbridge had walked up to the seemingly clever Dementor, and McGonagall could only follow. I'm a senior commissioner of the Ministry of Magic. Someone said that you invaded the Quidditch stadium at Hogwarts 2 days ago. Is that true? Or that you accidentally discovered Black's whereabouts in the castle, so you made a mistake? There. Umbridge put on a businesslike attitude and asked questions, but the words were full of hints. As a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, Umbridge naturally knew that creatures like Dementors were not as confused and brainless as the outside world told them. On the contrary, they could understand and execute orders, obviously possessing not low intelligence. So the choice is obvious. Even considering that it is difficult for Dementors to express their meaning clearly, Umbridge said very intimately, if it is the former, please nod. Just shake your head by accident. McGonagall frowned, what could he ask in this way? However, what made the two of them stunned was that the Dementor in front of him nodded honestly. The smile on Umbridge's face was suddenly stunned. She wondered if she hadn't said clearly, so she coughed slightly, and emphasized every word. I mean if you break into Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium forcibly, regardless of Ministry of Magic regulations, then you will be punished very severely. But if you make a mistake because of chasing Blake, then the Ministry of Magic it is possible to consider letting the past go. If possible, Umbridge could not wait to kill all the Dementors who caused the trouble. But it's not easy to find a group of guys who don't need money and are willing to obey orders, so Umbridge can only bite the bullet and give the Dementor another chance. But what broke Umbridge is that the Dementor nodded faster. Professor McGonagall was also very surprised, so he asked tentatively. So you entered the stadium to attack the students there, their happiness, and even devour their souls. Yet. We are such a group of brutal, emotionless soul-absorbing machines. Yvonne nodded again very honestly. This time even Professor McGonagall was speechless. She originally thought that the evil and cruel creatures like Dementors must be very cunning, but she didn't expect that they were actually a group of gangsters, who would say everything. I think we have asked clearly enough, right? Umbridge. Professor McGonagall said. Umbridge's body trembled, and his chest was violently ups and downs. At this time, he was almost mad. which told her that the Dementor is a magical creature with no low intelligence. This is simply a group of mental retardation. Yes. I think it's already clear. So you Dementors violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and acted privately in an attempt to attack the students in the castle. Umbridge gritted her teeth and said, she drew out her wand angrily, pointed it at Yvonne in front of her, and roared grimly. Expecto Patronum. Hush and guard. At the next moment, a white light suddenly appeared, flying out the Dementor who was about to nod. Suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Yvonne was so frightened, he patted his body quickly, and was very fortunate to find that he did not seem to be injured, and even the black mist floating on his body did not decrease. I don't know if it was because the patron saint curse released by Umbridge was too weak, or because he was not a real Dementor. Maybe it's both. Yvonne looked at Umbridge who was very angry but failed to greet the patron saint. While surprised at the other party's poor spell-casting level, he was still a little nervous. He knew what he had just behaved too much, and directly angered Umbridge. Although Yvonne felt that Umbridge could not do anything to himself, what if the sack hidden in the cloak fell out? What would McGonagall and Umbridge think? One Dementor suddenly wanted to kidnap another Dementor? Just as Ivan's brain was wide open and he was hesitating about how to step down, the clear sky suddenly became gloomy. A large group of black clouds gathered in the sky at some point, and even sank extremely quickly. This is obviously not a dark cloud, but a large group of Dementors gathered together. Yvonne, who was still in a dilemma, finally breathed a sigh of relief, greeted him as if he had seen a savior, and shouted aloud. The investigator of the Ministry of Magic beat the Dementor. Chapter 410, Dementors are never slaves. After hearing Ivan's hoarse cry, countless Dementors gathered around him and asked about the situation. What happened? As soon as I came, I saw, you, being beaten. It's, the Ministry of Magic, the wizard. A large number of Dementors gathered together, and the whirring wind echoed in Ivan's ears, transformed into intermittent words. Facing the inquiries from the Dementors, Yvonne pretended to be angry and replied, why else? Because of our previous private intrusion into the Quidditch Stadium, the special investigator sent by the Ministry of Magic prepared to the harshest means to punish all of us. As soon as Ivan's words came out, the surrounding Dementors were in an uproar and became very panicked. Although they directly forgot the Ministry's rules when they first violated the rules, this does not mean that the Dementors are not afraid of the Ministry's methods. On the contrary, they knew that they could not be the opponent of those wizards. It is also based on this that the Dementors are willing to obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. The occasional loss of control is only due to their chaotic nature and their desire to absorb happiness temporarily overwhelming their fear of the Ministry of Magic. Looking at these panicked Dementors, Yvonne was speechless. Since he was so afraid of the Ministry of Magic, why did you go? However, in order to cause some confusion and make it easier for him to run away, so as not to be caught, Yvonne shouted loudly. Be quiet. Everyone, please listen to me. All the Dementors who fell into chaos and panic stopped one after another and looked at this strange kind. They had never seen a kind with such clear thinking before, so they all looked curiously. Yvonne. Yvonne continued to shout loudly. Should we always accept the oppression of the Ministry of Magic like this? I hope everyone hasn't forgotten, that incident is not our fault at all. It is the Ministry of Magic that restricts our personal freedom and forces us to carry out meaningless patrols. Have they considered our feelings? No. They never care about our thoughts, and are not even prepared to provide us with any food. Obviously it was the mistake of the Ministry of Magic. They didn't reflect on it but wanted to punish us with the harshest means. We will be punished if we resist. You will be punished if you don't resist. Then why don't we choose to stand up and resist? Rights have always been won. Yvonne looked at the Dementors listening carefully, knowing that they were all attracted by his own words, and cleared his throat and continued with impassioned expression. I have a dream. I dream that one day every Dementor will be able to travel freely in the magical world and spread fear to all beings. Dreaming that wizards, Dementors, elves, and many intelligent creatures can mingle with each other. I announce. Starting today, the Dementors are standing up. The orcs will never. Bah, the Dementors will never be slaves. Yvonne was full of nonsense, babbling the preaching words he heard from various places in his previous life, and put them together, and then sent them to these Dementors. If this is replaced by a normal-minded wizard or muggle, he might be knocked off the stage. But these Dementors, who are already low in IQ, have ever heard such passionate words? Under Ivan's loud slogan, more and more Dementors recalled the experience of the Ministry of Magic not giving them food to make them work for nothing, and became extremely angry. The dense black fog suddenly spread the entire sky into terrible black. Although the voices of the Dementors talking to each other seemed to outsiders to be nothing more than the whirring of the cold wind, Professor McGonagall frowned when he felt the malice that was coming from the sky. But soon Professor McGonagall stretched his eyebrows and looked at Umbridge playfully. She believed that Umbridge would no longer stubbornly feel that these Dementors were actually harmless creatures that had been tamed. Noting that these Dementors were getting closer and closer, Umbridge suddenly panicked, and he regretted his rash actions. Umbridge stepped back faintly, and scolded in angrily. What do you want to do? I'm a senior investigator appointed by the Ministry of Magic. Don't you all go back to patrol me. Umbridge moved out of his identity as an investigator of the Ministry of Magic in an attempt to scare away these Dementors. It's a pity that under Ivan's flicker, the surrounding Dementors were either dazzled by anger, or they were inspired by Yvonne to fight for the benefits of the race, so they didn't even care about Umbridge. Attention, our enemy is the short fat wizard below, the one who beat me just now. Don't call the wrong person, the other wizard is very powerful, and we can't deal with it anymore. As the troublemaker, Yvonne considered that his combat effectiveness in Dementor's form was very mediocre, so he didn't plan to play in person. Instead, they floated in the air to cheer for their companions, and guided these Dementors to avoid McGonagall to attack Umbridge next to him. Of course, Yvonne is not worried about the safety of Professor McGonagall, but just reminds the Dementors not to die at will. Regardless of the large number of evil creatures, as far as Professor McGonagall is concerned, at most it is more troublesome to deal with. But Yvonne is not worried that Professor McGonagall will interfere. Yvonne listened to the conversation between Umbridge and McGonagall just now. He knew very well that McGonagall should be very dissatisfied with Umbridge. He would probably take this opportunity to fish for a while and let Umbridge eat it. After a lot of hardship, consider the rescue. The black pressure swallowed down like a wave of Dementors, turning the surrounding space into a cage of black mist, where no sunlight can be seen, only the biting cold and pain. Umbridge's expression became very hideous. The wand held high, shouted angrily. Expecto Patronum. Call God to guard. Under Umbridge's full effort, a dexterous cat leapt out from the top of the wand and knocked the nearest Dementor into flight. But there were too many Dementors here, and just after one was driven away, a few more Dementors gathered around. Umbridge only managed to disperse the power of the Patroness curse, transform it into a shield to block him, and then let the cat-shaped Patroness attack, so that he could barely resist the attack of these Dementors. However, this shield did not last long, and it collapsed into a white mist under the impact of many Dementors. The seemingly powerful cat-shaped patron saint was also torn to pieces by the Dementors who came on the skin. Chapter 411 Unity is Strength, Persistence is Victory. The substance that constitutes the patron saint is the positive power in the wizard's heart, which happens to be the food for the Dementors. It's just that under normal circumstances, the form of the guardian deity condensed by wizards is extremely solid and not easy to break. But the situation was different at this time. Umbridge's fragile soul was not enough to support her patron saint to deal with the large number of Dementors, so it seemed that it would easily collapse. After successfully dissolving the protection of the patron saint curse, the Dementors were so excited that they squeezed in front of Umbridge, sucking the last courage in Umbridge's heart with their hollow mouths. Hope! Hush and guard! Hush and guard! Umbridge shouted hoarsely while holding up his wand, wisps of white light wafting from the top of the wand, but couldn't condense the guardian just now. A Dementor bravely rushed in front of her with a white light. Umbridge was shocked. She waved her wand and was about to fight back, but in the next second, the wand was withered and rotten by the Dementor. The palm fell to the ground. Losing the wand, Umbridge seemed to have lost his last sanity, waving his arms frantically in an attempt to drive away the Dementors by physical means, cursing incessantly. Get out, you dirty bastards, get out of me. Umbridge's words not only did not work, but completely angered these evil creatures. The surrounding Dementors took off their hoods and revealed that terrible face. The closest Dementor even knocked Umbridge into the ground, a face already stuck. Seeing here, Yvonne knew that this farce was almost over. Professor McGonagall might learn some lessons from Umbridge because of his dissatisfaction, but it would never be possible to sit back and watch her die here. Sure enough, standing not far away, McGonagall, who seemed to be able to barely protect himself from a group of Dementors, finally got serious after seeing this scene. The light mist that enveloped the whole body suddenly expanded several times, and the nearby Dementors flew out one after another. Expecto Patronum. Holy Guard! McGonagall waved his wand to point to where Umbridge was, and a beautiful, mighty tabby cat flew out from the top of the wand. A large number of Dementors surrounded them, trying to tear the patron saint to pieces as before, but McGonagall's spell-casting level was much higher than Umbridge. The tabby cat displayed the power of a tiger, and the Dementor that came to it was not an enemy of the patron saint at all. It was beaten and fled in just a few seconds. The tabby cat rushed to Umbridge again, knocking the Dementor lying in front of Umbridge into flight. Get out of here, get out of me, don't get close to me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Umbridge lay on the ground and rolled, shouting indiscriminately like a schizophrenia. It wasn't until the cold feeling gradually subsided that Umbridge opened his eyes in horror and found that the rotten face in front of him was gone, replaced by a mighty tabby cat. Umbridge finally got up from the ground, and tremblingly picked up the wand that fell on the ground, and only then recovered some courage. Then, she looked at McGonagall who was standing aside, remembering how embarrassed she was just now. Her face was blue and white. Umbridge was very suspicious that McGonagall wanted to watch him make a fool of himself, so instead of thanking him at all, he asked McGonagall loudly why he didn't do it earlier. McGonagall was grinned directly. Just when he was trying to refute, a group of Dementors swarmed again, and McGonagall waved his wand impatiently and blasted these monsters away. Perhaps because of limited abilities, McGonagall failed to drive all the Dementors away, but missed a few. These evil creatures also understood from previous encounters of the same kind that McGonagall was very difficult to deal with, and all of them rushed towards Umbridge. "Help me, save me." Umbridge saw a large group of rotting and disgusting creatures approaching him, his face turned green, and he ran towards McGonagall frantically. McGonagall raised his eyebrows and defeated the Dementors who were pursuing Umbridge, then looked at Umbridge and said, "You should have seen it just now. My ability is limited, so it is impossible to cover everything. It is not easy to be able to protect myself. And you just said that they are employees of the Ministry of Magic, very obedient and safe? Don't you, as a special investigator of the Ministry of Magic, have no ability to control them?" McGonagall's sarcasm made Umbridge angry, but he didn't dare to refute. Of course she could see that McGonagall's move was intentional, but now they are surrounded by Dementors. Umbridge was afraid to provoke McGonagall, so she could only suppress the anger. Yvonne, who watched this scene from high in the sky, felt amused, but also thought about how it should end now. He fanned the Dementors to riot. On the one hand, he wanted to get away with this, and on the other hand, he hoped that the Ministry of Magic would pay attention to the strangeness of these Dementors and bring the contradiction to the face of it. Lest the Ministry of Magic pretend to be an ostrich and ignore the Dementors' anomalies like the original time and space, until these evil creatures joined Voldemort's command and liberated a large number of Death Eaters, the Ministry began to regret that it did not pay attention to it before. And now, Yvonne can tell from the horrified look on Umbridge's face that she has deeply realized the horror of the Dementor, and believes that this old woman will probably react to the Ministry of Magic well after returning. But how to leave the field makes Yvonne a little bit difficult. These Dementors are all around here, and he sneaks away by himself is too conspicuous. When Yvonne was hesitating, he saw a few white lights and shadows in the distant castle galloping over here, rushing into the black space made up of Dementors, and smashing a large number of Dementors. Retreat. For a time, the air was full of Dementors wailing, and from time to time, Dementors were shot out in disarray. Yvonne finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the abnormality here has caught the attention of other professors. Yvonne decisively seized this opportunity to evacuate and shouted in the surrounding of the Dementors. "My compatriots! Persevere, unity is strength, persistence is victory." After shouting, Yvonne pretended to be brave and rushed towards McGonagall's patron saint, and then pretended to be hit by a heavy blow, drifting into the small woods not far away. It changed back to its original appearance in an unpopulated place. Looking at the side-to-side battle in the sky, Yvonne sighed sighfully. "Looking at this posture, I knew that the Dementors must be finished, but I don't know how the Ministry of Magic will deal with them." Chapter 412, Dementor, our hero will finally return. As a wizard, Yvonne is not particularly concerned about the life and death of the Dementors. Anyway, the Ministry of Magic is unlikely to kill them all. Thinking of this, Yvonne dragged the sack and left when the chaos attracted everyone's attention, planning to find the nearest underpass to the place agreed with Harry. Soon after Yvonne left, the professors and the Aurors who were in charge of the guards put all their strength down to suppress the rioting Dementors. Umbridge looked angrily at the Dementors trapped in a small circle, and immediately wanted to order the Dementors who had offended him and caused him to be put to death one after another. But this thought Umbridge just thought about it in her heart. Her anger had not completely destroyed her sanity, so Umbridge knew very well that even if she gave such an order to the Auror and the professors at Hogwarts, impossible to be implemented. "Old man, ask me clearly, what the is going on? Why did those Dementors suddenly attack me?" Umbridge angrily looked at the accompanying Auror. Hearing this, the accompanying Auror named Oldman nodded, made a weird noise and communicated with the Dementors for a while, then turned his head to look at Umbridge and said, "These Dementors say that you hit their comrades with your first hand, and are prepared to punish them with the most severe means, so they are ready to launch a counterattack." Nonsense! Umbridge was furious and cursed angrily. She did say this, but it was just a threat to force a Dementor to make the right choice. The more I thought about it, Umbridge became very angry. She thought that she was kind enough to these disgusting creatures, and she gave them opportunities again and again, and even took the initiative to excuse them, but the other side showed no mercy. "You can ask them again, where is the Dementor who guarded the intersection in the first place? Find it out for me." Umbridge gritted his teeth, thinking of the culprit of this incident. Although she couldn't do anything to this large group of Dementors, she couldn't help but punish the Dementors who dared to offend her to kill the chickens and monkeys. The Aurors nodded, and then talked with the Dementors. After a while, communication seemed to be hindered, and these Dementors suddenly became irritable. As a kind of intelligent creatures, it is naturally impossible for the Dementors to hand over their companions who have awakened their free consciousness, but they only discovered in private that there is one Dementor missing here, the hero who can speak fluently. It's gone. For a while, these Dementors were very sad and angry. They felt that Ivan must have dedicated himself in the battle just now, and he was brave enough to give up righteousness. Thinking of this, the Dementors became restless. It is a pity that when McGonagall and others noticed something was wrong, they used the Patroness curse again, and the Dementors' abnormal movement was quickly suppressed by several powerful Patroness. But these unyielding monsters still expressed their dissatisfaction verbally, and the whistling wind kept echoing in the air. What the hell? I just asked them to point out the Dementors who fanned the riot. What did they say? Umbridge couldn't understand why these Dementors became so restless. After Oldman understood the intermittent words of the Dementors, his face became more and more weird. He said. These Dementors said that their great hero was killed by our people in the previous battle, so they are now very angry and ask us to give an explanation. Umbridge almost thought that he had heard it wrong. These Dementors actually identified the guy who provoked the Ministry of Magic's senior investigator as a great hero? Before she could speak, the accompanying orders continued. Also, they feel that they are being treated unfairly and demand that the Ministry of Magic provide them with a sufficient amount of food every day and regular vacations, otherwise they plan to strike collectively. The Auror combined the intermittent words of the Dementors and reported the truth to Umbridge. The expressions of McGonagall, Flitwick, and others who heard this were very strange. They thought that the Dementors' riots were commonplace and the result of chaos in nature, but they did not expect that these evil creatures were actually want to take a vacation, strike. Umbridge laughed directly, she had never heard such a ridiculous request. In her opinion, the Ministry of Magic has not completely eradicated these disgusting monsters, and it is a great kindness to be willing to hire them. However, the Dementors are very firm about this. Although their heroes were sacrificed in the previous battle, the will is deeply in their hearts. Ding! A new legendary event has been generated. On the other side, Ivan, who had just walked out of the dark tunnel, heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and opened the system bar confusedly to check it. Legend title, Great Hero, Dementor Limited Edition. Legend, all Dementors will never forget this day. The Dementor who guards at the crossroads, who can speak fluently, brings the belief of freedom to this race. Note, although there are rumors that the unknown hero died in this battle, many Dementors are willing to believe a legend. The unknown hero actually did not die, but hid somewhere. When this species was in distress, the hero who speaks fluently will eventually return. Are these Dementors poisonous? Ivan looked at the legend that suddenly appeared, and was stunned for a long time before voicing. I just fudged these monsters in Umbridge and ran away in a wave. I didn't expect to be made up like this by this group of Dementors who are not very bright in their brains. Ivan felt speechless, but at the same time, his heart moved. It seemed that his dark minion's task could be accomplished in another way. Ivan thought of several plans but shook his head again, because after this riot, these Dementors will definitely be strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Although he could take some risks and use the new ability to rescue these Dementors, and then use this to increase his reputation and gather a wave of men in the form of Dementors, he might be able to complete the task. But after that? He had no place to house these Dementors, and he didn't have enough food to meet their daily needs. It's not easy to leave these Dementors and run alone after completing the task, right? If you really want to do this, hundreds of hungry and uncontrolled Dementors will be a disaster for the magic world. Before the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic can deal with them, I don't know how many innocent wizards will die in pain and be devour the soul. Chapter 413, I brought you a Dementor here. With this in mind, Ivan decided to take a long-term view and at least have a suitable plan. While thinking about things in his mind, Ivan stepped into an abandoned classroom. The classroom looks very wide, but it looks a little messy. Dozens of tables and chairs are randomly placed, and the podium is covered with thick dust. And before he came in, there were already people in the classroom. Perhaps because of the long wait, Harry was staying by the window, waving his wand over and over, chanting and practicing spells in his mouth. After hearing the door opening, Harry turned his head and said in surprise. Ivan, you finally came. Sorry, there were some changes in the middle, so it took some time. Ivan dragged the big sacks and closed the door, and casually explained. Of course Harry didn't care, but he was very curious about the sack Ivan was holding, especially since the thing was still moving, like a restless creature. What's in it? Harry asked curiously. Of course I will give you the props to practice calling the gods. Ivan patted the sack, and the Dementor inside was trembling constantly as if he wanted to come out. Props? Is it a bogot? Harry thought for a while, guessing. Harry, who had gone through the defense against the dark arts class, suddenly thought of the bogot he had seen last time, and it would transform into what people fear most. Although he didn't want to admit it, Harry knew that if he faced bogot, he would turn into a Dementor in front of him. This should be the best practice method. After all, it's impossible to find a Dementor to practice combat, right? No. It's not Bogut. The one that Professor Lupin used to teach is dead. I can't find more Bogut in a short time, so I just went outside and grabbed a Dementor. The blame is coming. Ivan shook his head and explained casually. Is it really a Dementor? Harry was dumbfounded and looked at Ivan in astonishment. He couldn't speak for a long time, and finally he could only speak in a daze. Your guts, really big. Harry looked at Ivan with admiration. Many wizards shunned this evil creature like Dementor. Ivan actually caught this terrifying creature in a sack and carried it directly. Harry was speechless. Correct. And if he remembers correctly, the Dementor was sent by the Ministry of Magic to capture Sirius Black. Is it really okay for Ivan to tie him up like this? At this time, Harry suddenly thought of seeing a large number of Dementors flying down from the sky over the window, and suddenly realized that most of the abnormal movements of those monsters were related to Ivan, and asked worriedly. Ivan, I just saw a lot of Dementors go outside the castle, are they looking for you? SHHH, remember to keep it secret. This matter is related to the Ministry of Magic. If it is discovered, I will probably be in big trouble. Ivan did not say clearly, putting his index finger in front of his lips to silence the sound. Action, said with some guilty conscience. Originally, Ivan just wanted to kidnap a Dementor, but unexpectedly so many things happened in the middle. If this was caught by the Ministry of Magic, it would be bad. Although it is a consensus in the magic world that wizards cannot use animagus to transform into magical creatures, Umbridge may not be able to think that he is the Dementor who made trouble, but it is not a small crime to imprison employees of the Ministry of Magic privately. Harry guessed something from Ivan's attitude, and he was immediately moved. He knew very well that Ivan was taking risks like this to allow himself to practice the patron saint spell, so Harry hurriedly said that he would keep the secret and would never say it. Ivan nodded. Harry is not a big mouth like Ron. He is usually more reliable, so he shouldn't miss it. The only thing to be wary of is Dumbledore's use of contemplation on Harry. However, after more than 2 years of fighting with Dumbledore, Ivan roughly guessed that Dumbledore, a lawful white wizard, would not abuse this magic that can see through thoughts and read memories. The previous few times I used Desire Mind, it was because the things I did involved the Dark Lord, or it was too abnormal for the old professor to find it difficult to understand. Moreover, when Dumbledore used the mind-taking, it was mostly only used to confirm the authenticity of the words, and would not dig into the memory. So it is unlikely that Dumbledore will learn what happened today through Harry. Thinking of this, Ivan stopped struggling with the question of whether it would be exposed, and snapped his fingers instead. More than. As Ivan's voice echoed in the empty classroom, a dwarf clown and humble house elf suddenly appeared in front of the two. Mr. Halls. Dobby stayed on Ivan's body with blinking eyes the size of a light bulb for a while, then turned to Harry's body, and continued in surprise. Oh, the great Harry Potter is here too. Hey. Dobby. Seeing the house elf who had pitied him once again, Harry greeted him in embarrassment. Sir, is there anything that can use Dobby? Dobby did not forget his responsibilities after a brief moment of joy. It turned to look at Ivan and said. I need to teach Harry a kind of magic, and I don't want to be disturbed. So I need to trouble you to go into the hallway and let us know if someone comes. Do you understand? Ivan explained. Although this is an abandoned classroom, the probability of someone suddenly breaking in is very small, but it has to be guarded. Yes, sir. Dobby won't let anyone practice magic to bother Mr. and Harry Potter. Dobby patted his chest, assured him, then snapped his fingers and disappeared into the classroom. After Dobby left, Harry couldn't help being curious, and asked, Isn't Dobby the house elf of Malfoy? How could he listen to you like this? You should remember that Dobby stole that dark magic item last year? Because it undermined Malfoy's father's plan, he was punished. Ivan briefly used the means to free Dobby. That said, I think the old Malfoy must have been mad at that time. Harry smirked. Lucius Malfoy when he heard Ivan clip a glove in his diary. Even if he didn't see it in person, Harry could imagine how furious Lucius Malfoy was at the time, which really made him sigh. Yet. Then I hired Dobby. Ivan smiled, then suddenly asked. How is it, Harry? Are you happy? And. Harry looked at Ivan suspiciously, not quite understanding what he was talking about. Ivan's expression became more serious, and he said seriously. I hope you remember this feeling. The secret of the patron saint curse is to condense positive emotions with magic and transform them into power. Chapter 414, Dementor, Golden Retriever, Dwarf, Wizard, Slip. If you are ready, we can start now. Ivan threw the sack in his hand far away. Listening to Ivan's words, the smile on Harry's face stopped, and instead he nodded solemnly. Ivan stepped back a few steps, stood in an inconspicuous corner, then waved his magic wand, and the rope that bound the sack was automatically untied. Harry looked there nervously, holding his wand in his hand, thinking about the spell he practiced last night over and over again, thinking that this time he would be able to overcome the fear in his heart. The next moment, a chill came out of the bag. In the closed classroom, the oil lamp flickered for a few times and then it fell silent. The black mist gradually spread, and the feeling of coldness and silence gradually came to Harry's heart. A withered, crusted palm touched the edge of the sack, the opening gradually expanded, and a corpse in a broken cloak floated out, floating in the air. Faintly Harry could still see the rotten head with a big hole under the cloak, and countless invisible substances were continuously being sucked into that weird mouth. Harry held his wand high and his wrist was shaking slightly. He thought he was fully prepared, but he waited to face the Dementor before he understood how terrifying this monster was. Accompanied by a strange howl, the cloaked mummy had rushed to Harry, the strange and terrifying face close at hand, a chill that penetrated into the bone marrow enveloped him. At the critical juncture, the spells that had been practiced countless times appeared in Harry's mind, and Harry raised his hand subconsciously without any hesitation. Call God to guard. A cloud of silvery white mist burst out from the top of the wand and collided with the swooping Dementor. The two opposing forces continued to confront each other in this small space. The silver white mist was like a shield, protecting Harry from Dementors. But because it was the first time he used the magic of the patron saint, the defense built by the fog seemed very weak, and it was not enough to drive a Dementor. On the contrary, the power of the Dementor continuously affected Harry's mind through the mist. The white mist became thinner and thinner. The dry and rotten hand even passed through the mist and reached out in front of him. Harry tried hard to think about the happy things, but there was a cloud in his mind. He couldn't remember anything. It seemed that there was nothing to be happy about in life, only pain was left. In a trance, Harry heard the desperate wailing in his ear again, and scenes flashed through his mind, but this time it was a man's voice. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Go. I'll hold him. Vaguely, Harry seemed to see a man stumbled out of the room. Another figure with a faceless face followed behind him. He was laughing wildly, a green light flashing in front of his eyes. Harry only felt that his brain was about to explode, and the power of the patroness charm was also weakened to the extreme. The Dementor was already close to Harry, his palm was on his neck, and the hood on his head had been taken off somehow. Harry's vision has become blurred, his brain is groggy, and the fear of death enveloped him. Just as Harry couldn't hold on and was about to interrupt the magic, the Dementor's movements suddenly stopped. This terrifying decomposing creature turned his head abruptly and looked at the corner to the side. I wonder if it was an illusion that Harry actually felt a panic on the Dementor. In fact, Harry didn't make a mistake, the Dementor keenly spotted the high wand Ivan in the corner through special senses just before he started his hand. Noting Ivan's golden hair, short head, and Gryffindor robe he was wearing, the Dementor suddenly screamed in horror. Even Chi-Kai's food was thrown behind his head, he suddenly retracted the palm of Harry's neck, and then fled in the direction opposite to Ivan with a whistle. Harry sat limply on the ground, panting heavily, and the black monster under his blurred vision was running around in the classroom. After flying around for a while, the Dementor found that this abandoned classroom was closed, all the windows were tightly closed, and the only exit was still on Ivan's side, so the Dementor simply re-entered back in a panic. In the sack that originally restrained himself. Because there is a powerful force that can isolate the inside and outside, the Dementor simply shrinks into the sack and can't come out. What the is this? I haven't done it yet. Ivan was confused, he was just about to wave his wand to release the patron saint curse to save Harry, but he didn't expect to see the contemplation in a blink of an eye. Blame yourself for getting back into the sack. Is it so conscious? Ivan's face was very strange, until he remembered the legendary title of enemy of the Dementors, he was somewhat comprehensive. But am I so scary? Ivan curled his lips, and couldn't understand the excessive behavior of those Dementors. He was clearly a very kind person and not an evil wizard. When Ivan was silently complaining in his heart, Harry, who was standing in the center, suddenly fell straight to the ground, motionless like a dead fish. Ivan would have thought he had fainted if he hadn't had his eyes wide open. Harry! Harry, are you okay? Ivan walked forward quickly, helped Harry up, and asked a little worriedly. What happened just now? I heard someone calling my name. That person. Voldemort. The Dark Lord, he used a killing curse on me. Harry, I haven't recovered for a while, talking nonsense about everything I saw just now. That's your memory, Harry. Ivan interrupted Harry's words, then emphasized. The power of the Dementor reminds you of the most painful memory buried in your mind. Speaking of this, Ivan also regretted it. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to directly use the Dementor to assist in the practice. Although Harry did not pass into a coma like the original space-time, he seemed to be more stimulated. It took Harry a while before he came back to his senses, trying to understand that there was no Voldemort or his parents here. Those were all things in the past. Sorry. I just. Harry wanted to explain, but he stammered and didn't know what to say, so he finally sighed, turned to look around, and said aloud asked. Ivan, Where is that Dementor? No, it's in that bag. Yvonne pointed to the sack and replied. Chapter 415, Harry, why am I afraid of this kind of thing? Harry looked over, the bag was bulging, the binding rope was still left on the side, the opening was not closed, and the inside was pitch black. Just now you cast a spell to drive away that Dementor? How did you do it? It shouldn't be the power of the patron saint, right? Harry said curiously, remembering that he finally saw the Dementor take the initiative. He let go of himself and ran around in horror. I just don't know what magic Yvonne uses to make such evil creatures panic. No, I didn't actually do anything. The Dementor ran away after seeing me. Yvonne shrugged and said helplessly. Harry was dubious, isn't the Dementor a chaotic evil creature? They will also be afraid and run away? Harry can hardly imagine. Those Dementors are also intelligent creatures, and of course they will feel fear in the face of power stronger than themselves. Yvonne saw the doubt in Harry's heart and explained it, and then said with a smile. If you can thoroughly master the patron saint curse, you will find that Dementors are actually not difficult to deal with. For example, what you did just now is very good. But I was almost killed by the Dementor just now. Harry said with a sullen expression on his face. At least you didn't faint anymore, didn't you? This is a great improvement. You can't expect to learn this advanced spell once or twice, right? Yvonne said comfortingly. Under Ivan's reminder, Harry also noticed this, and his depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. The most uncomfortable thing about him this school year is that every time he encounters a Dementor, he will shamefully pass in a coma, and because of this, the Gryffindor team lost the game, which can be said to be a demon. This time, although he could not defeat the Dementor, at least he succeeded in holding on without losing consciousness. This is progress. Harry felt that if he tried a few more times, he might be able to completely defeat this monster. Thinking of this, Harry rallied again, supporting a somewhat weak body to get up from the ground, fighting vigorously and preparing to do it again. Are you sure you don't have to take a break? Yvonne asked worriedly. No, I'm fine. Harry shook his head, picked up the wand that had fallen to the ground, and assumed a fighting stance. Yvonne raised his eyebrows and didn't give any further advice. He raised his wand to point to the opening of the sack. The white mist condensed into a ball and flew there slowly, intending to cast the spell directly and hide in the sack. The Dementors were forced out. Harry fixed his eyes on the movement of the light ball, holding his wand tightly, ready to take action at any time. However, the ball of light flew in from the opening of the sack, and the Dementor inside didn't mean to come out for a long time, and Harry turned his head to look at Yvonne very strangely. Yvonne was also confused and tried again, condensing a more powerful ball of white fog light with the patron saint curse, but still failed to force the Dementor inside. Well, there may have been an accident, wait a minute. Yvonne said a little embarrassingly, and quickly stepped forward and lifted the sack, turning it over and slamming it downward. You come out. It's a pity that the Dementor is stuck in a sack, no matter how Yvonne shakes it, it won't work. Harry on the side saw this scene in his eyes, his face was very weird, and what was in it was a Dementor. Why was I afraid of this kind of thing before? Yvonne on the other side was stumped for a while after trying various methods and failed, and he didn't know what to do. Although he could destroy the container used by the opponent to shelter, leaving it nowhere to escape, he spent a lot of time making this thing. After being destroyed, there is nothing else that can trap the Dementor. Yvonne remembered that the Dementor could understand the wizard's words, so he tentatively put his wand into the sack and poked it, and said, Come out. I know you can understand what I'm talking about. We are actually not malicious, we just want you to help. There is a little wizard here who wants to learn the patron saint curse and needs your cooperation. Of course, the Dementor hiding in the sack can't come out. It doesn't believe in Ivan's words, and it's even more impossible to help a wizard learn the magic of restraining himself. It's not a brain hole. Seeing that this method was ineffective, Yvonne threatened it again, saying that if the Dementor disagreed, he would now destroy it completely. If he agreed, he could consider letting him go. Looking at Yvonne, who was intimidated by the Dementors, Harry really didn't know how to complain. His impression of the Dementors over the past few months was destroyed in just a few tenths of minutes. Do nothing. But Harry still doubted whether Ivan's actions were of any use. Can creatures like Dementors really communicate with wizards? Soon, Harry saw the result. Under the threat of Yvonne, the Dementor carefully poked his head out of the hidden sack, and finally floated out. The disgusting and corrupt body looked a lot more blurred than before, and there were a few big holes in the tattered cloak, and Harry thought it should have been hit by those two white haze balls. As a result, this Dementor does not look terrifying overall, but it is inexplicably pitiful. Okay, Harry, I've made a deal with this Dementor, and it's happy to help you. Yvonne was satisfied with the general attitude of the Dementor, and said very confidently. Harry felt that Mr. Dementor might not be as happy as Yvonne said. Under the command of Yvonne, the two sides settled again. The difference is that the atmosphere now is completely different from before. Harry held his wand and adjusted his state to make himself serious, but watching the Dementor Harry who was scolded by Yvonne on the opposite side was not only unable to be serious, but even somewhat want to laugh. Under Ivan's repeated urging, the Dementor that emerged from the sack floated towards Harry with an unwillingly pretending appearance. As the distance got closer, the smell of food made the Dementor a little bit eager, but it was a pity that Yvonne was staring at it, and no matter how greedy the Dementor was, he didn't dare to move. Although the Dementor had reduced his power as much as possible, Harry was inevitably affected. The ability to spread fear was like a Dementor's talent, and it seemed that it could not be turned off. Holy Guard! Harry gritted his teeth and cast the spell over and over again with the painful memories that came up in his mind. The vast white mist continuously spewed from the top of the wand, pushing the approaching Dementors away. Come! Chapter 416, Practice the Patronus Mantra. Expecto Patronum, hush and guard! Harry shouted vigorously, and the twinkling white light once again pushed the Dementor back a few steps. The dense white mist faintly looked like a stag, but finally broke away. After casting the spell, Harry panted tiredly and practiced intensively all night. He had already mastered this profound spell initially, but he was unable to condense his patron saint for a long time. Every time it is about to succeed, it will be interrupted. Okay, Harry, stop for a while. Yvonne frowned upon seeing this situation, and said. Harry was unwilling to try again, but the Dementor on the opposite side had had enough, and he went straight back into the sack with a swish. Seeing this, Harry had no choice but to give up the idea of practicing again. Yvonne took a few steps forward and took out a box of chocolate frogs from the pocket of the wizard's robe and handed it to Harry, and said. You need to relax now, come on, eat this, it will make you feel better. Don't rush for it, we still have a lot of time. Harry nodded, took the box Yvonne handed over, took out a chocolate frog, and took a bite. Some bitter taste spread in his mouth, and there was a hint of sweetness. After swallowing, Harry felt a warm current rising from his stomach, dispelling the chill that had been contaminated when he touched the Dementor. When Harry regained some energy, Yvonne continued. Generally speaking, you have done a great job. I feel you are so close to the patron saint of condensation. Are you encountering any difficulties? If you don't mind, you can tell me. Every time I get close to the Dementor, I think of the scene where Voldemort killed my parents, and I can't recall those happy things. Harry hesitated and said to Yvonne. There is one more thing Harry didn't say. In this case, recalling those happy memories would always make him a little uncomfortable and feel sorry for his dead parents. How can you think like this? Just because you know your parents sacrificed for you, so you are prepared to be so sad all the time? They sacrificed their lives to protect you. They must hope that you can grow up healthy and happy. Yvonne, knowing what Harry meant, he couldn't help but comforted him. But the one who betrayed them, that Black is still at large, but I can't do anything. Harry gritted his teeth, his body trembling constantly. Destroyed his life to protect his parents from the betrayer's whistleblower. As long as Harry thought of Blake's escape from Azkaban, wandering outside, even trying to kill himself, all the happiness that came to his mind would disappear. Yvonne opened his mouth to persuade Harry, telling him that James and Lily definitely didn't want him to take risks anyway. But Yvonne couldn't say these words late. After returning from Knockdown Alley after experiencing the reversal of time and space, he understood Harry's current mood very well. And Harry's hatred for Sirius was beyond Ivan's imagination. Originally, Yvonne was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to be alone with Harry and tell him about Sirius, but now Yvonne is suddenly not sure whether he can convince Harry. Let Lupin and Sirius have a headache. If he sees that the dead dwarf Peter is still alive and has a black mark tattoo on his wrist, Harry should believe their rhetoric. Thinking of this, Yvonne turned to Harry and said. Harry, let's practice until today. Why? I'm in great condition. Try 1 or 2 more times, I will definitely succeed. Harry said eagerly. You have practiced for a whole night. Even if you are not tired, you should always give our Mr. Dementor a rest. You can bear it, it can't bear it. Besides, what you need now is not practice, but lack of happiness. Yvonne shrugged and said jokingly. Harry thought for a while, as if that was the case, and dispelled the idea of learning the patron saint spell all night. Afterwards, Yvonne took advantage of the situation and suggested that everyone go to Hogsmeade Village to play together tomorrow afternoon and adjust their mood. This should help the study of the Patronus Mantra. Maybe you strolled there for a while, and you were in a good mood, maybe you will be able to condense your patron saint when you come back. Yvonne said with a smile. Although it was a joke, Yvonne did think so in his heart. Harry couldn't condense the patron saint. After all, it was because of Sirius that formed a knot in his heart. As long as this knot can be untied, it is not difficult to master the protection of the god. After listening to Ivan's suggestion, Harry was very moved. He had heard George and Fred before they said that Hogsmeade was a wizarding village with many interesting things. Just thinking that he would need to fill out an application form to go to Hogsmeade, the expression on Harry's face collapsed again, and he said helplessly. But I shouldn't be able to go there. No one wants to sign me on the application form. So what? I don't have an application form, but no one can stop me. Yvonne said with a smile. Since Asia was attacked when school just started and he was hiding in Knockoff Alley, I don't know where the application form was sent. Yvonne didn't receive it at all, but he didn't care, anyway he wanted no one can stop you from going out. Do you have a way to hide from those dementors and sneak outside the school? Harry understood Ivan's meaning at once, and hurriedly asked. Yes. I know a secret road that leads directly to Hogsmeade Village. There is no dementor guarding it. How about? Are you going? Yvonne asked tentatively of course. Harry nodded without hesitation, and didn't care that he might be intercepted by Sirius if he slipped outside. In other words, Harry is not afraid of this betrayer, and even wants to find him and send Blake back to Azkaban. That's where the shameful betrayer should be. Seeing Harry's agreement, Yvonne waved his wand to tie the sack again, snapped his fingers and summoned Dobby to get this thing in the responsive room. After finishing everything, the two left the classroom together and returned to Gryffindor's bedroom. Ron, who was teasing a mouse in the bedroom alone, heard the sound of opening the door, turned his head, noticed the tired look on Harry's face, and asked curiously. Harry, Yvonne, where did you go? You came back so late. We found a place to practice magic. Yvonne replied casually, his gaze stopped for a while on Scrabble, and he continued to speak. By the way, Ron. Harry and I are going to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow. Do you want to be together? Chapter 417. Go. Of course I want to go. Ron agreed without thinking about it. After a while, he realized what Yvonne was saying and looked at Yvonne in surprise. Wait. You just said Harry is going to? Did he find the professor to sign him? No, not. So we plan to sneak out along the secret road. Yvonne shook his head and said with a smile. And I have an invisibility cloak, I won't be discovered. Harry also nodded, and took the silver-grey invisibility cloak out of the suitcase. Cool. This is awesome. Ron stepped forward and hugged Harry, patted him on the shoulder heavily. Ron knew how much Harry wanted to go to Hogsmeade, and now he finally got his wish. Afterwards, the two quickly chatted about Hogsmeade Village. It was mainly Ron who was going to introduce him. He had been there once before and told Harry vividly about all kinds of weird shops there. Yvonne looked at the two interested men and shook his head secretly. Harry and Ron are really deadly masters. They don't even think about the dangers they might encounter when they run outside. If Sirius really wants to kill Harry, it's estimated that both of them will run away based on their ability to kill. No more. But it's a good thing for Yvonne, at least I don't have to worry about how to convince them. However, this kind of rejoicing only lasted one night. Early the next morning, Harry and Ron, who were overly excited, were still discussing in a low voice during the meal that they were going to the Honeydew candy store in the afternoon to buy some snacks, but Hermione was unlucky enough to hear them. The little witch's eyes widened, and she shouted deeply in disbelief. Gosh, how can you do this? Hermione's high voice attracted the attention of the little wizards in the large exhibition hall. She obviously realized this too, and then lowered her voice to look at Harry, and said angrily. Harry. Did you know that Sirius Black is looking for you outside now? You should stay in the castle now instead of sneaking into Hogsmeade to play. And you can't get out. Those dementors guarded every passage in Hogwarts. Remember what Professor Dumbledore said? Even if you wear an invisibility cloak, you can't hide them. Hermione snapped a lot of words, trying to get Harry to dispel the unrealistic idea, but the latter seemed unappreciative, and Ron even more proudly said. Come on, Hermione. I discussed with Harry all night, and now these are not problems, we have already thought of a solution. Yes. Yvonne found a secret road. We can go directly to Hogsmeade from there. Although my invisibility cloak can't hide the dementors, it's okay to lie to Black. Harry also opened his mouth to explain. Although he really wanted to visit Hogsmeade Village, he didn't really intend to go out to find his death. On the contrary, he had seriously thought about it. At least from Harry's point of view, this was foolproof. Sirius would never have imagined that the person he was looking for would be able to wander outside invisibly. Thinking of this, Harry had a lot of confidence. The two factors that restrained him from going out were the dementors except Sirius. It just happens that I have already learned how to deal with dementors, next time I meet them, I will definitely not be as embarrassed as last time. Hermione looked at the confident Harry and Ron and rolled her eyes, feeling that they didn't even realize the seriousness of the matter. Then, the little witch turned her head and stared at Yvonne dissatisfiedly. She thought that Yvonne would be more cautious than the two of them, but she didn't expect that Yvonne would tell Harry the location of the secret road to help. He ran outside. Even though Hermione didn't say anything, she kept staring at her like this, and Yvonne was a little uncomfortable, and the steak she was eating was not fragrant anymore. More importantly, he didn't plan to tell Hermione about going out in Hogsmeade Village. Because this time I went to find Sirius to solve Peter's matter. Hermione is neither a key person like Harry nor the owner of Scabbers. She is the one who should stay in the castle waiting for news. But since Harry and the others had missed their mouths, the previous plan to keep Hermione in the castle would have been ruined, and Yvonne had to explain it aloud. I don't think Harry is in a good mood recently. He has been so frowning, so I want him to go to Hogsmeade to relax. This will help him adjust his mood. Anyway, I am here, so don't worry too much. After listening to Ivan's explanation, Hermione was relieved, but she was still a little worried. Of course she knew how powerful Yvonne was. In Knockdown Alley, Yvonne even used the power of the invisibility cloak to easily solve a full 10 black wizards. It's just that Sirius Black is not weak. He is a vicious thug. He has used a powerful spell to blow up an entire street. It must be difficult to deal with. Yvonne looked at Hermione's worried expression, wondering whether to praise or helpless. Compared to Harry and Ron's brave and fearless, Hermione clearly knew the danger of Harry going out at will, but sometimes it was not a good thing to be too smart, because it was too troublesome to fool around. After breakfast, a few people walked towards the classroom together. Today is not a day off. There is a class, Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. For Harry, attending this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is nothing short of enjoyment, and he even wants to stay in Lupin's class all day long. Thinking of going to Hogsmeade in the afternoon to play again, that would be double happiness, and Harry suddenly felt that this was simply the best day of the semester. So along the way the smile on Harry's face never disappeared. After entering the classroom, I immediately found a front position and sat down, looking forward to the content of this class. Is learning how to deal with a murloc? Or dealing with fairies? While Harry was dreaming, a figure he least wanted to see walked in from the door, and the smile on Harry's face slowly disappeared. Because the person who came in was not Lupin, but Snape in a black robe. Harry almost used the guts he had accumulated in the morning to stand up and question Snape. If I read the timetable correctly, this should be a Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor. Yet. Potter, you didn't make a mistake. Snape came in dragging his robe, his hollow eyes and Harry staring at each other. He replied slowly with a mocking language. But I will take this class today. Chapter 418, Poor Harry. Why? Professor Lupin. Ha asked in a sharp tone. He's very uncomfortable these days, but he can't teach you. Snape explained, then sneered. Also. Potter, you'd better figure it out. He specifically begged me to help substitute lessons these days. Harry didn't believe a word. Everyone in the school knew that Nep had always wanted to serve as a professor of defense against the dark arts, and he had always been in conflict with Lupin. For example, Neville once dressed Snape, who had become Boggart, in women's clothing in Lupin's class, and won Lupin's admiration. Harry thought Snape might have a grudge and murdered Professor Lupin while Dumbledore was not at school, so he insisted that Snape tell him what happened to Professor Lupin. I'll just say it again, he's still alive, there's no life threatening. Snape's face showed an expression of impatientness, and his hollow eyes stared at Harry, and he reprimanded. It's class time, sit down for me, Potter. However, Harry didn't mean to move. He was more worried about Lupin's situation than being punished by Snape. Gryffindor was deducted 10 points. If you don't sit down within 3 seconds, I will deduct another 50 points. Snape said word by word. Harry was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He sat down aggrieved, because Snape had already started counting on his own, and he knew very well that Snape had always done it on the issue of demerit points. Relax, Harry, Professor Lupin is okay. Yvonne, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help expressing comfort when he saw Harry's aggrieved and worried appearance. Lupin's situation, Yvonne, couldn't be more clear. It was all due to the fact that he took the wolf poison potion on the night of the full moon that caused his physical weakness and discomfort. What puzzled Yvonne was that he remembered that the wolf poison potion he made according to the formula given by the system did not have this defect. I don't know if it is because Snape's reverse cracking is not thorough enough, which leads to the existence of this flaw, or he deliberately wants to rectify Lupin. Have you seen Professor Lupin these past 2 days? How is he? Harry lowered his voice and asked anxiously. He wondered if Lupin was seriously ill, or was targeted by Snape. Otherwise, it won't be too high to be able to come to class. Yvonne couldn't tell him that Lupin was a werewolf, so he had no choice but to say that he had met Lupin yesterday. There was nothing wrong with him, it was really just that he was a little uncomfortable. Harry then let go of his worries. Snape's defense against the dark arts class was very different from Lupin's. It was not so fun and laughable, but only cold knowledge, and the sound of deducting Gryffindor points from time to time. Not only that, Snape directly ignored the progress of the course and asked everyone to turn the book to page 394 and learn how to identify and kill a werewolf. Potter, tell me, how do you spot a werewolf wizard hiding in the crowd? On the way to class, Snape suddenly asked. I don't know, Professor. We haven't learned this yet. According to the course flow, we should learn now. Harry started to explain. I'm in class now. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. Snape interrupted Harry's words directly, and then turned to glance around in the classroom, and said disappointedly. I really didn't expect that a group of third-grade students would not be able to distinguish werewolves. It seems that when your principal Dumbledore returns, I must emphasize to him that our new defense against the dark arts class professor is not as competent as he thought. The little wizards of Gryffindor present all had an angry expression, and even a few Slytherin students disagreed with Snape's statement. Their slow course learning is not the fault of Professor Lupin. This was entirely because their first two defense against the dark arts class professors were too bad, and Lupin had to make up for the previous lessons. And the knowledge about werewolves is clearly on the last page of the book. According to the plan, it will be learned at the end of this semester. Yvonne shook his head secretly in his heart. Snape really spared no effort in addressing Lupin. Learning this first was nothing more than hoping that someone could use this knowledge to break Lupin's identity as a werewolf. Quiet. Looking at the little wizards whispering underneath, Snape increased the volume to stop their behavior. After that, Snape ignored Hermione's raised hands and taught everyone how to distinguish a werewolf wizard through some facial features. It also emphasizes the brutality of werewolves, and even bluntly said that the magical world will have several werewolf attacks every once in a while. Some courageous little wizards almost thought they were listening to some horror story. In addition, an important feature of werewolf wizards that distinguishes them from ordinary wizards is that on every full moon night, they will be forced to transform into an irrational werewolf, causing a lot of damage. Speaking of this, Snape paused, then continued, and some werewolves regularly drink a potion called wolf poison potion in order to hide themselves, so that they can have a certain amount in their deformed state. Sanity. Potion of wolf poison? Hearing this name, many little wizards turned their heads and looked at Yvonne. If they remember correctly, last year Yvonne was awarded a second-level Merlin medal because of the development of the wolf poison potion. Oh, it seems that I almost forgot. We also have an expert in werewolf research. Snape's gaze was also placed on Ivan's body, with a slightly disappointed expression on his face. Unfortunately, our experts don't seem to know the werewolves as reported in the report. Snape was extremely dissatisfied with Ivan's failure to reveal Lupin's identity for months. He suspected that Yvonne had actually seen Lupin's identity, but he didn't say it for some purpose. The little wizards underneath didn't understand what Snape said anymore. Only Yvonne knew what Snape wanted to express, but he didn't intend to do that. Even he didn't mean to stand up and answer in this class, just because he was worried that speaking too much might increase the possibility of Lupin's exposure. A defense against the dark arts class soon ended in Snape's gloomy voice. After class, coming out of the classroom, Harry walking in the aisle couldn't help but vent his anger for the entire class. Why do we have to learn to distinguish the difference between a normal wizard and a werewolf wizard? This is obviously not the course we should learn now. Does Snape think there will be a werewolf lurking next to us? This is really ridiculous. Chapter 419, Welcome to Hogsmeade Village. Facing Harry's complaint, Ron immediately agreed, feeling that the level of the courses taught by Snape was far worse than that of Professor Lupin. Yvonne didn't reply, because Harry was trying to guess correctly, and Hermione was also silent, seeming to be thinking about something. At this moment, another voice suddenly rang in the corridor. That's not necessarily, Potter. I guess you must have not listened to Professor Snape's lecture seriously. Maybe there is a werewolf lurking in the school. Maybe it's the person closest to you. Everyone turned their heads to look over, but Malfoy arrogantly brought two of his followers over. Malfoy glanced at Harry with disdain, then spoke to Yvonne confidently. Wait, Halls, I will find evidence before you. Malfoy had a smug expression on his face, and the words he said made Harry and Ron even more confused, but Malfoy ignored them and left Yvonne with this sentence and went away. Does Malfoy think any of us is a werewolf? This idea is ridiculous. Ron murmured. Harry nodded. He was pretty sure that his friends weren't werewolf wizards, because no one regularly took some wolf poison potions, or suddenly played and disappeared on the night of the full moon. Hermione thought of something, but stopped talking, turned her head to look at Yvonne, only to find that Yvonne shook her head at her. The little witch immediately understood that Yvonne had already known the identity of Lupin's werewolf wizard, so she swallowed the words that had come to her mouth. Yvonne was not surprised that Hermione was able to discover Lupin's identity. In the original time and space, Hermione guessed Lupin's identity by herself based on various clues, let alone the present. But Malfoy was able to guess it, which surprised Yvonne. Could it be that his own reasons have caused Malfoy to work hard and become shrewd? Yvonne remembered what Malfoy had said to him some time ago. He didn't quite understand what Malfoy meant at the time, but now he knew it better. Fortunately, it seemed that Malfoy had not found decisive evidence. He just suspected that Lupin was a werewolf. Otherwise, he should have told the professors long ago. Thinking of this, Yvonne also had a headache. He didn't want Liu Ping to be exposed and expelled from the position of professor like Yuan Shikeng. However, Yvonne couldn't think of any way to target Malfoy for a while and let him stop investigating Lupin. Malfoy is not Peter Pettigrew, and using the forgetting curse on him is extremely risky. Because Yvonne didn't know when Malfoy began to doubt Lupin, if he directly washed away the memory of the other person over the past few months, even a fool would be able to see the problem. Even if Yvonne is sure that what he can do is very secretive, so that others cannot suspect him, but who knows if Malfoy has told others about his guess. If the identity of Lupin's werewolf is found and no other murderer can be found, he will definitely become the first suspect in attacking Malfoy. At that time, Lucius will probably use his influence to characterize the matter when he is angry, and Lupin will be imprisoned in Azkaban for assaulting students. Yvonne thought for a long time, and felt that he could only provide Lupin with some genuine wolf poison potions in the future, so that Lupin would not need to ask for leave once a month. It should be able to effectively reduce the probability of being discovered and how long it can delay. How long is it? Just thinking about things like this, a few people went to the auditorium for lunch. After complaining for a long time, considering that Harry, who was going to Hogsmeade Village later, quickly put aside the unpleasantness in class, and after hurriedly finished eating, he returned to the dormitory to take him. The invisibility cloak was taken out. Ron also found the pocket money in his suitcase. Although there were only a few silver sequos, he still solemnly took half of it and put it in the pocket of the wizard's robe. Of course Ron did not forget his most cherished rat scab. It is worth mentioning that Shaban did not want to leave the safe Gryffindor dormitory and wandered outside. A pair of small paws clung to the pillow to protest, and the screams were earth-shattering. Ron was very embarrassed when he saw this state, feeling a little at a loss, thinking about whether to leave Scab in the bedroom. Faint. A red light galloped past and hit the grey-black mouse, his eyes widened, and he fainted with a squeak. Okay, isn't this done? Yvonne slowly put away his wand, and said with satisfaction. He was worried about running away halfway, and now this problem is solved perfectly. Ron opened his mouth and looked at Yvonne with a weird face, but in the end he didn't say anything. He also felt that his pet mouse was a bit nervous lately, and it would be good to get some sleep when going out. Let's go quickly, I can't wait. Harry had changed his clothes at this time, grabbed a handful of Jinjialong, looked at Yvonne, and said expectantly. Yvonne nodded, and the three of them walked out of Gryffindor's lounge together. Hermione was already waiting outside. She was still a little unwilling, and tried to persuade Harry to stay in school for the last time. We always have to go outside. Harry can't hide in Hogwarts Castle all his life. A truly brave Gryffindor shouldn't be afraid of anything. Ron vowed. Hermione stared at him very dissatisfied. Being brave and reckless is not the same, not to mention going to die. In this noisy atmosphere, Yvonne led everyone to a remote corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, and stopped in front of a statue of a humpback witch. Separate left and right. Yvonne stretched out his wand and tapped lightly on the statue. With a soft sound of rumbling, the statue's hunchback automatically opened to both sides, revealing a long and narrow dark channel, which can accommodate a thinner person to penetrate into it. Come in. Yvonne said, and then the first one got in and jumped into the dark space below. I always feel that we are doing something bad. Harry looked at the entrance of the black hole and couldn't help but spit out. Originally, if you were caught out of the house, Professor McGonagall would deduct 100 points for us. Hermione rolled her eyes, but still followed in the first time. Harry and the others followed Yvonne all the way, walking through the stars under the light curse. I don't know how long he has been walking. Just when Harry felt a little sore in his legs and was about to ask, Yvonne suddenly stopped, tapped the sky with his magic wand, and a trap door was pushed open. The dazzling light shone in through the opening, causing Harry and the others to squint their eyes a little uncomfortably. Yvonne jumped directly on the lead, turned his head and said to them. Come on, this is it, welcome to Hogsmeade Village. Chapter 420, Encounter at the Duke of Honey. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed up the steps one by one. Where is this? Harry patted the dust on his body and looked left and right. It looked like a cellar, surrounded by crates and other wooden boxes, with various date-written notes on it. The basement. To be precise, we are in the basement of the Honeyduke's shop. Yvonne explained. Hermione looked at Harry and reminded him. Harry, hurry up and put on the invisibility cloak. Don't be seen by others. N. Harry nodded, put on the invisibility cloak, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Then Yvonne led them out of the basement quietly. Originally, Ron and others were still very nervous, for fear of being discovered. After all, they sneaked out of someone else's basement, and it would be over if they were caught directly. But after they really came out, Ron realized that no one would even notice where they came from. Because it was so lively here, it was crowded with senior students from Hogwarts, and all kinds of laughter and noise were endless. All kinds of delicious candies are placed on the shelves on Thursdays and Mondays. The large custard nougat, the sparkling pink coconut sorbet, the honey-colored toffee, and dozens of hundreds of flavors of chocolate are dazzling. Especially a few shelves against the wall, there are magic candies with special effects placed on them. For example, the pepper urchin who can spew a ball of flame after eating, the explosive filling gummy that will explode after a bite, the lollipop with a thick taste. The variety and novelty made Harry and Hermione, who came for the first time, couldn't look away. Harry never knew that candy can make so many tricks. Looking at the above introduction, he was very excited. He was ready to buy each one and taste it. Except for the local tyrant, Harry, Hermione, and Ron are entangled in making choices. They have limited pocket money and can only buy a few to try. Looking at their excited and tangled appearance, Yvonne couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Candy is really attractive to children, even the little wizard who knows magic. Considering that there is no shortage of time to see Sirius, Yvonne is not good at forcing them to leave here, so I just let them be happy for a while. The lollipop looks terrible. No one likes vampires like this. Can Pepper Naughty really spew out a fire after eating it? How does the mint ice cream taste? Min picked out a few candies, hesitated to put back some uninterested ones, and turned to Yvonne and wanted to ask him his opinion. Yvonne shook his head. He hadn't eaten this stuff before, and when he was thinking about what to say, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Are you looking for candy that can breathe fire if you eat it? We have it here. George and Fred joked together, their hands still holding an unbranded candy. This is our latest research result. It's definitely more interesting than the candy here. How about it, do you want to try it? It's free. Seeing the two of them, Yvonne felt a little surprised, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. However, Yvonne always thanked Buman for the Weasley brothers' mischievous candy, and shrugged and refused. We don't want to be your little guinea pigs, you should keep the tricky others to go. That's really a shame. If you want to buy it next time, you will have to pay. George shook his head disappointedly, then glanced at Yvonne and the others, and said unexpectedly. By the way, where's Harry? Didn't he come with you? Still trapped in the castle. Oh, what a poor boy. Didn't you tell Harry about the secret road? We see that he is quite unhappy lately, so you should take him out and stroll around. Fred also sighed. His expression, tut out his voice. Harry is safe to stay in school, you know. Hermione glared at them dissatisfiedly and said in a high tone, but soon realized that this might be heard by a fugitive. He lowered his voice and said word by word. Know that Sirius Black is still chasing him. What are you afraid of, isn't Yvonne still here? I think his level of magic is no worse than some Aurors. If Black dares to come and catch him. Ha ha ha, maybe Yvonne can still give him the Merlin medal. It's one more level. As George said with a grin, he tore open the candy wrapper in his hand and threw it into his mouth. However, this square candy stopped automatically beside George's mouth in horror. It just hovered in the air, moved slowly, and disappeared in front of them bit by bit. The sound of crack-crazed chewing candies came from a place with no one nearby. Damn it! George was taken aback at once, and Fred's face also showed a look of uncertainty. No, ordinary ghosts can't do this. Hermione and Ron were holding back a smile, of course they knew what was going on. Harry, who was hiding in the invisibility cloak, swallowed this candy, and soon felt that his throat was so hot as if he had been burned by fire, it was very choking. Harry couldn't help but raised his head and sneezed. A scorching flame spewed out of his mouth and almost burned to the next shelf. In the seemingly empty place, a few coughs soon rang, and then Harry complained. This thing smells too bad, you should improve it. George and Fred listened to the sound from nowhere, and stepped back uncertainly until they heard Harry's voice. They were relieved. They couldn't understand that Harry was tricking them, but they were even more curious about how Harry did it. Is it a phantom spell? Harry, you actually mastered this. George suddenly thought of the phantom spell, guessing in surprise. We have always wanted to learn, but we haven't mastered this spell yet. Fred also couldn't believe it. No, I don't know how to use such advanced spells, this is the effect of the invisibility cloak. Harry lifted the invisibility cloak a little bit, exposing his face, and then put it on again. Cool. That's so convenient. George and Fred exclaimed. The price of an invisibility cloak is not cheap. If they had this thing in the first place, it would be much easier to go out for a stroll. Maybe they can still go to some places they have always wanted to go but dare not go. Thinking of this, the faces of George and Fred showed envy. Hermione broke the cheerful atmosphere seriously, and said, Harry, you shouldn't do this. If someone sees you, it will be over. Don't worry, no one was looking here just now. George and Fred won't talk about it. Harry shook his head nonchalantly. He didn't think there would be such a coincidence. Yes, yes. Our mouths are very strict. The Weasley brothers made a shut-up gesture together and promised never to speak out. The people laughed and talked for a long time, and then George and Fred separated from them. Ron and others also selected the candies. Because it was inconvenient to show up, Yvonne had to pay for the bill instead of Harry. Immediately afterwards, the enthusiastic Harry, Ron, and Hermione took Yvonne to the Zoke joke shop to buy many interesting prank goods. After more than 2 hours of playing like this, Yvonne found that he would take them to a place that was said to be very interesting. At first, Harry and the others didn't doubt their trust in Yvonne. As the road went more and more remote, they felt something was wrong. Yvonne, what are we doing here? It just looks like there is nothing. After walking through a small forest and entering a long abandoned house, Hermione finally couldn't help but asked. Harry and Ron also looked at Yvonne suspiciously. Chapter 421, Spotted Flying. This is the Screaming Shack, which is considered a very famous place in Hogsmeade Village. Yvonne opened his mouth to explain, and was about to continue, but was interrupted by Ron's words. I've heard of it. Some senior students said that it used to be haunted, and it would make a screaming scream in the middle of the night, that's why it was called a shack. Harry shuddered as he listened to Ron's words, and he wondered why Yvonne would bring them to this place. That's just a rumor. There is no haunting in the Screaming Hut. The howl is due to other reasons. Yvonne casually explained, then turned his head and looked around, looking for Harry, solemnly said. I brought you here this time to solve Harry's problems. Me? Harry lifted his invisibility cloak and pointed at himself confusedly. Ron and Hermione didn't quite understand what Yvonne was talking about. Yes, to be precise, to solve a misunderstanding. In fact, betrayal. Yvonne opened his mouth and was about to explain to them in detail. When he saw a grey-black thing sharply, he suddenly got out of Ron's pocket. Turned it out. Ron felt that something was wrong for the first time, and when he lowered his head, he saw his beloved mouse crawling outside like crazy. Scaly, where are you going, Scaly? Ron shouted aloud, a swoop trying to catch the frantically fleeing Scaly, but he rushed into the air. After avoiding Ron, the grey-black mouse fled even harder, and all four paws ran out of afterimages. Peter was terrified in his heart. After being knocked out by Yvonne before, he was finally awakened by the sloshing and noise along the way. Before he could figure out what happened, he heard Ivan's voice. Harry and the others couldn't understand what Yvonne wanted to express, but Peter knew it better. Although I don't know how Yvonne learned about it, have he ever been in contact with Sirius, it's always right to escape now. Seeing the exit right in front of him, and the bright sunlight shining from the outside, Peter had a long-lost smile on his face, and the big rock in his heart slowly dropped. Spots fly here. However, a voice directly broke Peter's illusion, and Yvonne waved his magic wand very calmly. Peter, who was only one step away from successfully escaping from the screaming shed, desperately felt that his body was being pulled by some kind of force. Not reconciled, Peter buckled the decayed wooden plank with his claws, scratching traces on it, and piercing screams broke through the sky. It's a pity that the power of magic is not something a mouse can resist. No matter how unwilling Peter is, it won't help. He soon flies backwards and returns. Yvonne squeezed its tail skillfully and lifted Scabs in the air. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Using a flying curse to summon a wizard in the form of Animagus cost a lot. This should be related to the abundance of magic power in the body. Thanks to Peter's small size now, otherwise Yvonne suspects that his magic is not working. Of course, even if he didn't make a move, Peter couldn't escape. In order to prevent accidents like the original time and space, Yvonne has arranged Dobby to follow at any time in secret. With this layer of insurance, there is almost no possibility of mistakes. The speckled reaction of being caught by the tail was fierce, and he wanted to scratch and bite Ivan's fingers to let him down. But Yvonne didn't give it this opportunity. With a slight trembling of his wrist, he shook the mouse in the air. Even if he tried hard to twist, he couldn't touch his wrist. After many attempts to no avail, Peter suddenly fell into deep despair. It's just that he doesn't have a magic wand in his hand, and Peter has no plans to turn back into a wizard. When the opponent is defensive, his chance of attacking is almost zero. It's better to keep the mouse form and continue to linger. Peter still has unrealistic expectations in his heart, maybe they still don't know who they are. Yvonne, thank you so much. Shaban doesn't know what's wrong recently, and has always been irritable. Ron walked up, and while complaining, he reached out to grab Shaban. Yvonne stepped back directly, avoiding Ron's hand, and reminded. For your safety, it is better for this mouse to be in my hand for the time being. Safe? What are you talking about? Scabbers won't bite me. Ron's face was ugly. You better listen to him, Peter has been lurking by your side for so many years, and you are still alive now, but luck is better. The husky and low voice suddenly sounded in the Screaming Hut. Harry and the others shuddered. Turning to look over, a dog jumped directly from the high platform. Dog? A talking black dog? Ron's mind was a little confused, and he backed away a few steps suspiciously. Harry wanted more. He had seen this big dog many times, and often wandered by his side. According to Professor Trelawney's prediction, it was a sign of death and unknown. You shouldn't have come out at this time, at least you have to wait for me to explain it clearly to them. Yvonne said helplessly to the black dog. Did you not tell them before? Anyway, I have been waiting for too long. The dog shook his head humanely, his gaze stayed on Harry for a moment, and then quickly turned to Ivan's hand. On the grey-black mouse. When Peter saw the dog, he knew that he was dead, so he was hanging upside down in the air, limp. And Sirius was also under the gaze of everyone, gradually deforming and distorting from a black dog back to the form of a wizard. With the help of Yvonne, Sirius will no longer recover the sloppy appearance of time and space. Wearing a decent gown, his black hair has obviously been taken care of. It was his 10-year prison life that made him look a little haggard, with sunken eye sockets, but still did not damage his handsome face. Little Sirius Black. After seeing the opponent's appearance, Harry's pupils tightened and he stammered, and a chill came from the solace of his feet. Harry, we finally met officially. Sirius said with emotion. After a brief consternation, Harry's rage dazzled his head. He held up his wand and pointed it at Sirius and said angrily. Yeah, we finally met. You betrayed my father, are you here to kill me again? I'm not afraid of you. Having said that, Harry turned his head to look at Yvonne again, his eyes full of disappointment and incomprehension, and his whole body was trembling slightly. He never thought that he would be betrayed by his best friend like his father. Chapter 422, Harry, Ron, we beat Black. When the two sides confronted each other, Ron suddenly pulled Harry back aside, drew out his wand and pointed it at Sirius, yelling. Harry, go quickly, put on the invisibility cloak, and I will hold them. Afterwards, Ron looked at Yvonne in anger and cursed. I really believed you wrong, Yvonne. I didn't expect you to be in a gang with Black and trick us here. I said before, I'm here to correct a misunderstanding. Yvonne explained helplessly. Misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Black killed my parents. And you, my best friend, brought me to him. Harry completely lost control, completely giving up his intention to escape, angrily swallowed his heart. Now this scene seemed to Harry like a repeat of the original scene. I didn't. Harry, things are not what you think. Sirius hurriedly approached a few steps, trying to explain. Harry shot suddenly and waved his wand. Except for your weapons. A red light flew out from the top of the wand, and Sirius backhanded subconsciously to bless himself with the iron armor curse, but he was afraid of harming Harry and causing even greater misunderstandings. The red light had already hit the moment of hesitation. On him. Sirius took a few steps back in pain, and the wand in his hand spun out, swirling in the air, and finally fell into Harry's hand. The moment he caught the wand, Harry was stunned. He looked at Sirius easily disarmed by himself, with an inexplicable sense of absurdity. You beat him, Harry. Ron said in shock. He also didn't expect that the rumored brutal Black would be defeated by Harry, but there was an excitement that could not be concealed. They defeated a major enemy, and now they only need to solve the other. Thinking of this, Ron turned his head to look at Yvonne and shouted loudly. Except for your weapons. The red beam rushed towards Yvonne not far away. But Yvonne didn't mean to be beaten, and immediately activated the effect of the protective ring. After the beam collided with the magic barrier, it returned to the original path and hit Ron's body at a faster speed. Ron was knocked out and fell into a pile of decayed logs. He couldn't get up for a long time. Ron. Harry was immediately anxious when he saw Ron's miserable condition, waved his wand to cast a spell against Yvonne, and was shot out immediately. Both wands fell into Ivan's hands. Seeing the scene getting chaotic, Hermione couldn't help screaming next to her. Enough. Don't fight anymore. Hermione, come here, stay away from them. Harry got up from the ground with difficulty and said to Hermione anxiously. Don't be silly, Yvonne had already started to kill us. We can't beat him together. Hermione yelled hysterically. Although she didn't know why Yvonne would be mingling with Sirius, she was very clear about the strength of the two sides. If Yvonne colluded with Sirius and brought them to this remote place to kill Harry, there is no need to explain at all, just do it. In addition, Hermione felt that Yvonne had no reason to murder Harry. Yes. You should calm down and use your brains to think about it. Until now, Sirius and I have not attacked you, but you did it first. Isn't that obvious enough? Yvonne looked at Harry and the others. Shrugged. Ron, who crawled out of the rubble, wanted to refute, he had just been attacked. He just choked quickly, because he remembered that Yvonne had just bounced the spell he had released. In a sense, Yvonne hadn't attacked himself. Harry was even more completely confused. He looked at Sirius, but the opponent didn't rush to kill him, his eyes still had the excitement of a long-lost reunion. Ivan, what the is going on? Hermione asked first. She is willing to believe in Ivan, but she is also very puzzled, there are too many things to ask. I was just about to explain to you, if you didn't interrupt me. Ivan said helplessly, and then explained it to the three of them. You may know what happened back then and I won't repeat it, but one thing that needs to be corrected is that he betrayed Harry's father and the person who caused Harry's parents to be killed was not Sirius, but Harry's father. Another friend of his, Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew? The hero who went to chase Black but was killed alone. Harry couldn't help interrupting Ivan's words again, and roared in retort. Malfoy told me everything, and I also asked Professor McGonagall to confirm the authenticity, and she clearly told me that Black had betrayed my father. And there were many witnesses, and muggles all over the street gave similar testimonies. Pettigrew stopped Black and cried and called my parents' names. Then the two of them fought and Peter Pettigrew was killed on the spot. Harry kept remembering, tears dripping into his eyes, and he almost looked at Sirius with hatred. In addition to the muggles, Hagrid was also a witness. He had a lot of confidence from Hagrid before. Hagrid said that he saw Sirius appear near the sanctuary, which is what Harry did. The reason? After all, Hagrid would never deceive himself. Seeing Harry's hateful gaze, Sirius was very painful, but he still tried to explain. No, it's not like that. Peter Pettigrew and I changed our identities temporarily, and he will serve as the confidential person. In order to ensure the privacy, this matter is only known to me, your father and Peter. That's why it caused a misunderstanding. 3 people? Now that my father and Peter Pettigrew are dead, who can prove this? Harry was very skeptical, and didn't think there would be such a coincidence. You are wrong, Peter is not dead. Sirius said word by word, then turned his head and stared at the mouse in Ivan's hand with a cannibalistic look, and said again. We have caught him now. Harry and the others also turned their gazes on Scabble. The grey-black mouse had limped down, motionless as if it were dead. Ron immediately understood what Sirius wanted to express, and shouted in disbelief. Don't you say that my streaky is Peter? It's impossible. It's just a pet. I have kept it for many years. We even ate together, took a bath together, and even went to the toilet. I took it with me. No one knows Shaban better than me. It cannot be a wizard. This is ridiculous. Chapter 423, Does anyone care about how Blotchy feels? Ron was trembling with anger. Can this world be better? Why should everyone target his mouse? Zebra is pitiful enough. When he is at home, he was tricked by George and Fred. This semester was also targeted by the cat raised by Hermione. Now he is going to be regarded as the culprit for betraying Harry's parents. Does anyone care about how Blotchy feels? No. Obviously it is just an ordinary pet mouse. In general, the lifespan of mice is very short, only about 1 to 3 years. Do you remember how long Shaban stayed in your house? Yvonne broke Ron's illusion and forced to ask. Ron was sluggish for a while. His rat scabbard was inherited from Percy. It has been for many years, and it must be far longer than the lifespan of an ordinary rat. But even so, Ron was still very stubborn or unwilling to believe it. It's different, maybe Shaban is a magic mouse. It's time to return to his master now, give it back to me soon. I can't lose it. Ron said almost choked up. Ron can't accept the fact that his mouse is Peter Pettigrew. Shaban is not only his pet, but also a partner who grows up with him. Since childhood, he has never been taken seriously, most of the things on his body are not wanted by his brothers, even wizard robes, wands and pets. Whenever others talk about him, they always think that he is the savior Harry's follower, and a good friend of the rising star Yvonne Halls. 2 great friends can always show up on any occasion, and he can only be used as a background board, humble like a mouse. And these emotions he can't talk to anyone, only his pet mouse, because it is absolutely confidential, it will not disclose these things, nor will he refute his words. Not to mention that Blob is almost his reflection, just as small, unobtrusive, and unflattering. Ron couldn't even imagine what a miserable life Shaban would lead if he left him. Only his master can provide him with shelter. So Ron rushed towards Yvonne like a dash, trying to save Shaban, then hit the protection of the iron armor curse and was bounced away again. Yvonne really couldn't understand why Ron was more excited than Harry. Isn't he just a pet rat? As for Ron lost control again, Yvonne waved his wand, and the wooden chair next to him turned into a long rope to tie Ron quietly. You need to calm down. I can show you the evidence right now. Looking at Ron who was still struggling on the ground, Yvonne shook his head and said something, then pointed his magic wand at Shaban and entered the magic power in. The mouse that was grabbed by Yvonne uttered the worst scream since it was alive. It waved its limbs frantically and tried to bite Ivan's wand with its teeth, but to no avail. The magic power penetrated the whole body, and quickly touched the protective mechanism of the brain, and the grey-black mouse began to deform in front of everyone. Its limbs are constantly stretching and becoming thicker, its head is getting bigger and bigger, and its tail is retracted. Ivan couldn't hold it, so he simply threw it into the corner. Peter rolled on the ground in pain, and the deformation continued, but a short, fat, and bald middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone in a moment. Ron stared blankly at the dirty and bald old man in front of him, his mind went down. He thought about eating and washing with Scab, and talking about his inner memories. All these beautiful scenes, but now it makes him feel sick. He is Peter Pettigrew? Why can he become a mouse? Harry, who also watched the transformation process all the way, was shocked and stammered. When he was in school, he could see this mouse almost every day. Whoever imagined that Shaban turned out to be a wizard, and maybe the culprit who betrayed his parents? It's Animagus, Hermione said suddenly. What? Harry and Ron looked at her suspiciously. Animagus transformation. That is an extremely powerful transformation magic, almost without any flaws. The effect is to turn a wizard into a specific animal. Professor McGonagall mentioned it once when we were in transfiguration class. Have you forgotten it? Hermione spoke extremely fast. Have it? Why don't I remember? Harry looked blank, but if Hermione said so, she must have been. But I remember that the Ministry of Magic made a record of all wizards who can become animals. There is a special register showing what animals they can become, as well as markers and the like. Hermione looked at Sirius and asked suspiciously. Peter, obviously they are both animagus. That's good. But you overlooked one point. Not everyone will abide by the Ministry of Magic's regulations. Sirius looked at Hermione appreciatively and explained. It's clear now, isn't it? I don't think I need to explain it anymore, right? Yvonne pointed to Peter, who was curled up on the ground and trembling. Harry nodded and was about to respond when Peter Pettigrew, lying on the ground, suddenly screamed. No, that's not the case. You are all fooled, you were fooled by Black. He is a murderer, a dark wizard through and through. You don't believe what a murderer says, do you? I can tell you that the entire Black family are extremely pure blood, without exception. His brother Regulus Black is a Death Eater, and his cousin Bellatrix Black is the most loyal servant of the mysterious man. The entire Black family is a supporter of the mysterious man. Speaking of which, Peter looked at Sirius with a grim look and questioned him. Dare you deny this? Except Yvonne, everyone looked at Sirius in surprise, waiting for his response. Of course I don't deny this. My brothers and sisters are indeed scum. Sirius confessed generously, looked at the suspicion in everyone's eyes, and continued. However, because I am a maverick and always hate their pure blood ideas, I have long been removed from the family tree by my mother. Who knows if you deliberately lurked down, gained James's trust and became a traitor? Pettigrew Peter retorted quickly. He looked at Harry and the others with pity, and finally turned to Yvonne. He knew that he wanted to escape, and the key was whether he could convince Yvonne to trust him. After all, Black has lost his wand, and now Yvonne is the strongest here. Chapter 424, Even the Dark Lord is not as cruel as you. The words of Peter Pettigrew plunged Harry and the others into the mist again, and things that were completely certain seemed to become uncertain again. It seems that you only have this ability to slander people. Why didn't you explain why you had to pretend to be a mouse and hide for more than 10 years? Sirius sneered. It's Lupin, Lupin has been chasing me down. I must hide. I must hide. Peter Pettigrew shouted madly. Professor Lupin. Harry and the others said in astonishment. Yes, that's right, it's Lupin. He is actually a werewolf. It was not only Black and Lupin who had betrayed James back then. Peter Pettigrew broke another shocking news, and then he continued to speak more and more smoothly, tearfully speaking. Do you know why Lupin is so poor all these years? He always suspected that I was still alive, so he planned to kill me and even gave up his job for this, preferring to be hungry. Lupin has been looking for me all over the world for the past few years, because only I know their evil faces. He must have known that I am here when he came to Hogwarts this year as a professor. Peter Pettigrew was crying like a man of tears. He looked at Harry and said. Moreover, I want to stay by your side to protect you, Harry. You must not have imagined how happy I was when I saw you at Hogwarts for the first time. The face of Yvonne, who knew the truth, became very strange. He knew that Peter Pettigrew was very cunning, but he never expected that this guy could make up so much. Fortunately, he was more cautious and didn't expose Peter's identity in the public. Otherwise, if nothing else, the identity of Lupin's werewolf would be leaked. How dare you? Peter, you filthy bug, you are not enough to slander me, and you intend to involve Lupin. Sirius angrily grabbed Peter by the collar and punched directly. Hit him on the nose. Peter screamed in pain, the bridge of his nose was beaten crooked, nosebleeds and nasal mucus mixed together, and all kinds of red and white spouted out of his nose. Sirius didn't stop, but punched again, and Peter cried madly. Help, he wants to kill me so no one knows the truth. Stop him. Harry and the others who were watching were a little at a loss. Yvonne was a little worried that Peter would be killed directly, so he wanted to offer some comfort. At this moment, the door of the screaming hut was suddenly opened, and a voice followed. Peter, unexpectedly, you would say this to me secretly, your ability to make stories is much higher than before. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Lupin, wearing a patched robe, walked in from the door, his face looked a little sickly pale, and he held a magic wand in his hand. Sirius was not surprised when he saw Lupin, because he had invited him, but he keenly noticed that Lupin's state was a bit wrong. What's the matter with you, Lupin? Are you okay? Sirius put aside Peter with a swollen nose, frowned, and asked puzzledly. I just took the wolf's poison potion. I'm in a bad state these days. Liu Ping shook his head, saying that he was fine. Yvonne interrupted their words at this moment and said emphatically. The genuine wolf poison potion does not have this debilitating effect. You may have been cheated by Snape. Perhaps. After all, he hasn't liked me very much, anyway, it will be effective. Lupin said with a wry smile. He had to transform once a month. Although the potion Snape gave him would have side effects that would make him weak, at least it could restrain the ferocity after the transformation, which was enough for him. You must know that the price of genuine wolf poison potions is not cheap. He has just become a professor and has little money. After years of wandering life, he has developed the habit of saving money. Then, Lupin turned to look at Harry and the others and said apologetically. I'm sorry, but I kept hiding from you for so long. I was worried that my werewolf identity would cause some panic, so I chose to keep it secret. Despite the pain, Peter Pettigrew suddenly showed excitement on his twisted face. He pointed to Lupin and said loudly. Have you seen it? He admits it, he admits that he is a werewolf. Even if Professor Lupin is a werewolf, that can't prove anything. There are good people and bad people in any race. The saying that a werewolf is evil is just the prejudice of many wizards. I believe Professor Lupin is a good person. Hermione interrupted Peter's words and spoke to Harry and the others. Right, Harry, Ron. Yes, Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts class professor I have ever seen. Harry remembered Lupin's dedicated teaching course during this time, and he also cared about himself, so he quickly made a choice. After all, his best friend and most trusted professor stood up and told him Sirius was innocent, and Peter was the real murderer who betrayed his parents. This made Harry's original wobbly balance now completely fall to Sirius's side. Ron also nodded dumbly. He looked at Peter in a daze. He still didn't believe that his beloved mouse would become a bald old man. The excitement on Peter Pettigrew's face stagnated, and seeing the people present turning one by one, despair gradually spread in his heart. Peter tried hard to climb to Ivan's feet, grabbed Ivan's thigh, and asked with the last glimmer of hope. House. You are so smart, you will believe me, right? Save it, Peter, why are you doing this every time? There is nothing new, but the story you make up is getting better and better. Peter Pettigrew kicked aside. After thinking about it, Yvonne waved his magic wand again and turned into a rope to bind him tightly, and added a magic that made people weak. Although Peter, who doesn't have a magic wand in his hand, has no threats, it is better to guard against some. After all, there are little wizards like Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Peter, who fell down the corner, fell into a deeper despair after hearing Ivan's words. The pain in his body couldn't conceal the chill from the solace of his feet. He is not stupid, combined with his intermittent memories of the past few days, he quickly thought of something extraordinary, and he took a breath of breath. No wonder he always felt that there was something that he couldn't remember these days. Peter looked at Yvonne again, trembling like he was looking at a demon. He felt that even the Dark Lord would not be so cruel. Chapter 425, Poor Innocent and Bad Peter. Peter's tragic situation did not arouse everyone's sympathy, and Sirius still managed to endure the murder before leaving Peter's life. Lupin looked at Harry and the others in touch. He didn't expect that he had revealed his identity as a werewolf and they were still willing to trust him. In order to completely solve this misunderstanding, Lupin and Sirius told Harry the causes and consequences of the whole thing in detail. Except for the inconvenience of the Order of the Phoenix, they have almost no reservations. Harry almost cried and listened to it all. It took him a long time to stabilize his emotions. He looked angrily at Peter, who was bound to the ground and still had a nosebleed, and asked in a puzzled voice. Why did you suddenly choose him to be the secret guard at the time? In the descriptions of Sirius and Lupin, Peter is timid, cowardly, and incompetent, and it is useless. Even if the secretaries need to be changed, Lupin should be the one who should take care of him. You should have heard what Peter said just now. At that time, a traitor appeared in the camp against Voldemort and sent a lot of information to the mysterious man. Because of Lupin's identity as a werewolf wizard, I once doubted him, so I excluded him when selecting the secretaries. Sirius explained, and looked at Lupin apologetically. Please forgive me, Remus. It doesn't matter, I doubted you at the beginning. We are even. Lupin shook his head. After that, the two smiled bitterly at each other. It is this level of suspicion that the identity of the confidential person will fall to Peter. Among James' friends, Peter is the least suspect. Usually undercover agents need to have a high degree of courage and a good mentality, and Peter does not meet any of them. This was originally the safest move, but who knew it would push James and Lily to hell? Anyway, it's all my fault. Harry. I'm sorry, but I took the initiative to suggest that James change the candidate that caused it all. Sirius looked at Harry very reproachfully and said. No, you are not wrong. Harry shook his head and said with certainty. The mistake is Peter Pettigrew, who has betrayed the trust of you and my father and betrayed his friends. All the people present were silent for a moment, only Hermione thought of the most important thing to do now and reminded him. Now that everything is clear, let's go and tell Professor McGonagall now, let her notify the people at the Ministry of Magic and clear Mr. Black of suspicion. Harry nodded hastily, he didn't want to wait for a moment. This can't be done. It's not the time yet. Yvonne stopped them. Why? Harry looked at Yvonne in surprise, with a puzzled look on his face. Also I've always wanted to ask, since you already knew it, why didn't you say it earlier? Of course I am worried that the people from the Ministry of Magic will get in the way. Yvonne sighed, and then explained to Harry and the others, emphatically explaining the stakes. The Ministry of Magic will not slap themselves. If they face such a major scandal without external factors, they will only choose to conceal it as much as possible, and they will be wrong, and they will never take the initiative to admit it. It shouldn't be it. That's the Ministry of Magic, and we've caught Peter Pettigrew. The evidence is solid. Just give him a little Veritaserum to make everything clear. Hermione pursed her lips, hesitating. Said. All of what Yvonne just said was impacting her three views, which made Hermione, who had always been accustomed to observing the rules, a little unacceptable for a while. The Ministry of Magic is not as fair as you think, Hermione. For many politicians, the truth of the matter is not important, they only care which result is in their favor. What they do best. Yvonne cruelly shredded Hermione's fantasy and placed the cold facts in front of the 13-year-old witch. Harry and Ron were also reshaped of the three views, and they could hardly imagine that the Ministry of Magic would reverse black and white. Ahem. Sirius coughed slightly and attracted the attention of Harry and the others. He felt that this kind of thing is not something that a child of Harry's age should understand, so he spoke. We have made a decision on this matter. Just wait for Dumbledore to come back and leave this matter to him to solve it. Then when are we going to wait? What if Professor Dumbledore doesn't come back for months? Harry frowned and said with some concern. Yvonne shrugged, and he couldn't answer. Generally speaking, Dumbledore, as the principal of Hogwarts, shouldn't have been out of school for several months. Soon. Lupin said aloud. Everyone turned their heads to look at him in surprise, and Lupin said truthfully without concealing it. I just received the news today that Professor Dumbledore should be back tonight. Be safe, we just have to wait here for one night, and we can see him early tomorrow morning. Really? That's great. Harry said happily. Hermione, Ron, and even Sirius breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news, as if some big rock had dropped in their hearts. The same is true for Yvonne. Although he has always been reluctant to meet with Dumbledore, he still has to admit that Dumbledore can always bring people a wonderful sense of security. As long as he is there is no need to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at Peter Pettigrew, remembered something that needed to be confirmed, and said to everyone. Peter has taken refuge in a mysterious person. There should be a dark mark on his body. If Veritaserum cannot be used in the court by then, this will be enough to prove it. If he remembers correctly, the first thing after Voldemort's resurrection in the original time and space is to use the dark mark on Peter to summon the Death Eaters. But before his resurrection, Voldemort, who had lost his power, had a high probability of not giving Peter the ability to imprint the dark mark. It is only possible that Peter had been inscribed when he took refuge in Voldemort 13 years ago. Sirius soon thought of the Death Eater logo, with a grin on his face, and walked towards Peter Pettigrew step by step. Peter's face was full of horror. His body was squeezed into the corner, and his mouth kept crying and praying, like a weakness who could not resist the invasion. He naturally has the mark of the dark demon that Yvonne said. This is the commendation that he won after completing the undercover work and betraying James and Lily, and it is the proof that he has gained the trust of the Dark Lord. But the things that took so much hard work in exchange for him have now become his urging talisman. Chapter 426, Peter, it's so difficult for me. Sirius strode to Peter's body and forcibly opened his sleeves, only to see that there was nothing on Peter's fat wrist. Not here. Sirius was not surprised. As an undercover, it was of course impossible for Peter to engrave the dark mark in such an obvious place. Immediately afterwards, he violently opened Peter's shirt, ready to check his chest and arms, the latter struggling desperately and let out a stern cry. As if breaking through a certain threshold, Peter's body suddenly began to shrink, transforming into a mouse, and the rope tied to his body automatically fell off. "Change it back to me, Peter, if you don't want to die yet," Sirius said viciously, before reaching out to grab the grey-black mouse by the tail. Peter wanted to evade in horror, but the weak magic that Yvonne exerted on him was still working, making him much slower than ordinary mice. At this moment, a red light flashed, and the defenseless Sirius was shot out and hit the low wall next to it. Who? The sudden abnormality surprised everyone. Yvonne waved his magic wand for the first time, hitting a magical beam and shooting towards the door. The red light just flew in from there. A transparent magic barrier slowly rose up at the empty door, blocking the beam of light. However, the fluctuation caused by the magical power also caused the effect of the phantom spell to be destroyed by the way, and Snape wearing a black robe appeared in front of everyone. Professor Snape. Hermione stammered and screamed. "Very well, come and see what I found." Snape ignored Hermione's meaning. He glanced around the scene, his gaze stayed on Sirius for a while, and then turned to Leo who was tied up. And Harry who just cried. "Lupin. I didn't guess wrong before, but you have been helping Black sneak into the castle, but I didn't expect you to be so bold and dare to use this old place as your shelter. But it really gave me a good meal." "Find. But you are very smart, and the timing was good. If Malfoy hadn't discovered your werewolf's identity quickly, and ran over to me and told me where you were going to be suspicious, you might really have to succeed today." Snape's face was full of uncontrollable triumph. After enduring half a school year, he finally caught Lupin's handle. Not surprisingly, Lupin and Sirius will be sent to Azkaban together today, and the Dementors may be happy to give them a kiss. Nothing makes him more happy than this. Listening to Snape's words, Lupin's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Snape to follow him all the time. "It's that bottle of wolf poison potion." Lupin quickly realized this. The wolf poison potion Snape had drunk before weakened his perception ability and made him very weak. So much so that he didn't find anyone following him during the whole process. "Severus, you misunderstood. I guess you must have just arrived and didn't hear what we were talking about. Sirius didn't come to kill Harry, Peter did everything." There was an eager look on Lupin's face, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Snape. "Don't try to trick me, Peter is dead long ago, and so is James. Now you two are left. When I solve the two of you, there will be no more messy things." Nep scolded loudly. Professor Lupin didn't lie to you, Peter is the real betrayer," Harry said with courage. "Shut up, Potter. I remember you should stay in Hogwarts Castle right now, under the noses of all the professors. I think it's time for you to grow your mind. You would believe what a werewolf and a murderer said. Now if something goes wrong, you only know how to cry." Snape gritted his teeth and looked at Harry, disappointed in him. Harry violated the school rules again and again, and now he ran outside in private, knowing that he should cast a spell to lock him in the school. Harry was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. He had his own thoughts and judgments. He could go wherever he wanted. He didn't need to be closely guarded like a baby. "Professor Snape, didn't you hear Peter's voice outside just now? He is an animagus, now a mouse," Yvonne said anxiously, unlike the others. His eyes were fixed on Peter's movements. The grey-black mouse was supporting his weak body and slowly crawling to the exit position. Yvonne raised his wand and was ready to shoot. However, this touched Snape's fragile nerve, because he was standing at the exit, and Ivan's wand was vaguely pointed at him. "Enough. Do you think I will believe this trick of fooling people? It's better not to move me at will. After I tie you all up, I will consider listening to your slow explanation," Snape said sharply, holding his wand and pointing at Yvonne and Lupin. He didn't dare to be distracted at all. His attention was focused on them. Of course he didn't dare to look down at some mice. Although he knocked down Sirius for the first time, the threat of the two in front of him was not small, and even if he didn't pay attention, he might be caught. With this in mind, Snape took the lead without warning, and a white beam hit Lupin directly. Lupin's condition was very poor, his reaction was slow, and he had only time to construct a magical barrier and blocked it a little bit before he was hit by a beam of light and hit the ground. Seeing Lupin being attacked by Yvonne, Peter slipped to the gate, and immediately stopped hesitating. "A flock of birds." Yvonne waved his wand. Since it was Snape and Peter that he was dealing with, he didn't use a lethal spell. The debris and wooden planks piled around quickly transformed under the action of magical power, but within a moment of effort, swarms of birds had already gathered, like flying arrows, rushing towards the door. Half of it was used to contain Snape, and the other half was for Peter. It was just that Ivan's plan fell through. Snape gently shook his wand, and a black glow exploded in mid-air. The swarms of birds were corroded before they even approached. After absorbing the nutrients, black flames emerged from the corroded bird wreckage, which grew wildly out of thin air and swept forward. And Peter was walking in the middle of the fierce battlefield, his heart was mentioned in his throat, and the dangerous light beams passed over his head one by one, and from time to time, several curses fell beside him. Peter can only try his best to avoid, praying that he can escape successfully. On the battlefield at this meeting, a spell hit Snape, but was deflected and flew towards Peter by the bullet's reflected beam. He jumped up in a thrilling manner and avoided the past, but only the aftermath took him into the air, crashed into the air, and then fell heavily on the door. Peter screamed, his whole body was wounded and his face was grey, but his face was full of excitement that could not be concealed, because the exit was in front, and he would be able to escape soon. Thinking of this, Peter, regardless of his physical weakness, climbed over the threshold and ran towards the evening Sunday. The joy of life and death filled Peter's mind. Then a thin hand suddenly stretched out from the dark, grabbed its tail, and lifted it up. In the room, fierce fighting continued. "Pals, I didn't expect you to collude with Black. It looks like you brought Potter and Weasley, these two idiots, here," Snape said sharply. His hand movement did not stop. He played a few curses with his backhand, and even hesitated whether to use some high-intensity curses. After all, Ivan's strength far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that even though Ivan had a good talent and strength far surpassed his peers, he was not that big after all. Unexpectedly, if he kept his hand for a while, he would still be unable to hold him for a while. Ivan used a magic wand to drag a round table to block Snape's attack. Ivan was watching Peter hurriedly slipping out of the door before, and Ivan watched it all the way, so seeing Snape in front of him was both eager and helpless. Although he made Dobby stare in secret, it was not 100% insurance. Like Snape sneaking in under the phantom spell this time, Dobby couldn't find out. Thinking of this, Ivan was cruel, and regardless of the risk of exposure, he had to use blood magic to solve the battle, and he must not drag on. Ivan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had turned into orange snake pupils. Snape didn't have any defense at all. As his eyes met, a chill deep into his bones surged into his heart, his body froze suddenly, his consciousness seemed to be sucked in. However, Ivan on the opposite side was not in a good state. Snape's magic power was more than 3 times higher than him. The difference in the total amount made the consumption extremely intense, and the magic power poured out like a flood of gate opening. This made Ivan scream secretly in his heart. He used the basilisk pupil to quickly solve the battle, but unexpectedly fell into a dilemma of competition magic. "Except for your weapons." At this moment, Lupin, who was lying on the ground, seized the opportunity slowly and waved his wand to stimulate a beam of light to hit Snape. Snape, who could not be avoided, was hit frontally, and the light of the iron armor curse was lit up, blocking the magic. However, since the protection of the iron armor curse had been reduced almost in the previous battle, it quickly shattered after absorbing the power of the disarming curse. Snape was shaken back a few steps, and at the same time he got out of the control of the basilisk's pupils. Feeling his stiff body, Snape was very jealous. This kind of magic that can make people petrify by looking at each other was unheard of. Ivan on the other side had closed the snake eyes and was breathing heavily. This time using basilisk's pupils on Snape, Ivan once again saw one of the shortcomings of the basilisk's pupils, that is, it is best not to use it on people whose magic power far exceeds him. In less than a second of opening, he had already lost 1/3 of his magic power, and Snape didn't seem to lose his combat power completely. Snape moved his stiff wrist and confirmed Ivan's state through the reflection of the broken glass on the ground, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Ivan was consumed a lot. It would be terrifying if that kind of magic could be used unlimitedly. Fortunately, it seems that there are some restrictions. At this point of delay, Lupin has stood up, and the field has returned to a 2-on-1 situation. "Stop it, Severus. This is just a misunderstanding, we have no reason to fight, and there is no need to waste time here," Lupin finally persuaded. "Waste time?" Snape's face became ugly, he frowned first, then said disdainfully. "Very well, it seems that I left your hands before giving you the illusion that you can easily defeat me. Remus, now is different from the past, the crowd is not so effective." As Snape was talking, he didn't know what he was thinking of, and his expression became a little sullen. He raised a somewhat stiff wrist, and the invisible blade gradually condensed on the top of the wand. "Today is the death date of you in Black, no one can save you," Snape roared. "That's not necessarily, sir." At the door frame behind him, a squeaky and weird sound suddenly rang. Snape's face changed drastically, and he suddenly felt that his waist was hit violently. The wand suddenly got out of his hand, and his body fell straight to the side of the decaying cabinet. Then, a small house elf walked in from outside, holding a miserable grey-black mouse in his hand. "Good job, Dobby." Ivan was really relieved to see the scene, and for the first time he waved his wand and deformed a rope to tie up Snape. Upon seeing this, Lupin put away his wand and hurried to check Sirius's condition. Professor Snape. If you can put aside the prejudice against Professor Lupin and Sirius, if you think about it, you should know that we didn't lie to you. Yvonne shrugged and explained. One sentence. Snape didn't reply. Although he couldn't move, he still looked at Yvonne and the others fiercely. I think he needs to fix him before he can be honest. Sirius stood up with Lupin's support, thinking that he was accidentally knocked out by Snape in a sneak attack, and he was immediately angrily. Save the time, don't make any mess. If it weren't for the bad jokes you made before, it wouldn't cause today's misunderstanding. Yvonne said grimly. Did you even tell him that? Sirius looked at Lupin suspiciously, but saw that Lupin was also confused. After thinking about it, the two simultaneously turned their heads to look at the grey-black mouse in Dobby's hand. That must be what Peter said. Peter, who was caught by Dobby, mistakenly thought that Sirius and Lupin wanted to settle accounts with him, and his heart was cold. Chapter 427, Yvonne, Malfoy, how many people did you call? In fact, Sirius was indeed going to settle accounts with Peter, who just took advantage of the chaos that Peter wanted to escape made him very angry. Yvonne suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly looked at Snape and asked. By the way, Professor Snape, where is the Malfoy now? Didn't he come with you? After Ivan's reminder, Liu Ping realized that there was still a problem that had not been resolved. Serious attention was also drawn to the past, so that the punishment of Peter was temporarily put on hold. Snape looked at everyone with a sneer, and didn't mean to speak. If you don't want me to use some special methods, better tell me honestly. Sirius grabbed Snape by the collar and pressed his wand against his forehead. He was worried that he had no reason to retaliate before Snape. The act of stunning yourself. Calm down, Sirius, we have had enough trouble. Lupin stopped Sirius's excessive behavior, and then said to Snape. Severus, we really have no malice. We just don't want to widen the misunderstanding. If possible, please tell us how Malfoy told you in the first place, and who did he tell this news? Don't be hypocritical, Lupin. Snape said sarcastically. Although he has guessed from the follow-up words of Yvonne and others that these people may not lie, in front of two dead opponents, he can't be subdued anyway. Sirius was about to punch him viciously, and Lupin stopped him again. At this moment, Snape stared at Sirius, half reminding and half laughing. It's okay to tell you. When Malfoy came over to inform me that Lupin was going to go out suspiciously, I guessed that Lupin would come to see you. Just in case, I had already asked Malfoy to notify the other teaching professors and let them follow the marks I left, and those who counted the rest of the time should have arrived. As soon as Snape's voice fell, there was a noise outside. The faces of Sirius and Lupin suddenly changed, and Yvonne frowned. The professors who can work in Hogwarts usually have extremely high magic standards, which are not easy to deal with, let alone get together this time. If Snape waits and talks gibberish again, so that they can't explain it, it will probably be a fierce battle. The corners of Snape's mouth curled slightly, but he was hesitant to wait for McGonagall, Flitwick and others to arrive, whether he wanted to remind. However, his eyes turned to the open door, and the expression on Snape's face suddenly changed, because only one person or a goblin had broken in. Severus. Flitwick looked around at the fastest speed. At first sight, Snape was tied up, and Ron and Hermione hid in the corner tremblingly because they avoided the fight. Black, the wanted man in the Ministry of Magic, was standing with Lupin, seemingly ready to do something to Snape. Reminiscing about what Malfoy had told him, Flitwick made a judgment immediately. He was late. After he heard Snape talking with Lupin, Sirius and others outside, he rushed over as quickly as possible, in order to be able to support Snape in time. Unexpectedly, Snape had long been defeated, and he was tied up. The extremely rich duel experience made Flitwick understand that in the case of great disparity in combat power, he must give priority to the shot, reduce the number of enemies, and it is best to save Snape first. Feint. Flitwick simulated several combat plans in his mind, and resolutely took the lead in attacking Lupin and Black. The beams of the spell flashed intertwined in a small room. After a fight, Flitwick was untied to Snape. So why did you come alone? McGonagall and the others. Snape said angrily while looking at Flitwick with a hatred of iron and steel. Flitwick's expression was very embarrassing. He was outstanding and worried that Snape would not be able to handle it alone, so he took the first step. Don't worry too much, Severus. I have asked Malfoy to notify the other professors, and they will be there soon. Flitwick said comfortingly. Snape's face is very strange. Why do these words sound so familiar? I seem to have said the same just now. Yvonne looked at the Flitwick, feeling helpless. What are these things? It seems that there is one more object that needs a good explanation. More importantly, if other professors saw this scene, the misunderstanding would be even greater. Harry, come and explain to Professor Flitwick. Yvonne said to Harry, who was a little bewildered by standing aside the whole time. It's better to let Harry, the client, explain that outsiders like them. Flitwick noticed that Harry was here, and he was alive and well. He faintly realized whether there was any misunderstanding. He turned to look at Snape, but saw that Snape was closing his eyes and rested. Yourself. Harry nodded, but he felt a little uneasy. They actually the professor. Is this really okay? Yvonne didn't care about this, as long as he clarified the misunderstanding clearly. The professors at Hogwarts were not so careful. After all, it was too troublesome to explain while typing, especially since they didn't know when the next professor would arrive, and Snape's attitude was open to question. On the contrary, it is better to disarm the opponent first in a 4-to-1 situation with an absolute advantage, and then let Harry slowly explain it to be more convenient. Based on this concept, in just over 10 minutes, the professors rushed over and were arrested one after another. Hooch and Trelawney came together, but even so they couldn't escape, because Sirius directly used the invisibility cloak that Harry had brought, making the battle process extremely smooth, and it didn't cost much. Kung Fu is done. The captured professors finally formed a half-circle and listened to Harry telling stories together. So who can tell me what happened? The newly arrived Mrs. Hodge was confused. She had just received the news from Malfoy, and followed the clues left along the way to find this place, and then Yvonne, Lupin, Black, and Dobby were overwhelmed by the forces of Yvonne, Lupin, Black and Dobby. After seeing Snape, Flitwick, Trelawney, and others who were also arrested, Hodge couldn't hide the shock in his heart, almost thinking that Hogwarts would be finished tomorrow. But something strange is that everyone doesn't seem to be very nervous. That's it, Mrs. Hooch, Sirius wanted by the Ministry of Magic is actually innocent. I have to talk about it from 13 years ago. Harry had forgotten that he had said this for the first time, just to help Sirius clear his grievances. He still held back his boredom. Potter. I suggest you skip the previous words and start directly from the important points. I have listened to it several times, and you can't start from the beginning every time someone comes. Flitwick couldn't help but interrupt. After Harry's words, he said unhappily. At the beginning of this story, Flitwick was tired of hearing it, but until now he has not fully figured out what happened that year. Because Harry often hasn't said a few words, when he gets interested in a key place, someone will suddenly come in and be caught in a few seconds, and then Harry has to say it again from the beginning. Harry naturally had no opinion, but the other professors obviously didn't think so. Phileas, you can't just look at yourself. I just came here, you have to figure out what happened. Madam Hooch retorted Flitwick's words, and then asked a little strangely. By the way, who made Malfoy notify us? I asked Malfoy to inform you, but I didn't ask you to come in batches. Snape couldn't help the anger rising in his heart, which was completely different from what he expected. At this time, Trelawney, who had not participated in the discussion, suddenly said mysteriously. "Shhh, don't make any noise, why don't we guess who will come in next? I saw a sign from the gap in the wall, our savior will be the fourth person to cross the threshold. Then why didn't you expect that you would be arrested?" Snape mocked. Trelawney choked suddenly, she stared and mumbled for a long time. "How do you know that I didn't predict it? I'll be arrested, maybe it's also a sign of fate." Yvonne looked at the professors who were chatting together and sighed. He wondered if Malfoy would invite all the professors he could find. After all, most of the professors in the school are here. Thinking of this, Yvonne even wondered if Malfoy was the legendary leader. If he and Sirius really had a plot, wouldn't he be able to kill Hogwarts in one go? But it is also right. Two elites from the Order of the Phoenix, a house elf who is different from a wizard, a Deathly Hallow, plus oneself, such a lineup has mental arithmetic and unintentional, few people in the magical world can escape. Harry on the other side was talking endlessly. He had already talked about how Sirius had planned to change someone to serve as the secret guardian, so as to confuse Voldemort. When Hooch and Trelawney were in a trance, someone broke into the screaming shed again, and Flitwick was speechless. He knew he was going to listen again. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. This time it was Ravenclaw's Dean Pomona Sprout. Before she could do anything, Sirius, who was hiding in the shadows in an invisibility cloak, held her with a magic wand. The neck. "Relax, don't think about resisting, what will I do to you?" Sirius confiscated Sprout's wand very skillfully, and finally did not tie her up. He just motioned to Sprout, who had lost his weapon, to accompany Snape and the others. Listen to Harry's explanation. Flitwick sighed helplessly and moved to the side to make room for it. Sprout couldn't figure out the situation for a while, but when he saw that Snape and the others were disarmed, he was a little bit horrified. Click. The proficient Sirius put on his invisibility cloak and was waiting for the next visitor. At this time, there was some noise outside. Anyone else? Sirius looked at Sprout sharply and asked. Sprout pursed his lips, trying to shake his head, but Malfoy's panicked voice rang not far from the door. Sprout suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly. "Malfoy! Run! Go and invite Professor Dumbledore." She had already realized that there might be other people lying in ambush in the Screaming Hut, and Malfoy who had come with her must have been found. However, Malfoy could not escape and he was quickly caught by Dobby. "Dobby, you dare to do something to me, I should have let my father kill you." Malfoy crossed the threshold cursingly, and was pushed into the room by Dobby. But seeing the professors in a circle in the room, Malfoy was dumbfounded. Snape, Flitwick, Hooch, and others stared at Malfoy. If it weren't for Malfoy's information, they would not have gathered here today. "The people you notified are here, right?" "Malfoy. How many people did you find?" Seeing that the master was finally caught, Yvonne asked silently. I also notified the people at the Ministry of Magic that there will be a large number of Aurors coming soon, you better let us go right away." Malfoy's eyes rolled and said sharply. "Tell me the truth. Or are you tired of living?" Yvonne drew out his wand, deliberately frightening and condensing a black glow. Malfoy mistakenly thought that Yvonne was going to cast a curse on himself, so scared that he didn't care about anything, he shook his head repeatedly. "No more, no one else, all here." Yvonne forced the question several times and confirmed that Malfoy had not lied. Then he put away his wand, waved his hand, and told him to stay there and listen to the story. "It looks like it's finally over." Lupin listened to the conversation between Yvonne and Malfoy, secretly relieved. When dealing with Hogwarts colleagues, Lupin's heart pressure was not small, and more importantly, he had been worried that Malfoy would promote his identity as a werewolf wizard everywhere and make everyone known. Fortunately, things weren't that bad. Apart from Malfoy, those who knew about it were limited to the professors. Well then just wait for Harry to explain clearly to the professors, there should be no problem. Yvonne nodded, and after tossing for so long, he could finally relax. "You may need to explain to me, Halls." The sound behind him frightened Yvonne, and he subconsciously released a coma spell with his backhand. The visitor stretched out his wand and tapped it lightly, and the crimson light beam disappeared. "Professor Dumbledore." Yvonne then saw clearly the appearance of the incoming person, and said a little excitedly, and then some worried that his subconscious attack might cause the other party to misunderstand him. "After a long time no see, the centenarian still looks the same, wearing a purple-red robe casually, and the lack of care of the white beard looks a bit messy." He strode across the threshold. Even when he saw the disarmed professors and Sirius who had escaped from prison, he didn't make any moves. It seems that these are not worthy of moving him. Chapter 428, Dumbledore the Weird. Albus. Professor Dumbledore. When everyone present saw Dumbledore's figure, they all exclaimed. It's just that while being pleasantly surprised, the professors couldn't help showing a little shame on their faces. So many of them were notified to arrest Sirius, but they were disarmed and arrested one by one. Lupin, Harry, and others hurriedly spoke, preparing to explain to Dumbledore what happened here, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. But before they could speak, Malfoy ran to Dumbledore, pointing at Yvonne and the others and yelled. "Professor Dumbledore! Lupin is actually a werewolf. He also colluded with the fugitive Black of the Ministry of Magic and arrested everyone here, and Halls, all of this must have been planned by him. He was in the same group as Lupin and Black, and he planned to kill me just now." Although Malfoy hated the principal at ordinary times, at such a special moment, he had long forgotten the complaints of the past, and Dumbledore immediately became a savior in his heart. While talking, Malfoy stared at Yvonne and the others fiercely, his face was full of rejoicing for his escape, and some excitement that was indescribable. He felt that his rival Yvonne would definitely be expelled this time, and even be imprisoned in Azkaban. "You are done, Halls!" Malfoy yelled. It's a pity that Dumbledore heard what he said, but just nodded and nodded, indicating that he knew that he had not been furious as Malfoy expected, and cast a spell to bind Yvonne and the others. Yvonne was a little surprised at Dumbledore's attitude, but didn't dare to neglect, and quickly defended. "Professor Dumbledore, this is how things are. I accidentally discovered that Ron's pet mouse is actually an animagus. I investigated it when I was curious and worried, and forced him to return to his original form." Yvonne put out all the rhetoric he had thought of long ago and explained it to Dumbledore. However, as soon as Yvonne said a few words, Dumbledore interrupted. "Stop for a while, Halls. I do intend to hear you explain, but not here, nor now. You and Lupin, Black, and Harry will come to the principal's office in about an hour. I will be there waiting for you. Then we will have a lot of time to talk slowly." Dumbledore increased his tone and emphasized with. Yvonne looked at the old principal in front of him strangely, and couldn't understand what he meant. "Why do you want to talk in the principal's office? Isn't it appropriate here? Is it because some things are inconvenient to be heard by children like Ron and Malfoy? But they have already participated, so they can't let this misunderstanding continue." Dumbledore didn't answer Ivan's doubts. He turned his head to look at the professors who were disarmed and bound, raised his hand and waved his wand to untie everyone, and said to them. "Professors, when you return to the castle, remember to call all the students to the auditorium and manage the order. I will have some important things to announce. In addition, if you have any questions, please wait for a while and ask again. Flitwick, Hooch, and others looked at each other. Not long after he was arrested, Sprout, who hadn't figured out anything, was even more confused. However, Dumbledore has already made arrangements. Out of trust, they can only resist the doubts in their hearts. Very good. So that's it. Let's see you at Hogwarts Castle in an hour. Dumbledore looked at the reaction of the crowd and nodded. After speaking, Dumbledore waved his wand to cast a spell and disappeared into the Screaming Hut. A piece of golden light swayed slightly, and Yvonne saw that Dumbledore had something gleaming on his right hand before he left. He vaguely realized what it was, but he was not sure. Albus just left? What shall we do now? Sprout frowned, watching Sirius and the others warily. Go back to school and do what he says. Flitwick also didn't expect Dumbledore to leave, so he had no choice but to say. Then Flitwick looked back at Harry. If you don't mind, when I'm on the road, I hope to hear the follow-up of that story again. Of course. Harry nodded quickly. Sirius and Lupin returned the seized wands and apologized unanimously, except for Snape's stinking face, everyone else gladly accepted. Yvonne took Peter, who had turned into a mouse, from Dobby's hand, and returned to Hogwarts from the secret passage of the Screaming Shack with everyone. Along the way, Harry told everyone the cause and effect of the incident. This time it went well and no one came out to make trouble. Oh my god, is this true? How could the Ministry of Magic do this? They even took a hero who resisted the mysterious man into Azkaban as a betrayer? Didn't you defend yourself in the court? Madame Hooch looked at Sirius and said in astonishment. She couldn't believe what Harry said was true. It was crazy. Then they must be willing to give me this opportunity. After the Ministry of Magic caught me, they threw me directly to the Dementors, without going through the court. Sirius said sarcastically. This is absolutely the negligence of the Ministry of Magic. According to the regulations, every prisoner should be tried before being convicted. Professor Sprout said angrily. The others looked at Sirius sympathetically, because the Ministry of Magic had been imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years, which was absolutely uncomfortable, and it was already mentally tough not to go crazy. Sirius didn't struggle with this much. The torture he experienced in Azkaban could be regarded as his self-punishment, which would make him feel a little better in his heart, and he would feel less guilty when he recalled that incident. After communicating all the way, the professors who understood the truth slowly let go of their previous guards. At this moment, Yvonne suddenly said. We're almost there, please stop first. The front exit was planted with a lesson of beating willow. If you just go out like this, you may be attacked. Does the secret road lead to here? Professor Sprout thought for a while. There was only one beating willow in the entire Hogwarts, and she naturally easily guessed where the entrances and exits were at the two ends of the secret road. Seeing that, Yvonne waved his magic wand and struck the scar on the body of the beating willow tree, which made the tree stand still and lost the ability to attack. The professors were very moved. They have been professors here for decades, and I am afraid they have not learned as much about this castle as Yvonne. No wonder Sirius could sneak in easily before. Chapter 429, Schrodinger's Principle. When they returned to the castle together, everyone split up. According to the instructions given by Dumbledore, the professors of the major universities informed the students, and Yvonne and others walked towards the principal's office. In order to prevent any panic, Sirius has transformed into the form of a dog. Although a dog walking in the castle seemed a little weird, but with Lupin and Yvonne by his side, the little wizards encountered along the way did not come up to inquire, so they reached the front of the principal's office unimpeded. Professor Lupin, do you know the password for entering and exiting? Yvonne turned to see Lupin and asked. I know one, but Dumbledore hasn't returned for a while, and I don't know if the original password will work. Lupin hesitated and tried to speak. Pile of cockroaches. Click. The heavy guardian statue slowly turned up, slowly rising to let out the passageway it entered. Lupin breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that Dumbledore hadn't changed his password. Yvonne took the lead and walked into the principal's room with the mouse. Compared with the last time, it was a lot more empty, which seemed indirect and refined. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a thick letter on the table in the center, and the glittering time converter presses the envelope. The wall behind is covered by a piece of cloth. Fox with beautiful feathers usually stops on the olive branch, squinting his eyes and dozing. Dumbledore was sitting behind the table at the moment, his eyes under the half-moon round glasses looked at the two things in front of him, seeming a little lost, and did not notice their arrival. Professor Dumbledore. Yvonne reminded. The old wizard with white beard nodded slightly, glanced at the crowd, and stretched out his hand to indicate that it was time to speak. Yvonne nodded, and started talking about the name of Peter Pettigrew on the map of the Point of Life last school year, and talked about how he found out the truth based on various clues. Yvonne has practiced this statement countless times in his heart, and there are basically no loopholes. Those things that are really unclear, he dumped on Peter. Sirius reverted to the form of a wizard, and occasionally made some additions when Yvonne explained. Harry, Lu Ping, and others also opened their mouths to testify for them. Dumbledore listened quietly, nodding his head from time to time. There was no change in his expression, as if he had expected it, and even a hint of impatience. Yvonne keenly noticed Dumbledore's strangeness, and doubts arose in his heart. Could it be that the old principal has been monitoring what happened in the school during this time? And unlike the previous contact, Yvonne did not have the urgency that he had before when he met Dumbledore this time, but felt a little familiar and kind. Yvonne frowned. He didn't quite understand if this was his own illusion, because Phoenix Fox was here, and the old magic wand was in the other's hand. A few thoughts only flashed through Ivan's mind, and he kept talking on the bright side, and quickly explained the matter clearly. After listening, Dumbledore showed a slightly sentimental expression on his face. He looked at Sirius and said in a deep voice. Sirius, I'm sorry, this was my mistake. If I trusted you more then, after that happened, I would go to Azkaban to meet you. Maybe I won't let this misunderstanding continue to this day. Don't say that, Professor, it's not your fault. Sirius didn't mean to blame Dumbledore. At the beginning, he made his own claim to let James temporarily replace the candidate, without telling anyone, and indirectly killed James and Lily, so the result today is completely self-inflicted. Thank you for your understanding. Dumbledore sighed, stood up, and said to the crowd. Then, I think it's time to solve this misunderstanding, and go to the auditorium with me. Great, Sirius, you finally don't have to hide anymore. Harry suddenly turned his head to look at Sirius, his face full of joy. Sirius was also very happy. He was tracked by the Ministry of Magic before, and it was difficult to worry about being afraid every day. More importantly, after getting rid of the status of the fugitive, he can meet Harry with integrity. He heard from Yvonne that the uncle's family who adopted Harry was not good to Harry, and he might be able to let Harry move in to live with him at that time. The only one who was unhappy was Peter. Although he was still in the form of a mouse, his body was already weakened. The whole mouse looked sluggish. He knew he was completely finished. Afterwards, Dumbledore greeted everyone to go to the auditorium, but when he was about to go out, he suddenly looked at Yvonne. Halls, you stay here. The letters and things on the table are for you. After you finish reading the letters, you will come to the auditorium together. I think you should understand what's going on. Dumbledore added, blinking at him before leaving. Yvonne watched the crowd go away, confused. He looked at the letter and the time converter on the table, thought for a while, first picked up the time converter and put it in the pocket of the wizard's robe, and then opened the envelope. Inside the envelope, there is a list, a few letters, and a small bottle with a pinch of white hair. Yvonne became even more puzzled. After checking one by one, some names were written in the list, and the titles were specially marked below. They were all high-ranking officials of the court and the Ministry of Magic who had a good relationship with Dumbledore. And those letters only signed Dumbledore's name at the end. The content was blank, only one letter was written. Yvonne had read the contents of the letter in a temper. His complexion became more and more ugly, and he almost slapped the table and scolded his mother with anger. Dumbledore stated in the letter that he had known what happened here through the time converter, but now he was doing a very important thing and could not get out of it for the time being. In view of the fact that Yvonne has done very well before, Dumbledore is very pleased, so he said that Yvonne will be asked to deal with school matters temporarily, and he believes that Yvonne can handle it properly. When necessary, Yvonne can borrow his identity to act. The old professor applied magic on the remaining few letters. Putting the magic wand on the blank envelope could convert the contents of his mind into words, and he had already signed the names in advance. During this period, Fox will obey the command and use it to send letters to those old friends and get some help. Finally, at the end, Dumbledore bluntly said that he would come back to see when the court started. By the way, Yvonne will bring a surprise. Chapter 430, Yvonne, Dumbledore, your uncle. I am pleasantly surprised by your uncle. Yvonne patted the table and scolded angrily. He tossed for so long just to throw this pot to Dumbledore, and he was a salted fish in the back, but he didn't expect that the pot would be thrown back after going around. As for how Dumbledore knew what was happening here, Yvonne guessed that it might have something to do with the time converter. With the time converter, he couldn't even determine in which time period the letter was sent by Dumbledore. How much did the other party know? As for the surprise that Dumbledore said in the letter, Yvonne didn't catch a cold at all. He has done so many great things in the past few years, and as a result, Dumbledore adds points every time except for extra points. There is really nothing new in Dumbledore. If Dumbledore could give Phoenix Fox to himself, or reward himself with a Philosopher's Stone, it would be almost the same. Thinking of this, Yvonne sighed, then grabbed the small bottle on the table and opened it. This is Dumbledore's beard. Yvonne pinched a piece of white hair and looked at it, and said with certainty. Dumbledore sent this here, probably to facilitate the use of the compound decoction. However, it seems that the old principal is not all-knowing and omnipotent. He miscalculated this time. He doesn't need a compound decoction to be like him. Ivan touched his chin, suddenly thought of something, and suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that Dumbledore was weird just now. It turned out to be disguised by himself using the blood magic bogot transformation in the future. Wait, if I am Dumbledore, can I give myself extra points? Ivan realized this right away. Although he didn't know what the surprise Dumbledore was talking about, he could give himself benefits and add hundreds to thousands of points. The grade point is not going up. In addition, Phoenix is now his own. Ivan turned his head abruptly to look at Phoenix Fox, who was dormantly resting on the olive branch. He always wanted to get Phoenix's blood, only because Dumbledore hadn't had a chance. Now Dumbledore actually brought the Phoenix to the door. Perhaps I felt something wrong in Ivan's eyes when he was looking at him. Fox, who was combing his golden red feathers with his beak, suddenly exploded, and a bluff of flames appeared on his body, expressing a warning. Ivan shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this Phoenix still had a temper, and it had to be considered long-term. But what about Sirius? Compared with the benefits brought by the principal's status, Ivan is even more troublesome. Dumbledore left him with a list of obvious meanings, implying that he could bypass the Ministry of Magic by writing to persuade the court to reverse the case. However, no matter how fast the action of the trial court is, it will never be held for a retrial tomorrow. It must go through procedures. During this period, the Ministry of Magic will definitely get news, so he still has to find a way to put pressure on the people of the Ministry, so as not to make any small actions in private. The more Ivan thought about it, the more headaches he got, and Dumbledore was so heartbroken that he actually threw all the things he had to rehabilitate Sirius to him. What kind of things are more important than this? Ivan thought worriedly, and then shook his head again. Dumbledore, as the strongest man in the magic world today, is unlikely to have any problems. Instead, it is more troublesome that he is right here. While thinking about the plan, Ivan packed up the letters on the table, and then left the principal's room straight to the auditorium. At this time wasted, the professors of various subjects had already followed the instructions and called the little wizards from the 4 major colleges to the auditorium. It seemed very lively here for a while, and the students talked about what happened. When they learned that it was Principal Dumbledore who called them here, everyone was relieved. A few days ago, Sirius sneaked into the Gryffindor dormitory, and the Dementors rioted collectively. Coupled with the fact that Dumbledore, who was the mainstay, had not returned, the whole Hogwarts was panicked. Now that they know that the principal has returned, the heart that they have been holding is finally let go. Ivan, who entered the auditorium, heard these remarks and immediately felt pressured. Now only he in Hogwarts knows that Dumbledore on stage is a fake. Hals, here. At Gryffindor's seat, George and Fred were waving at him. After Ivan walked over, they couldn't wait to get up and asked. I heard that Sirius was caught, is this true? Why do you think so? Ivan said strangely. Because someone saw many professors rushing to the same place, and now they are all coming back together, so we suspect that the professors must have caught Sirius. George said swearingly. Sorry, they weren't going to arrest people, they were arrested. Ivan shook his head with a weird face, and did not answer their doubts, only to shirk what Professor Dumbledore would say later. George and Fred didn't want to reveal anything about Ivan, so they had to give up. Not long after, Dumbledore, who was talking to the professors on the stage, walked up to the stage, pointed his magic wand to his throat, and spoke under the blessing of a loud curse. Quiet! The loud voice spread throughout the auditorium, attracting the attention of the little wizards below, condensing countless eyes on the stands. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. I believe everyone should have read the announcement issued by the Ministry of Magic and learn it about Blake, the Azkaban fugitive, but I think what you know may not be comprehensive enough. Things need to start with the Wizarding War more than 10 years ago. Speaking. Dumbledore's voice suddenly changed to tell the story of the Wizarding War. It made the little wizards feel strange, but they were quickly attracted by the story Dumbledore told and were immersed in up among them. When it was learned that Harry's parents were being hunted down for resisting the Dark Lord, the little wizards of the 4 major colleges were all talking, with a worried look on their faces. It wasn't until Dumbledore opened his mouth that the James and wife used a powerful magic to protect the residents, that everyone was relieved. Professor, if this is the case, how did Harry's parents die? Several brave little Gryffindor wizards plucked up the courage to ask. Other people also cast doubtful glances. Many people in the magic world knew that Harry's parents had died at the hands of mysterious people. If the magic is as powerful as Dumbledore said, it can make the mysterious people not be able to find a trace, then how did they die? Because someone became a betrayer and told Voldemort where James was hiding. Dumbledore said without hesitation. Chapter 431, Debunking Peter Pettigrew. Hearing Dumbledore directly naming the man's name, the little wizards on the court suddenly panicked. But thinking that the person the Dark Lord feared the most was standing in the stands at this moment, they felt a lot more relieved, and turned to discuss who the shameful betrayer was. It must be Black. Percy immediately thought of Black, who was running away, and suddenly said loudly. More and more people have guessed this, and they are angrily speaking against Black, all thinking that he is a shameful villain. Yes, many people thought so in the past, including me. Dumbledore paused when he said, and his tone became elevated. He continued. However, after my investigation, the betrayer was someone else. The Ministry of Magic made a very wrong decision. They imprisoned Black directly in Azkaban without trial. Based on this, I need to apologize to Mr. Black, because this is also part of my mistake. Dumbledore added at last. After Dumbledore's words were over, there was a dead silence on the court. All the little wizards were surprised and speechless. They even wondered if they had heard it wrong. Is Sirius wanted by the Ministry of Magic actually innocent? How is this possible? Obviously Blake sneaked into the castle a few days ago, intending to kill Harry. Countless questions shrouded in my heart, and the students present were all talking about it. Even if this was from Dumbledore's mouth, there were not a few people who questioned it. After all, the notice issued by the Ministry of Magic had brainwashed them for several months, and this inherent impression would be difficult to change for a while. Quiet. Seeing the scene getting more chaotic, Dumbledore cleared his throat and once again attracted everyone's attention. I know this news is too shocking, and you may have a lot of doubts, but it is a bit inappropriate to explain it to me, so I think it is better to let the person concerned come up and explain it. As he said, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the closed door of the auditorium was suddenly opened. Chiron, Sirius wearing a black robe, walked in from the door and walked step by step from the aisle in front of the long table of the 4 colleges to the front, still holding a frantically struggling mouse in his right hand. Harry followed him nervously. Although Sirius at this time was different from the embarrassed appearance on the notice, but combined with Dumbledore's previous words, there were still many clever little wizards who guessed it all at once. He's the fugitive Black. Seamus, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help screaming in surprise. The walking Sirius couldn't help turning his head and glanced at him. Seamus suddenly shivered, but Seamus soon realized that Sirius just smiled gently at him, and didn't say anything. Seamus was relieved now. The rest of the students were also afraid of the sudden appearance of Sirius. Fortunately, many interested people also noticed Harry's existence, and a series of voices soon sounded underneath. That Black was with Harry. It seems that what Professor Dumbledore said should be true. Is the Ministry of Magic really wrong? They actually imprisoned an innocent person in Azkaban for more than 10 years? He is wanted now. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Sirius and Harry were already on the stands. Dumbledore leaned to the side and gave up the center position. Harry stepped forward nervously, and said courageously in front of everyone. What Professor Dumbledore said just now is true. I used to be the same as you. I thought Blake was an out-and-out murderer and hated him for revealing the whereabouts of my parents to Voldemort. Harry spoke more and more smoothly, and the words revealed by his true feelings were very contagious and won the approval of many people. So, Sirius is not only not a murderer, but a hero who has resisted Voldemort and Death Eaters. The real betrayer is Peter Pettigrew, another friend of my father's. In order to confuse Voldemort, Sirius is willing to act as a decoy on the surface to attract the attention of the Death Eaters, but privately, he agreed with Peter to replace the secret person's identity. Harry told everything he knew in one go. But Peter Pettigrew is dead. A little Hufflepuff wizard stood up suddenly, retorted, and continued. My mother once told me that he was very incompetent but brave at the critical moment. After that happened, he went to chase Black by himself, and was killed by Black. No, it's not like that, kid. Sirius, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He looked at the little Hufflepuff wizard and felt that the other party was probably the heir of an old friend, so that he could understand the past in this way. But this is not the time to think about it, so Sirius quickly replied. Peter Pettigrew did not die, but hid silently. Now I have caught him, he is here. Sirius threw the mouse in his hand, and then waved his magic wand, and a dazzling light hit the spotted body. The rat screamed wildly, and then quickly transformed into a short and bald middle-aged wizard in front of everyone. The little wizard sitting nearby squeezed behind in fear. Dumbledore waved his magic wand to tie Peter up and said, pointing at him. As you can see www.mdlenovel.com, Peter Pettigrew is an undocumented animagus. He concealed himself from the sky by transforming into a mouse, confusing the Ministry of Magic and all of us. And hiding in the wizard's family for more than 10 years, he eventually became Mr. Weasley's pet. When some knowledgeable little wizards heard this, they turned their heads to look at Ron. Many of Gryffindor's little wizards have seen Ron playing with his big mouse on different occasions, even when taking a bath. Ron stood up with a tired expression, nodded, confirming this. On the other side, Percy Weasley suddenly changed his face, and Zebra followed him for a while as a pet. Fortunately, he threw this nasty mouse to Ron a few years ago. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. George looked at Peter, who was dirty and short and fat, and felt a chill in his heart when he thought that Peter had been at home for so long without being noticed. Yes. Mom will be scared to death if she learns this news. Fred was even more frightened. You must know that they had teased Peter and used it to do various interesting experiments. It is really not easy for him to live till now. Chapter 432, Yvonne, stop pretending, I am the best Hogwarts ever. No, not so. Black is lying. They are liars, I am innocent. Peter, trembling slightly in the middle of the aisle, facing everyone's disgust, suspicion, and contempt, he opened his mouth to try to explain. Sirius sneered and lifted Peter up, and then he took off his clothes directly. This is the dark mark, the proof of Death Eaters. Black said, pointing to the skull mark on Peter's left arm. The shape of the black mark is very peculiar, like a serpentine snake crawling out of the big mouth of the skull, forming an inner ring of 8 characters on the arm, lifelike, just looking at it makes people cold. A little wizard in the front row even fell from his seat in horror, and the other students were too scared to speak. Mr. Black is right. This is the dark mark. Maybe you have never seen this before, but I think your parents must remember this. This is why I am so sure that Peter is a betrayer. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, then looked at Sirius and continued. Mr. Black, please also fix Peter's clothes. Don't scare the children. Sirius nodded, then violently pulled Peter's clothes back, and spit on the way. At the same time that Peter's identity was revealed, Yvonne quietly watched the drama below, feeling the mystery of time in his heart. He had just thought out a specific plan for a public opinion offensive against the Ministry of Magic in the principal's office. Now that I walk into the auditorium and sit down, my future self will use the identity of Dumbledore to realize all of this envisioned. But according to the script, that time will come soon, right? Thinking of this, Yvonne straightened his clothes and made preparations, lest he couldn't help but laugh later. Sure enough, after condemning Peter for a while, Dumbledore suddenly changed his voice and said solemnly. This matter can be resolved satisfactorily, thanks to one person. He is the best student ever at Hogwarts and the youngest Merlin Medal recipient. It was he who discovered the abnormality of the mouse and found out the truth through clues. It can be said that without him, the entire magical world would be kept in the dark, and Mr. Black would not be able to get rid of it. Although Dumbledore did not directly name the person, as far as they knew, only one person met these conditions. Everyone cast their eyes on Yvonne, and Dumbledore shouted loudly at this time. Yvonne Halls. Yvonne stood up in the eyes of everyone looking up, bowed slightly, looked at Dumbledore very modestly, and spoke. Professor Dumbledore, in fact, I just did some small work and fulfilled my obligation as an excellent student. Having said this, Yvonne turned his gaze to Peter and continued righteously. In addition, as a member of the Merlin Knights, I will never tolerate the honor of a shameful traitor receiving the Merlin Medal because of suspended animation, and enjoy the praise of everyone. So I must make his true face public. Under the influence of the powerful curse, Ivan's words spread throughout the auditorium, and also to the ears of every little wizard, and thunderous applause soon rang out on the court. Malfoy sitting in Slytherin College was angry and jealous. I originally discovered the identity of Lupin's werewolf wizard, and caught Yvonne and others secretly having a private meeting with the fugitive Black from the Ministry of Magic, and now I stand up and accept the applause. It should be my own right. But how could things suddenly become like this? Sirius was so whitewashed, Yvonne became a hero even more, and he was busy for a long time not only did not get anything, but was scolded by Snape for passing on misinformation. Dumbledore applauded on the stage, and when everyone had stopped a little, he spoke. In view of Hall's contribution, I want to add 300 points to Gryffindor. 300 points? The little wizards sitting in the audience were speechless. This was definitely the highest single bonus in Hogwarts history. A joyful smile appeared on Ivan's face, because he had just heard the system's prompt, and his grade point also increased by 300 points. This proves that it is possible to add points to yourself. The only thing that disappointed Yvonne was that he didn't get the title of legend as an outstanding student. He brags to himself for so long in vain. However, Yvonne quickly adjusted and gave Dumbledore on stage a wink, indicating that the extra points were successful and hurry up to make persistent efforts. There was a helpless expression on Dumbledore's face. Yvonne curled his lips. What kind of costume would you add to yourself? You are the principal, can you just find any reason? Dumbledore then continued to face everyone and said. I have to apologize to Mr. Halls here. I believe everyone still remembers that I once penalized Halls for some things. Only now have I realized that it was a complete misunderstanding, so, Glanfender adds 100 points. While talking, Dumbledore used the old magic wand to point lightly at the scoring pool placed in the large exhibition hall, which represented that Gryffindor's had risen again by a bit, and it was almost overflowing. The little wizards of the 3 major colleges saw Gryffindor's soaring points, and they were a little desperate for a while. www.ndlnovel.com. It seems that this year's Academy Cup was taken over by Gryffindor again. Several professors on the stage frowned, looked at Dumbledore and stopped talking. They thought if the points were added too much this time. Yvonne also had a dark face, because this time when the points were added, there was no movement in the system, which also meant that it was invalid. Yvonne hurriedly looked at the old professor on the stage in confusion, and asked what was going on with his eyes. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. This is why he felt helpless before. Knowing that the extra points were useless, he even had to deal with the professor's suspicions after a while, but he had to do. After the communication was fruitless, Yvonne sighed and sat down, wondering what the reward mechanism of the system was. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to him anymore, and turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and began to commend them one by one for their achievements, each adding a 10 and 20 points to Fool. Strictly speaking, after all, Harry and the others just walked through the scene and did nothing. If you give a high score, the little wizards of other colleges are afraid that they will raise the table collectively to protest the injustice. Chapter 433, Thanks for the firebolt sent by Fugitive Black. So, that's all I need to say tonight. If you have any doubts, you can write to your parents and ask about related matters. After all the things to be said were clearly explained, Dumbledore signaled that the meeting was disbanded and they could go back to rest. Several prefects immediately stood up and greeted the little wizards of their respective academies to return to the lounge. Along the way, almost all the little wizards were talking about Sirius and Peter, and it didn't work for the prefects to scold them, and finally joined the discussion together. No way, the news that Dumbledore just announced was amazing. Do you really believe what Professor Dumbledore said? Black is not a fugitive but a hero. Why don't you believe it? Professor Dumbledore has made it very clear, and even Harry has come forward to explain, he will never even make a mistake for his enemy. And the mark of the dark demon, it is really scary. But how could the Ministry of Magic make a mistake? Before I came to school, my mother told me to be careful not to run around so as to avoid encountering Black. Under the tremendous shock and controversy, after returning to the dormitory, many little wizards spontaneously wrote letters, wrote down this amazing thing and sent home, soliciting opinions. Ever since owls flew out of Hogwarts with letters. And at this moment in Gryffindor's lounge, Yvonne, who was standing by the window watching all this, nodded secretly, which was no different from what he had expected before. He publicly announced Sirius at Hogwarts, hoping to win the attention of the parents of the students. Of course, this is not enough, he has to be caught off guard by the Ministry of Magic. It's best to wait for Fudge to get up to work tomorrow morning, the Sirius matter has spread throughout the magical world. To achieve this, the help of the Daily Prophet is indispensable. But this newspaper has always been the mouthpiece of the Ministry of Magic, and the original time and space has caused Harry and others a lot of trouble. While Yvonne was leaning against the bed and thinking about his ideas, there was laughter in the Gryffindor lounge. Sirius, who had been cleared of suspicion in the auditorium before, came to the Gryffindor lounge as a guest at Harry's invitation and the acquiescence of Dumbledore. It's just that many young lions are still a little afraid of Black because of the rumors, only Harry and others are closer to him. Mr. Black, can you tell us how you defeated the mysterious man and his army? Hermione suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. If you want to listen, of course it's okay. Sirius nodded, thinking this is a good opportunity to get closer. Dumbledore once told him when he was in the auditorium, let him gain the trust of these students as much as possible, so as to influence the parents of these students. In short, the more people pay attention to the trial, the less the Ministry of Magic dared to engage in small moves, which is why he came here. Thinking of this, Sirius cleared his throat and organized the language to begin to tell the story of the year. Of course, since the existence of the Order of the Phoenix is a secret, these little wizards don't need to know it, so in the story of Sirius it was changed to a spontaneous civil resistance group. Although there are some minor changes, all the stories are true. Coupled with Sirius's fairly good eloquence, Harry and the others listened with gusto for a while and were immersed in it. At the same time, a large number of little wizards of Gryffindor were also attracted by the story. At first they dared to sit far and listen. As Sirius spoke deeper and deeper, they soon got closer and closer, and finally squeezed to the side with a small stool. For a while, everyone forgot that Black was still a murderous fugitive in their minds yesterday. No way, the intense and exciting adventures in Sirius's mouth are really in line with their appetite. The story is against powerful and evil mysterious people who have almost no resistance. Especially after hearing Sirius talk about the evil acts of the Death Eaters' wanton killing and destroying, everyone's emotions were aroused. They are very angry, and they want to jump into the story and teach those Death Eaters severely. Sirius just smiled on his face, but in his heart he shook his head secretly. Only living in that era can understand how difficult those Death Eaters are to deal with, but having this intention is good after all. I heard my grandma say that my parents also participated in the fight against the Death Eaters. Is this true? Neville asked weakly, sitting in the corner. Yes, that's right. They are all great heroes. They are the most steadfast resistors. Sirius looked at Neville www.mtlnovel.com and sighed silently and continued. Unfortunately, after the fall of the mysterious man, some crazy Death Eaters caught your parents in order to learn about the whereabouts of the mysterious man, and tortured them with the piercing curse. Your parents were very strong, no matter nothing was revealed, but the mind was greatly affected. Listening to Sirius, Neville was already curled up in the corner and sobbed silently. Many Gryffindor wizards comforted him sympathetically and gave him spiritual encouragement. The story of Sirius also slowly came to the end. He began to talk about what happened before and after Harry was born. It also mentioned that he was negotiating with James. After Harry was born, he would be Harry's godfather. Wait, you just said that you are still my godfather. Harry heard this and interrupted Sirius's words, looking at him with some surprises. Yet, this was agreed with James before you were born. Sirius nodded solemnly, and then asked again as if thinking of something. By the way, Harry, do you still like the firebolt I gave you before? That firebolt was actually given by you. Harry was surprised, he looked at Yvonne suddenly, but I thought Professor Dumbledore gave it. Dumbledore? Why do you think so? Didn't you tell him the truth? Yvonne. Sirius turned his head to look at Yvonne, and said a little unhappy. Then what can I say? Azkaban's fugitive Sirius Black sent 2 broomsticks? You know you didn't have a good image in Harry's heart at that time. Yvonne, who was leaning against the window, was interrupted by his thoughts. He turned his head helplessly, but he managed to get rid of the lie. Chapter 434, Phoenix Messenger. Sirius whispered for a while, he didn't think so much when he was shopping, just wondering if Harry would be happy. It's great. Harry said suddenly. What? Before Sirius could react, Harry rushed forward and hugged him. I mean I like the firebolt you gave it so much. It's great. That's the best gift I have ever received. Harry said with his arms around Sirius, both excited and choked. In just one day, Harry's emotions were like riding a roller coaster, constantly ups and downs, and just after solving the misunderstanding, he found that he still had a godfather. One more family member. Harry was overjoyed, which meant that he could leave his annoying uncle's family in the future and move out to live. This is almost something he dreams about in his dreams at night. Sirius also smiled and hugged Harry, and the two soon talked about the parents from the past, mainly because Harry complained about the unfair treatment he received at Dursley's house. For example, Vernon and Petunia let him live in a storage room, wear old clothes, occasionally punished him for not having dinner, and repeatedly prevented him from entering Hogwarts to learn magic. There is also the annoying little fat Dun Dudley. When he was in Muggle school, he often bullied him with some friends. How dare they do this to you? Didn't Dumbledore pay attention to your life after sending you there? Sirius, who learned of Harry's life experience, was very angry, and immediately threatened to teach them a lesson after he reversed the case and returned to freedom. Harry didn't care much about what happened back then, but when he heard Sirius's remarks, his heart was still warm. By the way, Sirius. When this summer vacation, can I move in to live with you? Harry asked expectantly, and then quickly thought of something, then quickly added. Oh, I almost forgot. You just escaped from Azkaban and you were removed from your family again. Maybe you don't have your own house yet. But it doesn't matter, we can rent a house. In Harry's view, even wandering outside is better than living at Dursley's, not to mention that he still has the assets left behind by his parents. Sirius can live with him in the Broken Cauldron bar. As for starving and freezing. No. No need to do this, Harry. I have my own residence, a very big house, and I don't lack money, otherwise, how could I buy you Firebolt? Sirius laughed got up. Although he was expelled from the Black family list, as the other living members of Black were all witches, and either married or imprisoned in Azkaban, he was still the first heir of the Black family and had the right to dominate the family's ownership. The property of. That's money he and Harry can't spend all their lives. That's great. Harry jumped in excitement. Sirius is also very happy. He is also thinking about a better life in the future. The suffering he has experienced before seems not so unacceptable. Yvonne, who was watching from the side, understood that Harry and Sirius' ideas might be frustrated, and Dumbledore would not be able to let Harry move. Because Harry can strengthen Lily's protective magic as long as he stays with his relatives, so that Voldemort can't hurt him. Yvonne was not disappointed and said it now. It would be nice to please Harry and Sirius for a few days. After a bit of conversation, seeing that it was getting late, Harry and the others, who were still thinking about it, even planned to invite Sirius to sleep in their dormitory for one night. That won't work. Sirius went to the staff lounge and looked at Peter so that he wouldn't run away. Before Sirius could answer, Yvonne shook his head and interrupted Harry's thoughts. Sorry, Harry. Your Professor Dumbledore asked me to follow Hall's instructions when I was in the lounge. Sirius shrugged helplessly. Sirius didn't feel surprised about Dumbledore's order, because he suspected that Dumbledore might deliberately want to cultivate Ivan as his heir. After all, Ivan's magical talent and adaptability, Sirius, are impressive. This is not like a 13-year-old wizard should have, even he is ashamed of it. Even Dumbledore and the mysterious man may not be so good when they were young. Sirius sighed silently in his heart. Harry looked a little disappointed. He still wanted to talk to Sirius in the dormitory tonight before going to bed. He had a lot to say. The day will be long, Harry. Sirius laughed happily, seeing Harry's reluctance. It's never too late to say anything tomorrow, we can meet every day. Harry nodded. He also understood that the most important thing was to take care of Peter, so he didn't say anything. Ivan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them so familiar. It was only his excuse to let Sirius watch Peter. Ivan had arranged for Dobby to watch Peter all the time. And considering that Dobby's limited IQ might be fooled, Ivan even ordered Dobby to give Peter a coma spell every 2 hours to ensure that Peter would not wake up anyway. So Peter is impossible to escape. He left Sirius because he might have to do something these days and nights. Sirius is not as foolish as Harry, Ron, and the others. When Sirius left the Gryffindor lounge, Ivan, who had already figured out a follow-up plan, used Dumbledore to find something to do, said goodbye to Harry and others, and went to the principal's office alone. Pile of cockroaches. As Ivan pronounced the password to enter the principal's room www.ndlenovel.com, the door of the passage slowly opened. Ivan strode out of the principal's room, took out the magic letter sent by Dumbledore from the drawer of the central desk, put his wand on the blank letter, and typed it slowly. Magic. Faint ink began to emerge from the parchment paper, and the lines connected together to form individual words. That was Dumbledore's handwriting, and even the content on it was automatically polished, and it was explained in Dumbledore's usual tone. It's really convenient and dangerous magic. Ivan looked at this magical scene and couldn't help but sigh. If the letter is accidentally obtained by someone else, wouldn't the other party also use Dumbledore's acting on your identity? However, some amazing news and very outrageous suggestions must be sent by Phoenix Fox, so that people can be 100% convinced that this is from Dumbledore. After all, in the entire magical world, only Dumbledore can use a phoenix as a messenger. Chapter 435, Give Dumbledore a Surprise. Fox, come here. After finishing the letter, Ivan packed the envelopes one by one and folded them aside, then beckoned to the phoenix on the olive branch. Fox flapped his wings and flew to the table in front of Ivan, looking at the envelopes curiously. Did you see this list? Send the letters in the order above, understand? Ivan pointed to the list that Dumbledore had left him, and said. Fox nodded and held a letter, and then a golden red flame appeared all over his body, and the bird and the letter disappeared into the principal's room in the next moment. It didn't take long for Fox to come back again, to write the next letter again, and the cycle repeated. It's really efficient. Seeing that in just 10 minutes, Fox used the teleport feature to send half of the letters, and Ivan became more and more interested in Phoenix's blood. But now is not the time to take blood, because the legendary value he has now only has 2 points. Even if he is given enough Phoenix blood, he cannot complete the 4th blood fusion ceremony. And if the blood of a magical creature is not preserved by special means, its activity will be greatly reduced if it is left for more than 3 days, and the effect of fusion will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Ivan had to sigh and temporarily put the plan of fusion of Phoenix blood aside, concentrated on doing business, took out the time converter from his pocket, and started to gently turn the golden hourglass on it. Along with the turning of the hourglass of time, the surrounding scenes froze directly, and then quickly began to change. Everything seemed to be going away. For the sake of safety, avoid triggering the protection mechanism when doing important things, and being forcibly kicked back to the original time and space, Ivan stuck at the upper limit of the safety range and only turned 5 times. Since the time to look back was not long this time, Ivan was not affected much. When the surroundings returned to normal, Ivan immediately turned his head and glanced at the clock hanging in the principal's room. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the evening sun is shining through the windows in the principal's office. The desk in the center is also empty, there is nothing. Wait, then, the letter and the time converter have not been sent over at this time. Ivan was keenly aware of this, and he suddenly realized that if he stayed here for a while, wouldn't he be able to catch Dumbledore who placed these things? Evanton, who was dissatisfied with the old professor's throwing the pot, gave him a bright light, and immediately ignored other things, and hung in an ambush in the principal's office. Anyway, if time is wasted, just look back again. The most important thing he lacks is time. However, it took more than half an hour to wait like this. Just as Ivan was a little impatient, a fire suddenly appeared in the fireplace in the principal's room, and a group of golden red flames rose high. There was a hint of excitement in Ivan's heart, but what made him a little dumbfounded was that only golden red birds came out of the flames. It was holding a thick letter on its feet, and the time converter with faint fluorescence was hung on its neck, with an elderberry wand in its mouth. After seeing Ivan, Fox hurriedly flew over, screamed happily in his mouth, and the wand he was holding fell directly. Ivan subconsciously held the wand in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Dumbledore was too cruel. All these important things were thrown to Fox, and he didn't show up at all. You are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Ivan pondered inwardly. Since Dumbledore said in his letter that he would bring himself a surprise when he returns, then he can also prepare a surprise for the other party. Ivan raised his hand to untie the time converter and letter on Fox, and threw it on the desk. Then Ivan took out an envelope with the content already written from the pocket of the wizard robe and stuffed it into Fox's mouth. Help me send a letter to Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, asking her to immediately put down all of her work and come to see me at the Broken Cauldron Bar. Ivan said. In the evening, the Cauldron Bar was very noisy, and there was a smell of alcohol everywhere. As the boss, Tom enthusiastically entertained every customer. The bar was filled with empty beer bottles, laughing, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Rita Skeeter, who entered it, looked at all this in disgust. As a cultivated lady, she had never liked this chaotic place. Damn kid! Rita Skeeter cursed secretly in her heart. If the other party threatened her with that thing, she wouldn't have to leave her work and come to this place without finishing her work. Would you like a butterbeer? Miss Skeeter. The boss Tom seemed to be a little drunk, and he looked at Rita with a big smile and greeted him. No need. Rita Skeeter arrogantly rejected Tom's proposal, and then asked again. Where is room 7? Someone asked me to discuss something. Well, go upstairs and turn right to the second room. Tom shrugged and replied www.mdlnovel.com. Rita Sky nodded and walked up to the second floor to find the corresponding house number. No, complained while opening the door to enter. House, what do you want me to do? Don't expect to threaten me with that thing. But waiting to see the people waiting inside, Rita Skeeter's pupils shrank slightly, and she stammered. Albus Dumbledore. At this time, Ivan had already disguised himself as Dumbledore, and it was a bit funny to see Rita Skeeter startled. On the surface, Ivan still had that calm expression. He looked at Rita Skeeter and nodded slightly. Yes, I asked Halls to write to you to come here to talk about things. Rita Skeeter only remembered at this time. Although the previous letter was written by Ivan's little devil's head, when she saw the envelope, there was a golden red feather on it. She can't help but panic, can't imagine what it is like, so big people like Dumbledore need to be so careful. Why did the other party go around such a big circle to meet him? Rita Skeeter didn't know that Ivan did this purely to save Dumbledore's magic letter to him. So, did you ask me for something that you need me to help? Rita Skeeter was very aware of current affairs, and quickly adjusted her mood, smirking and sat opposite Ivan. Everything I need to tell you is written on it, let's take a look. Ivan turned the parchment on the table over and pushed it in front of Rita Skeeter. Chapter 436, What? Dumbledore is going to be Minister of Magic. Rita Skeeter picked up the parchment and scanned it a few times with a look of confusion, the expression on her face instantly solidified, and then turned into a shocking color. Is it true? Rita Skeeter's tone was weird, she couldn't tell whether it was excitement or panic, or both. I can assure you, it's true. We have caught Peter Pettigrew and found the dark mark on his left arm. Ivan nodded, then chuckled and teased again. I think this should be good news material, right? Tomorrow's Daily Prophet may need to print a few more copies. Rita Skeeter's hands holding the parchment were shaking. Out of the intuition of a news editor, she could imagine how big a sensation would be if such news spread. But then Rita Skeeter seemed to be aware of something again, and her excited expression suddenly cooled down. What's the matter? Ivan keenly noticed the change in Rita Skeeter's expression, and asked suspiciously. You should know that. I'm just a small newspaper reporter. Although I can write an article and publish it in the Daily Prophet, it must be reviewed by the editor-in-chief. They won't let me publish it. What the Ministry of Magic said. Rita Skeeter raised her eyes and replied disappointedly. As a reporter, Rita Skeeter is very interested in this kind of heavyweight news material, but she knows what she can and cannot write after she has been working for many years. Like the gossip news of some well-known wizards, the chaotic private life of a senior official is part of the content that can be reported. And if the serious incident is reported this time, it will attack the entire Ministry of Magic, and it will easily get into unnecessary trouble. She doesn't want to lose her current newspaper job. Rita Skeeter's attitude made Ivan somewhat surprised. After thinking about it carefully, he quickly understood the other's concerns. Ivan put his hands on the table and followed Dumbledore's way of staring at Rita Skeeter with the blue eyes under the half-moon glasses. Rita Skeeter suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. She was worried that the Ministry of Magic might liquidate herself, but now she suddenly realized that the character in front of her was not a simple character, but the strongest and most prestigious wizard in the magic world. The other party pinched himself to death like a bug. Just when Rita Skeeter was in a dilemma, Ivan suddenly said something. Do you think Fudge can stay in that position safely after this incident? What? Rita Skeeter didn't react for a while. I have notified some old friends in the trial court to hear this case. Even without your report, I can relay it to many wizard families through Hogwarts students. Now this news should have spread. Ivan continued on his own. Ivan's smooth tone passed through Rita Skeeter's ears, but she set off a huge wave, her pupil shrunk, and she looked at the kind-looking centenarian in front of her in disbelief with a chill. The solace of the feat went straight to my heart. She keenly felt that she was in a whirlpool, and she even regretted coming here today. Of course Rita Skeeter knows what the other party said. That is telling myself plainly that the other party intends to use this incident to oust Minister of Magic Fudge, and has a very complete plan. Whether the Daily Prophet is willing to help will not affect the overall situation, but if they do not satisfy the strongest white wizard this time, they will probably be liquidated in the future. It took several minutes for Rita Skeeter to completely digest the information. She swallowed and couldn't help asking. Do you really intend to take up the post of Minister of Magic? Ivan did not answer positively, but rather stated that he was very dissatisfied with the recent performance of the Ministry of Magic. In fact, Ivan did not tell lies, this is exactly his attitude towards the Ministry of Magic. Both the original Time and Space and the current Ministry of Magic are the same, decadent and incompetent. Some clues can be seen from the fact that the Dementors broke into the Quidditch Stadium out of control. The officials sent by the Ministry of Magic did not want to deal with it, but used various inexplicable reasons to prevaricate, trying to deny the Dementors' uncontrollable attack on the students. Such repeated self-deception and deception made Ivan very tired. There is no need for a messy Ministry of Magic to exist, so he wanted to try to see if he could use this opportunity to blast Fudge down and replace Dumbledore as the Minister of Magic. This is not impossible. In the original Time and Space, Dumbledore was so passive in the face of the suppression of the Ministry of Magic. One of the important reasons is that after confirming that Voldemort has been resurrected, the old principal did not want to engage in internal friction with the Ministry. In addition, he is a rule-abiding person. Facing the Ministry of Magic's natural weakness, he will be forced to leave school temporarily. I don't have so many appointments now. Even though Ivan didn't say much www.mdlnovel.com, Rita Skeeter already knew what he meant. After a period of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay. I can write a report on this. Rita Skeeter made a judgment immediately. The Sirius who was mistakenly imprisoned in Azkaban was of course not enough to affect the position of Minister Fudge, but if Dumbledore was behind it, it would not necessarily be the case. And Rita Skeeter did not forget that the other party was still holding her own handle, so she had no choice from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Rita Skeeter hated that nasty little devil head. The other party had promised her not to tell others that she was a legal animagus. A wise choice. Ivan said appreciatively. As the two people reached an agreement, the atmosphere in the room was no longer so depressing, on the contrary, it was very harmonious. Rita Skeeter took the initiative to ask Ying to find the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, and worked with Ivan to persuade the other party to agree. Issued remarks against the Ministry of Magic. After more than an hour, Ivan looked at the two people leaving the guest room, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Obtaining the support of the Daily Prophet is a very important part of Ivan's plan, not as insignificant as he said earlier. The remarks threatening to become Minister of Magic are not because of his own evil tastes, but entirely to appease Rita Skeeter and the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. Only in this way will the other party be willing to stand on his side. And the surprise he was going to give Dumbledore was exactly this. If the old professor comes back late, get ready to be the new Minister of Magic. Chapter 437, Why do you want to apologize to the British Isles of 3? Forgive me, Professor, who told you to throw this mess to me? Ivan sighed, after all, he made this decision out of helplessness. Then, Ivan looked at the clock and felt that the time was almost the same, so he waved his magic wand to change his shape. Accompanied by a shift in space, Ivan stared around again. He had arrived at the screaming shed, and bursts of noise were constantly being transmitted from one of the rooms. Ivan sorted his clothes, then Chiron walked in and spoke out. You may need to explain to me, Halls. After tossing with dual identities for a night, Ivan yawned and woke up from bed early the next morning. After a brief wash, he went to the auditorium to enjoy today's breakfast as usual. It's just that today's situation is slightly different. As soon as Ivan sat down, he saw a large swath of owls rushing into the auditorium, flying towards their respective targets, and sending letters to the long table of the 4 major colleges. One of the owls flew towards Ivan accurately and landed on his shoulder. Ivan was not surprised, and reached out and took down the newspaper tied to the owl's foot. Yesterday, he deliberately ordered an updated Daily Prophet for himself, in order to see if the other party had done things according to the agreement. Shock. The big mistake of the Ministry of Magic? Azkaban fugitive Black cleared his grievances today? The murderous Petit Peter was caught in Hogwarts? Ivan opened the newspaper, and what caught his eye was the eye-catching headline, which occupies a quarter of the paper. The content written in it was also very satisfactory to Ivan. Not only did he elaborate on the temporary replacement of the secretaries back then, but also attacked the Ministry of Magic's act of imprisoning Sirius in Azkaban without trial, and suspected something like things like Sirius Black are probably not alone. The words and sentences of the whole article are very sarcastic and ironic. Although the editor's signature is not written below, Ivan recognizes that this is Rita Skeeter's usual style at a glance. At the end of the whole report, Rita Skeeter wrote, "Even if the vicious mysterious man was arrested by the Auror back then, he must pass a legal justice trial before he could be convicted. The Ministry of Magic abused power like this. As a minister, he wanted to apologize to the entire British magical world. It's really the right choice to choose Rita Skeeter to write this manuscript." Ivan muttered secretly, just wondering if Fudge will be off seeing this report. It's no wonder Rita Skeeter has the guts to write articles and not sign them. While Ivan was reading the newspaper, Harry, Ron, and others squeezed over curiously. After seeing the information on the newspaper page, Harry shouted in surprise. "Sirius, come and see. The Daily Prophet reported on you and Peter Pettigrew." At this time, Sirius was talking to Lupin on the teacher's bench. After hearing Harry's shout, he raised his eyebrows and stood up and walked over here. Most of the Gryffindor students are naturally very welcome. After listening to the story for a night, they have changed a lot about Sirius, and they squeezed out a seat specially. And the little wizards of the other 3 academies were still a little wary when Sirius passed by, and they moved a little farther away. Sirius didn't care about this. He knew very well that once the inherent impression was formed, it would be difficult to eliminate, and it could not be changed in a short time. After sitting down on Sirius, Ivan handed over the newspaper in his hand. "Thank you." Sirius was also a little surprised after seeing the news on the page of the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet received the news so quickly and reported it without an interview. But Sirius certainly knows more than Harry and the others, so I guessed at once that Dumbledore must have used his influence to operate, and he was immediately moved. He knows very well the virtues of the Daily Prophet, and it is not easy to ask them to help. There is also a second page that mentions your affairs. It says that the trial court has decided to reverse the case for you. It should be the matter of the past few days. Hermione also reminded Sirius. "Doesn't it mean that in a few days, Sirius will be completely cleared of charges?" Harry said happily. "Yes, it looks like this." Sirius laughed loudly. "It just happens that we are resting today, so how about going to Hogsmeade Village to celebrate together? We didn't have fun there yesterday." Ron suggested with some resentment. "Of course it's okay, and I will bear all the expenses this time. It's the compensation that I accidentally scared you yesterday." Sirius also thought this was a good idea, so he readily agreed, and by the way, he planned to buy Ron a new pet. After all, Peter Pettigrew will either stay in Azkaban all his life, or be executed by the Ministry of Magic. www.mtlnovel.com. It is impossible to be a pet for Ron. Considering that part of Peter's affairs was his fault after all, so Sirius asked Ron what kind of pet he wanted. "How about a white and fat mouse? I can buy one that is about the size of a spot." Sirius thought that Ron seemed to have a soft spot for mice, so he tentatively said, "No, I don't want mice." Ron shook his head frantically. Since discovering that he was actually a bald, middle-aged wizard, the list of things he feared most was mice besides spiders. Either an owl. Sirius didn't expect Ron's reaction to be so big, so he asked instead. Ron thought for a while, felt that there should be no wizard disguised as a letter delivery owl, so he nodded and agreed. Of course, Ron did not forget to say thank you. If Sirius was not willing to pay, he might not have his own pet for a long time. Because his mother will definitely let him wait for a few years, and then throw the pet that George or Fred doesn't want after graduation to himself. While the excited Harry and the others were discussing how to celebrate with Sirius, Ivan turned his head and looked out the window. A phoenix with golden and red feathers hovered in the sky, making 3 beeps, and went straight. Flew over here. Before I went back to the dormitory to go to bed yesterday, Ivan asked Fox to patrol the sky over Hogwarts today. If he saw someone from the Ministry of Magic appearing at Hogwarts, he would immediately come over and notify him. And the 3 tweets mean that it is Minister of Magic Fudge. Chapter 438, Ivan, Fudge. How dare you taint people's innocence out of thin air? The Ministry of Magic arrived much faster than Ivan expected. He had only had breakfast here, and Fudge arrived on his feet. Calculate the time, the Ministry of Magic should have just started work soon. The current minister hurried over, showing how much the Ministry of Magic attaches importance to this matter. Ivan shook his head and sighed in his heart. If he could do other things with this efficiency, how could it be where he is today? Ivan, did something happen? Hermione also heard Fox's tweet, and of course she recognized Dumbledore's phoenix flying over here. Sirius, Harry and Ron also stopped talking and looked at Ivan together. No, it's nothing. Professor Dumbledore is looking for something to do with me. It should be someone from the Ministry of Magic who can't bear to come here early. Ivan stood up and stretched out his hand. Fox, who flew in through the window, stayed on his arm. Then, Ivan looked at Sirius again and said to them. In addition, I think it is better to postpone your celebration until after the trial. Before the trial, Sirius's suspicion has not been completely cleared. It is best not to leave the school at will, lest you be found to criticize Professor Dumbledore. Reason. Hearing Ivan's words, Harry and the others suddenly stopped. Sirius was also aware of this. He was patronizing just now and was happy, but he had forgotten his identity as a fugitive. If he went outside in an upright manner, he might cause some riots. Seeing that they all understood the necessity of staying at Hogwarts, Ivan didn't say much, walked out of the auditorium, found a place where there was no one, and changed to Dumbledore's appearance. Well, yes, it looks alike. It shouldn't be dismantled, right? When the changing state stabilized, Ivan used a transformation technique to get a full-length mirror and checked it carefully. After all, the wait is going to meet the Minister of Magic Fudge. It's no better than fooling the professors at the school. This time, if you wear a gang, it will be all over. In order to match Dumbledore's taste, Ivan even specially made a set of sulky purple robes to wear on him, so that he looked in line with the old principal's temperament. What do you think? Fox. Ivan tilted his head and looked at the phoenix with golden red feathers on his shoulders. Fox stared at the mirror for a while, then nodded. From the outside, it couldn't see any flaws. Ivan was completely relieved, but when he had just stepped out of the gate of the castle, he saw Minister of Magic Fudge approaching aggressively with a group of Aurors. Ivan frowned slightly, knowing in his heart that Fudge was afraid that the person would be bad this time, but he quickly adjusted his expression and stepped forward to greet him. Connolly, it's been a long time since we count. Ivan pretended not to see the hostility on their faces and greeted them enthusiastically. Fudge was not appreciative at all. He came to Ivan in 3 steps and 2 steps, his eyes were full of unconcealable anger. He approached him, and questioned every word. Albus, what do you want to do? Of course I am doing something that should be done, such as finding the culprit of this turmoil. Ivan raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly. That's the work of the Aura of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge interrupted Ivan's words very angrily. Don't say that, Connolly. This incident also threatens the safety of all students. As the principal of Hogwarts, how can I ignore it? And I am very willing to contribute to the magic world. Do some small tasks within your capacity. Ivan looked at him calmly and explained. Then you should also discuss with me first, instead of doing those little tricks by yourself, Fudge said angrily. Fudge knew very well that the news published by the Daily Prophet today must have nothing to do with Dumbledore, otherwise how dare they publish such things without their consent? How could I forget you? Old friend. In fact, I have already sent an owl with my handwritten letter to explain all this to you, Ivan explained in a gentle tone. What about your owl? I didn't see it. Fudge asked, as if he had endured to the limit, the string in his mind could break at any time. You must know that when he arrived at the Ministry of Magic early this morning, he received hundreds of letters asking him whether the contents of the Daily Prophet were true or false, including a large number of roaring letters, which seriously disrupted the normal operation of the ministry. Fudge even had to send a commissioner to deal with it, intercept the owl trying to rush into the Ministry of Magic, and select those important letters to his office. But there is no letter from Dumbledore. In addition, the latest issue of the Daily Prophet almost didn't make him angry, so he hurriedly left all his work and brought the Aurors here for the first time. Facing Fudge's question, Ivan said with regret. Maybe Hogwarts is too far away from the Ministry of Magic. The owl I sent will take a while to fly. If you haven't come to me here, you might already be reading that letter. Ivan, who has always been cautious, would not give Fudge an excuse to target himself, so he really sent a letter to the Ministry of Magic. It's just that the owl responsible for delivering the letter just set off from Hogwarts 10 minutes ago. Listening to Ivan's remarks, Fudge laughed directly. No one in the magical world knew that Dumbledore had a phoenix. It takes almost a moment to deliver important messages. And even if you use an owl to send a letter www.mdlenovel.com, it's impossible to fly for a night without reaching the other party. Obviously, you are deliberately targeting yourself. Thinking of this, Fudge put aside the little consideration before and said with a sneer. I heard the editor of the Daily Prophet mention that you threatened them to publish these news. Did he actually tell you that? We had a very pleasant conversation at the beginning. Ivan opened his eyes wide, looked at Fudge in surprise, and continued. The former editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet told me that he was very willing to let everyone know the truth. Ivan is very dissatisfied with Fudge's remarks just now. How can such a pleasant conversation in his mouth become a threat? How can he taint people's innocence out of thin air? Chapter 439, Sirius caught again. Really? Then you'd better pray that you didn't make a mistake. Fudge said through gritted teeth, very angry, but he knew he didn't have enough excuses to target Dumbledore. Of course, I am very sure of my judgment. I can take you to see Peter now. Yvonne ignored Fudge's incompetent rage and made an invitation gesture. Fudge snorted coldly, and walked towards the entrance of the castle. The other Aurors also followed Yvonne. Yvonne was boring, but he was always generous, so he didn't take it seriously. A group of people just walked into the noisy auditorium. Since today is a day off, there are still a large number of little wizards staying here after breakfast. Sirius is also here, talking and laughing with some Gryffindor wizards, seeming to be telling stories about his adventures with James and Lupin in his school days. Black. The Aurors behind Fudge saw that the wanted man they were pursuing appeared in the Hogwarts auditorium in an upright manner, and subconsciously pulled out their wands and pointed at each other. Such a big battle frightened the little wizards in the auditorium for a while. Seeing this, Yvonne turned his head to look at Fudge, and said in a deep voice. Connolly, I think you should have read the news. Mr. Black is not only a murderer and a betrayer, but he has also played a role in many battles against the Death Eaters. I think he should be removed from the wanted list now. That's right. Who knows that what it says is true or false? Maybe it's a lie made up by Black. In short, he's still a suspect now, isn't he? Buckle it up. Fudge sneered and said. He waved his hand to the arrogant people behind him. Luo gave a look. The Aurors immediately understood, and they took out the magic shackles from behind and they were about to put on Black. Yvonne frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing to stop it. Because Sirius was indeed suspected before the trial, Fudge's method of detaining the opponent is reasonable and legal. If he forcibly stops him, Fudge will use the pretext of obstructing the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement to attack him. From the original time and space, the Iron Fudge brought people to capture Dumbledore eagerly. It can be seen that this idiot who has been fooled by power will not consider the issue of strength gap at all, and his fake and powerful methods may not be useful. So sometimes fools are harder to deal with than smart people. Yvonne couldn't predict what stupid things Fudge would do, so I could only bear it for the time being. Sirius did not resist facing the Aurors who had captured him. He remained silent throughout the entire process without Dumbledore giving orders to avoid causing Dumbledore's trouble by saying something wrong. The surrounding Aurors were relieved to see Sirius so cooperative, but they still put magic shackles on him. This is a special kind of magic item. After wearing it, it can limit the magic power of the wizard, so that the prisoner cannot use any magic. You can't take him like this, Sirius is innocent. When the Aurors were about to take Sirius away, Harry and the others suddenly squeezed up to stop them. The law enforcement Aurors looked at the little ghosts in front of them, looking at a loss. No matter how they scolded Harry and the others, they were determined not to let them leave. Oh, isn't this Potter? Fudge pushed an Auror away and walked in front of them, speaking to Harry impatiently. Please don't disturb the normal law enforcement of the Aurors. You must know that we are trying to find justice for your parents. Minister Fudge, if you really intend to seek justice for my parents, then you should release Sirius and catch Peter Pettigrew. Harry looked at him stubbornly. Not at all. The meaning of concession. I'll catch Peter, go away now, don't mess with us. The stubborn Harry made the impatient Fudge completely lose his patience. He waved his hand and commanded the Aurors to force them to chase them away. Go. Just then Sirius suddenly spoke. Harry, get out of the way, it's just a routine for them to catch me, nothing will happen. Although he was in shackles on his hands, Sirius didn't have any worry on his face, as if he hadn't been arrested, but had been invited to somewhere. Harry looked at him hesitantly, then looked at Dumbledore standing aside, and saw the old professor shook his head at him, and Harry took a few steps unwillingly. Fudge looked at all this coldly. Harry's ignorance of his words and Sirius's indifferent attitude made him very annoyed. Fudge felt that his authority had been challenged. Connolly, aren't you going to see that petty star Peter? We can go now. Yvonne said suddenly. Fudge nodded, and ordered the other Aurors to take Sirius and walk towards the staff lounge. Opening the door, everyone saw a short and fat middle-aged wizard curled up in a corner, bound by a slender rope round and round, just lying there motionless, not knowing his life or death. What's going on? Fudge turned his head and looked at Yvonne. www.ndlenovel.com Pettigrew Peter is an unregistered animagus, can transform into a rat, and the general supervision methods treat him, but it is of no use. To be on the safe side, I can only ask someone to impose a coma spell on him every 2 hours. Yvonne explained to Fudge in detail. He didn't want to hand over Peter to the Ministry of Magic, because their management negligence caused Peter to find a chance to escape. When the accompanying Auror heard about Ivan's method of restricting Peter, he secretly beat the drum in his heart, and looked at Peter with a little pity, which was too cruel. Has been continuously applied multiple coma spells in a short period of time, no one knows if there will be any sequelae. How about? Is he Peter Pettigrew? Fudge looked at a tall and thin Auror beside him with a trace of expectation. He was expecting that Dumbledore had made a mistake in this matter, so that he would not have a headache for the next thing, and it would also make Dumbledore's reputation discredited. Yes, Minister. I have met Peter a few times, and I have some impressions of him. I am 80% sure that this is Peter Pettigrew. The tall and thin Auror looked at Peter carefully for a while. Said with certainty. Although he hasn't seen each other for more than 10 years, there are not many people who look like Peter, so he can easily recognize it. Fudge looked a little disappointed, and then he remembered the dark mark on the report, and personally stretched out Peter's clothes. Sure enough, Peter's left arm has a clear snake-shaped skull mark, which is lifelike, as if alive. Chapter 440, Fudge. No one, including Fudge, would doubt the authenticity of the dark mark's mark, because just looking at it would make them chill. I don't think I need to explain too much, right? Yvonne asked. Well, things are probably already clear, Fudge said unwillingly, and then said to the Aurors. Take him and Blake, let's go back to the Ministry of Magic. A few Aurors nodded, and violently pulled Peter, who was in a coma, up, and untied the ropes around him. The dizzy little dwarf Peter also woke up from the coma spell, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two wizards in Auror costumes menacingly handcuffed him, and then dragged him to prepare to leave. Wait, Connolly. Are you planning to bring them all back to the Ministry of Magic? Yvonne suddenly interrupted their actions. Of course, they will be kept in a special prison until the court begins. Fudge said. That won't work. Yvonne shook his head. If Peter and Black were brought back to the Ministry of Magic, he would completely lose control of them. More importantly, Sirius' escape from prison caused a lot of trouble for the Ministry of Magic. Who knows if Fudge will use lynching in anger? Even though this possibility is very small, Yvonne really doesn't trust the Ministry of Magic, and he prefers to keep things under his own control. It's the duty of Auror to take criminals in, Albus. Are you planning to stop us from enforcing the law? Fudge's eyes narrowed, his words were a little bit of disbelief and a trace of expectation. Fudge waited for Dumbledore to make a statement. As long as the other party nodded, he would have reason to arrest Dumbledore. Of course not. I just want to remind you, Connolly. The trial of Peter's case is now very concerned by the entire magical world. It is best not to make any mistakes. Yvonne said in a gentle tone, and then continued. In fact, I have certain doubts about the Ministry of Magic's level of supervision of prisoners. Even places like Azkaban are not absolutely safe. Therefore, I suggest that the place of detention should be changed to the observatory at Hogwarts. Or let the people of the trial court cooperate with the supervision of law enforcement. In addition, this is not what I meant alone, but the result of my discussions with you in the trial court, so as to avoid any accidents before the formal hearing, Yvonne emphasized. As a counterfeit, Yvonne didn't dare to confront Fudge head-on, because once he fought, he was sure to expose himself. Even if he held the old wand in his hand, he could not be so many Auror opponents. So I can only take advantage of the pressure to change the place of detention to Hogwarts, or allow him to send someone to supervise the Auror's law enforcement. However, Fudge was very tough, and he refused without hesitation. He doesn't care what Yvonne thinks. In his opinion, the other party is nakedly challenging his authority, and the recommendations of the trial court can't impose any substantial restrictions on him. Facing such an iron Fudge, Yvonne realized Dumbledore's helplessness in the original time and space. The other party's advantage as the Minister of Magic is really too great. Unless he doesn't hesitate to be in the magic world, under normal circumstances he really has nothing to do with the opponent. Playing politics is not what Yvonne is good at. He suddenly felt that he underestimated Fudge. It might not be easy to get him out of office. This matter has to be considered for a long time. Thinking of this, Yvonne changed his voice and said kindly. You misunderstood, Connolly. We are not enemies, are we? My previous proposal was just to add a layer of insurance. You don't want to be known that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have been busy for a long time, but only finished some finishing touches. Let's work. Although Fudge was angry with Ivan's repeated challenges to his authority, he still understood the cues in Ivan's words. As a qualified politician, Fudge quickly discarded his personal feelings and calculated the benefits and losses. The trouble he faces now is nothing more than 2 points. The first point is that the Ministry of Magic caught the wrong person back then, and he regarded the real murderer Peter as a war hero and applied for the Merlin Medal. This incident has a great impact on the credibility of the Ministry of Magic, but it has little to do with him personally. It is a matter of becoming a minister and does not affect his position as a minister. The most important thing is that after the report of the Daily Prophet, everyone knows that there is no way to conceal it. Apart from passing the responsibility to the predecessor, there are not many places to operate. The second point is that after Sirius escaped from prison, the Ministry of Magic abandoned all efforts to search, and even arranged Dementors to surround Hogwarts. But the final result was not satisfactory, nothing was achieved, and a scandal involving Dementors attacking students and commissioners of the Ministry of Magic. Even Sirius turned the case, he waited until this morning to hear the news. Don't think that the impact of this incident is not as great as the former, but it is closely related to him. If it is not handled well, he is likely to be labeled as incompetent. If Dumbledore is willing to cooperate, it proves that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have exerted great efforts in the investigation process, rather than doing useless work, then this matter can probably be fooled. A few thoughts flashed in his mind. After a little thought, Fudge finally began to let go, saying that it would not be impossible to change the place where Peter and Sirius were held to Hogwarts. Then the two thoughtful two changed their previous appearances www.mdlenovel.com maintaining the apparent harmony, while taking Sirius and Peter to the observatory, they made verbal negotiations. Fudge really hopes that Yvonne can completely deny the scandals of the Ministry of Magic, including several attacks by the Dementors. Of course, Yvonne just rightly refused. He will not cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to fool the people, unless Fudge is willing to jointly apply for a Merlin medal with his name as Yvonne Halls. Since he had to give in, Yvonne had no choice but to give up his previous idea of hard-working the Ministry of Magic for the time being, and instead worked hard to fight for his own interests, to see if he could get the legend point. Yvonne Halls. Fudge muttered softly, feeling that the name seemed a bit familiar. He looked at Dumbledore suspiciously, not understanding why Dumbledore did it. I thought you should have some impression of him, after all, such an excellent little wizard is rare. Yvonne looked at Fudge with regret, and then continued. The person who discovered Peter's anomaly this time is also him, so I think this is the honor he deserves. Is it the little wizard who developed the wolf poison potion? The last time I met, I knew he would definitely bring me more surprises. Fudge also remembered this time, and couldn't help but sigh. In his heart, Fudge cursed secretly, it turned out to be this kid. If it weren't for the other party, why would he be so passive now? Chapter 441, Yvonne, Severus, how could you run to me and tell me? Although Fudge was very angry, all Dumbledore needed was a nomination, and there was no loss for him. The support in exchange for this was real, and it could make him less passive in the face of blame. For this reason, Fudge agreed without hesitation. After discussing for a long time, the two finally reached an agreement. During the formal court sessions, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew will be held at the observatory at Hogwarts, guarded by the Auror of the Ministry of Magic. Yvonne originally hoped to persuade Fudge to allow him to send someone to supervise him, but Fudge resolutely disagrees. He is very disgusted with people's criticism of the Ministry's behavior. In order not to provoke Fudge's sensitive nerves, Yvonne had to give up for the time being. Anyway, the place of detention was in Hogwarts, and it was not a matter of his word to supervise or not. While chatting like this, the group soon arrived at an observatory at the top of the castle. You two stay and watch them, and the others follow me back to the Ministry of Magic. Bundled Blake and Peter and locked them in the observatory. Fudge followed the two Aurors to guard, and then hurriedly returned to the Ministry of Magic with the remaining Aurors. Due to the news of the Daily Prophet, Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, has too many things to deal with today. The reason why he got to Hogwarts in the first place was completely dizzy and wanted to confirm the authenticity of the matter. By the way, what about the Dementors who surrounded Hogwarts before? Fudge was about to step out of the gate of Hogwarts. He suddenly thought of this and turned to look at a female Auror next to him. Asked. Your Excellency, the Dementors violated the Ministry of Magic's regulations and intended to attack students. They have been dispatched back. Ms. Umbridge handed you the report. The female Auror explained. Fudge nodded, recalling that he had indeed signed this document, and said again. Before the court begins, Black and Peter must not be lost. You will go to Azkaban later and let some Dementors come over to assist the guards. Now that the Ministry of Magic has enough trouble, Fudge doesn't want to have any trouble again, so strengthening protection is especially important. In addition, he asked the Dementors to assist the guards, which might not mean punishment. Whether it's the escaped Sirius or the petty Peter, Fudge is very annoyed. Fudge was suffocated at Hogwarts in the early morning, and he had nowhere to vent. He couldn't fix Dumbledore, but it was okay to let the two prisoners suffer a little bit. I will send someone to ask the ins and outs of this matter from their mouths tonight, and I will see this report on my desk tomorrow morning at the latest. Fudge ordered a few words before he stepped on. Out of the range of Hogwarts Castle, he cast his shadow and disappeared in place. It's finally over. Yvonne returned to the principal's room, and he was relieved watching Fudge lead the people away from Hogwarts through the window. The biggest difficulty has been passed, just wait for the formal hearing. But what should I do with the Daily Prophet? Thinking of this, Yvonne suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He seemed to accidentally pit them. Forget it, when the time comes to find a reason to fool the past. Can a promise made by a politician be called a breach of contract? Or let Dumbledore take care of it? Yvonne quickly put this annoying thing aside, sat down at his desk, took out Dumbledore's magic letter from the drawer, and prepared to write a nomination letter to Sir Merlin to make it for himself. The merits of applying for the Merlin medal. With Fudge's promise, 2 consecutive magnates in the magic world initiated nominations, and Yvonne felt that this matter was still very stable. Besides, I have made so many achievements in recent years. I beat Voldemort's remnant soul and destroyed 2 Horcruxes in a row. Yvonne thought that even Dumbledore would definitely recognize his achievements here. In order to share the worries of the old professor, he decided to come by himself and not bother the other party. Phoenix Fox, who was resting on the olive branch, flew over from the branch, his eyes scanned the contents of the letter, his eyes faintly shining with contempt. "Help me send this letter to the head of the Merlin Knights." Yvonne stuffed the envelope directly into Fox's mouth, and then stroked the feathers under Phoenix's neck with his hand. A hot flame suddenly appeared on Fox's body, and the flame splashed on his fingers, which frightened Yvonne. Fortunately, the flame did not hurt him. Yvonne then realized that Fox was deliberately teasing himself. Just as he was preparing to fight back with his teeth and claws, Fox's figure had disappeared in the principal's room. Yvonne put away the expression on his face. After a period of time, Fox has not repelled himself so much, so he made these little jokes with him. Although there is still a long way to go before the goodwill of blood draw, what makes Yvonne even think of baldness is the legendary problem. It takes 5 legendary points to redeem the protection mode of the system once, and he only has 2 points now. If you can successfully obtain the Merlin medal, you should be able to add a little more. Even so, it's still a lot worse. But where should I get some legends? Yvonne thought about the things he did when he got the legend points several times before. They can be roughly divided into 2 kinds, one is the Werewolf Savior and the Dragon Knight, which spread widely. Another kind is the little-known but quite legendary experience like the Slytherin Heir and Ouroboros. It is obviously easier to make big news in comparison. Or else tomorrow I will run a lap in Hogwarts shirtless like Dumbledore. That kind of thing will definitely cause a sensation in the magic world. Yvonne was thinking of all kinds of crooked ideas in his mind, but he didn't have the guts to implement it. www.ndlenovel.com. If he really dared to do this, Dumbledore would probably kill him immediately, even if he had an urgent matter of importance come and find him to settle accounts. Alas! I'm so hard. Yvonne sighed in his heart. Rumbling. At this moment, there was a sound of stones turning and rubbing outside the door, and Ivan's expression went up. He understood that this was a sign that someone was about to enter the principal's room. As expected, a familiar figure soon appeared at the door of the principal's office. Severus? Are you coming to me at this time? Is there something important to report? Yvonne raised his eyebrows as he looked at the visitor, looking a little surprised. Yes, I think there is one thing you should know about. It is about our talented student Yvonne Halls. Snape in a black robe stepped into the principal's room and said. I don't know whether it is praise or mockery. Chapter 442, Yvonne, we have to believe that Halls is a good comrade. About me? Yvonne was a little dazed for a while, and looked at Snape with a strange look. It was the first time that he had met someone coming to sue him, disguised as Dumbledore. This feeling was very strange. What's the matter? Albus. Snape squinted his eyes, vaguely feeling that Dumbledore in front of him seemed a little wrong, and then remembered that the password in the principal's room had not been changed for a long time, and he couldn't help but become suspicious. No, nothing, I'm just a little curious about what the kid did. I need you to come and report to me. Yvonne shook his head and said in a deep voice. Snape was silent for a while. He looked at Dumbledore but couldn't see any flaws, so he didn't know if he was too focused. Normally, no one would dare to use the compound decoction to pretend to be Dumbledore and sit in the principal's room. Besides, Phoenix Fox was still hovering above Hogwarts this morning, but he saw it with his own eyes, and the other party was holding the elderberry wand that Dumbledore used to do. Thinking of this, Snape dispelled the doubts in his heart, and instead recalled explaining what happened last night. Especially emphasized that he had a conflict with Black and others, and then Yvonne used a special pupil magic to petrify his body. To tell the truth, those eyes gave me a very bad premonition, a bit like that person. Snape was still a little scared when he recalled the situation. At that time, he and Yvonne stared at each other for only a moment, and there was a petrochemical reaction in his body that could affect his actions. He even felt death at that instant. If he stared at him for a while, the consequences would be disastrous. Listening to Snape's words, Yvonne suddenly realized that it was his snake eyes that scared the opponent, so he ran over to file a complaint. But Yvonne is also a little helpless about this. He has done so many things so hard that Snape actually doubted himself because of this little thing, which is really chilling. Despite thinking like this, Yvonne didn't forget his current identity, so when he spoke again, he changed into a different tone. This is indeed worth watching, Severus. Halls's body is full of many mysteries, and sometimes even I can't figure it out. Yvonne tried his best to think about Dumbledore's possible reaction, and said with a voice of emotion. It's just that Yvonne didn't mean to criticize himself, so he changed his voice, indicating that the power of magic cannot be seen in a lifetime. A special pupil magic that can petrify is rare, but it is not necessary for it. This fuss. Halls has always been a good boy with both good character and learning. He has contributed a lot to the peace of the magical world. We should not be biased against this outstanding student just because of the other's unique ability. Ivan talked freely, trying to get Snape to dispel those doubtful thoughts, and promised that he would have a chat with Mr. Halls himself when he had time. Snape saw that Dumbledore didn't seem to care much about this special pupil magic, so he stopped talking and said coldly. I just came to remind you of this. If you really trust him so much, it's up to you. In addition, the Ministry of Magic has asked to send some Dementors to guard Black and Peter. Snape thought of the business here and added. Dementor? Hearing this news, Ivan couldn't help frowning. He didn't understand what Fudge was doing. He had spent so much work to get the Dementor away. He didn't expect that Fudge would now give the Dementor to him. Get it back. After the Daily Prophet reported the incident, there was no conflict between him and Fudge over dealing with Sirius and Peter. Both parties need to ensure that they can live safely to the court, so Ivan is not very worried about Fudge's small actions in private. Snape looked at Dumbledore, who seemed to be lost in thought, and suddenly spoke. I hope you remember our agreement. Of course, our agreement has always been valid. Ivan was awakened suddenly, and he understood what Snape was talking about after another thought, and nodded very cooperatively. That's good. Snape stared at Ivan's expression and reaction the whole time. He could not see the hesitation and confusion on Ivan's face. He finally dispelled the last doubt, turned and left the principal's room. Seeing Snape's figure disappear into the principal's room, Ivan wiped the cold sweat from his head, and he didn't expect Snape to use this to test himself suddenly. If he weren't a traverser, I would understand that Dumbledore had promised Snape that he would shelter Harry, and I'm afraid he would just wear it. After Snape's temptation, Ivan did not dare to stay in the principal's room, lest he meet other professors, and quickly changed back to his original appearance. Just as Ivan walked out of the principal's room to go to the Gryffindor lounge, he bumped into Harry and the others. Ivan. Did Professor Dumbledore tell you anything? We saw Sirius being captured by the Ministry of Magic. Harry saw Ivan coming out of the principal's room. www.novel.com immediately greeted him, and asked worriedly. Yet, he won't be put in Azkaban again, will he? Ron also looked worried, and he still wondered if Sirius had promised his new pet. Ivan was about to answer, Hermione retorted anxiously. I have analyzed with you before, it should not be. Sirius has been cleared of suspicion, and will not go to Azkaban again. I guess the Ministry of Magic must take them back for interrogation. While talking, Hermione turned her head to look at Ivan and confirmed. Right, Ivan. No, you all guessed wrong, Sirius and Peter are now being held in Hogwarts. Ivan shook his head and said. They're still at Hogwarts? Really? Where are they? Harry swept away his previously worried expression and looked very excited. He couldn't wait to see how Sirius was going. Forgive me for not telling you, Harry. Ivan directly rejected Harry's inquiry cruelly, and then continued to explain. Sirius is currently being watched by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic and cannot see you. You had better not bother him, lest you cause trouble to Professor Dumbledore. Ivan is very aware of Harry's ability to kill. If the other party knows that the Ministry of Magic has sent some Dementors to help guard Sirius, it will probably cause trouble again. Therefore, Ivan is resolutely unwilling to reveal the specific location of Sirius' detention, lest they have something to do, and finally have to deal with it himself. Chapter 443, Isn't going back to Azkaban the same as going home? Harry and the others seemed very disappointed. No matter how hard they were, Ivan would never reveal any news. Considering that there are still 2 or 3 days before the court, Ivan was a little worried about the pain of their idle eggs, secretly looking for the location of Sirius' detention, and said. Harry, if you have this leisurely mind, it is better to think about how to make a statement in the court at the time. Your testimony is very important and may affect the final trial result. Under Ivan's reminder, Harry remembered this, and suddenly became a little nervous. He had never been to court before, and he didn't know what to do. We can go to the library to find out the specific process of handling cases in the trial court. Can we not know about the major cases that have been recorded in the past 100 years? Hermione suggested. Good idea. Harry nodded. After having directions, Harry hurriedly pulled Ron and Hermione to the library. Of course, Ivan didn't follow him. He found a reason to say that he would still have something to do, so he refused Harry's invitation. In fact, there are so many twists and turns to be a witness, and it is not to be a lawyer or to give false testimony, just tell the truth. The reason why Ivan wanted to take the initiative to mention this was to find something to do for Harry and the others to distract them. When I was thinking about it, Ivan suddenly sensed something, turned his head abruptly, and looked out the window. The sky was grey and there seemed to be creatures surging in the clouds. Dementors? Did they come so fast? Ivan immediately thought of Snape having told him that the Ministry of Magic was planning to send some Dementors to assist the Auror in guarding. Ivan has always distrusted such evil creatures. It is a fantasy to expect Dementors to have some self-control, so he plans to see what the Ministry of Magic people are doing at night. As night gradually fell, on the top of Hogwarts Castle, on an abandoned observatory, dozens of weird figures in cloaks were floating around the top of the tower. At this time, Yvonne has changed into the appearance of an owl, passed through the Dementor's inspection, flew to the vent and stopped. Dementor's eyesight is almost zero. Under his special senses, he doesn't seem to be interested in animals, so he didn't notice the existence of owls at all. This also allows Yvonne to easily see the scene inside the observatory. It looks like a small prison, the wall that has been in disrepair is pitted by time, and the cracks are full of moss and vines. Sirius and Peter were tied face to face at both ends, not only were handcuffed on their hands, but their bodies were tied and sturdy. In addition to them, there is also an Auror standing in the observatory, holding a few pieces of parchment in his hand, recording something with a quill pen. Little dwarf Peter, do you have anything else to say? You haven't told me how you were discovered. Auror wrote Peter Dwarf's confession on the parchment, and then continued to speak. Asked. I really forgot, I don't remember anything. He used the oblivion spell on me, which made me forget a lot. Peter shook his head tremblingly. Someone used the forgetting curse on you? Who? Albus Dumbledore? Why did he do it to you? Is it because you know some secret information? Auror suddenly became very excited. He was ordered to come here to figure out the whole story, but unexpectedly it seemed that there was an unexpected gain. He knows that Minister of Magic Fudge is very dissatisfied with Dumbledore recently. If he can find the other party's report, he may be appreciated by the minister. No, it's not Dumbledore, it's Yvonne Halls, the demon. Peter replied in horror. As long as Peter thinks of that experience, he can't help but feel cold. He doesn't know how many things he has forgotten, or whether his memories have been modified. Yvonne Halls. Auror felt vaguely that he had heard of the name, but couldn't remember it for a moment. Said Sirius, who had not spoken next to him suddenly. That's a very good little wizard, that is, he found Peter's trail. As for why he used the forgotten curse on Peter, I think it should be during the investigation process, worried about what Peter did. Auror frowned. It is illegal to delete or modify the wizard's memory by using the forgetting curse. But he didn't say much, because this time the situation was special. The victim Peter was a criminal, and the other party also had a reason to use the forgetting curse, so he just recorded the incident on paper. After repeatedly questioning and confirming that Peter had said everything, the Auror turned his head to look at Black, and said with some expectation. Mr. Black, how did you consider my previous suggestion? You are expecting me to say that after the trial results came out, I was very comfortable in Azkaban? Being put in a cell is the same as going home. Black said with a sneer. I didn't ask you to say that, Mr. Black. You just need to state that you have not suffered any abuse or other unfair treatment in Azkaban. Auror's expression was very embarrassing, and he also understood that this was not very authentic, but this was an order given above, and he could only negotiate as best as he could, so he continued to say with all his heart. If you are willing to cooperate with us, after you are released from prison, the Ministry of Magic will give you enough compensation. Compensation? Do you mean some Jin Jialong? Sirius curled his lips in disdain. www.mdlnovel.com. The most important thing he lacks is Jin Jialong. The Ministry of Magic is counting on using some Jin Jialong to buy himself. Got the wrong idea. More importantly, Sirius despised the Ministry of Magic's behavior, looked at the Auror very contemptuously, and said. Anyway, I will tell the truth when it comes to the trial court. Seeing that Sirius was so stubborn, Auror's face was a little uncontrollable. In his opinion, the Ministry of Magic had already given enough sincerity. He even put down his face in low-pitched request, but the other party still didn't know how to praise. Thinking of this, the Auror couldn't help but threatened. Mr. Black. I advise you to think more about it. It is not a wise choice to work against the Ministry of Magic. You have not yet cleared your charge. However, Sirius didn't take this set at all, and he didn't care about the other party. He knew very well that unless the Ministry of Magic had nothing to do, he would not send someone to beg himself to say good things or mention any compensation. Chapter 444, Crazy Peter. Very well, you guys will stay here with the Dementors for 2 days, think about it. Sirius, who is hard and soft, made the Auror very annoyed. He glared at the two of them, then turned away angrily. That's not bad, I haven't got along with those monsters for a while. Sirius said without fear as he looked at the Auror's leaving figure. He has survived over the past 10 years in Azkaban. What's up in the 2 days? No. Please. I said everything just now, don't let them come. Peter Pettigrew shouted in tears. He was very spineless and slumped on the ground, squirming and leaning towards the door, but because he was tied to the foot by an iron chain, he could only struggle on the ground weakly. Before this Auror arrived, he had already experienced the feeling of being surrounded by those Dementors. That is simply hell. All the beautiful and happy things seem to have been forcibly pulled out of my mind, leaving only the ugliest and darkest memories. Peter, the way you look right now is really disgusting. Why did James and Lupin faint and become friends with someone like you? Sirius looked at Peter in disgust and spit. Lupin, by the way, Lupin. Peter ignored him, but muttered to himself. After Sirius' reminder, Peter suddenly remembered something and screamed at the Auror who had already walked to the door in surprise. Wait. Sir. I have a very important thing to say. What's the matter? I remember you just told me that you have nothing to hide. The Auror, who was about to leave, turned his head when Peter said that, and said impatiently. Yes, I swear to you, I have absolutely nothing to hide from you about the experience of hiding in these years. Peter hurriedly explained, and then continued cautiously. What I want to say has nothing to do with this, but it should be of some use to the Ministry of Magic. If you can keep the Dementors away from me, I can tell you the news. Enough, Peter. You are still thinking about nonsense. Do you think someone will believe you as a dirty betrayer? Sirius also realized that Peter was probably about to say Lupin's identity as a werewolf wizard. Hurriedly interrupted Peter's words with a beating. It's okay to listen. If the news you tell is really useful, I will consider making your life more comfortable. Auror looked at Peter with interest and said. Of course, I am sure you will be very interested. Peter said very kindly. He was keenly aware from the conversation between the other party and Sirius just now that the Ministry of Magic seems to want to deal with Dumbledore, so the identity of Lupin would be a good entry point. Hogwarts's new auntie, Just as Peter was about to sell his friends again for glory, a needle-like pain was immediately fed back from his waist to his mind. Peter's body like a dead fish twitched abruptly, and the words in his mouth suddenly changed into there was a violent wailing. What's wrong? The Auror drew out his wand, nervously pointing at Peter, not sure what he was up to. Someone. The demon must have sneaked in with the phantom spell. Peter looked around nervously. Although there was no evidence, he felt that the little wizard must be making trouble. Appearing in a hurry, the Auror waved his wand doubtfully. A wave of magical power extended along the top of the wand in all directions, and passed to every corner of the room, but nothing happened. There is no one here at all. The Auror looked at Peter with a dangerous look. Someone used it just now. Peter stammered about to explain, but keenly noticed something got into his sleeve, and a sharp pain soon came from his arm. There's a bug got into my clothes. It's biting me. It's a snake, it must be a snake. No, it's changed into something else. It's so itchy, please get rid of mine. The rope, loosen me, please. Peter rolled frantically on the ground, yelling indiscriminately. The Auror who was watching was confused, not sure what he was doing. Are you performing any drama, Peter? Or do you think that by pretending this way, our Mr. Auror will kindly untie the rope for you? Sirius said with a sneer. Peter hit the corner and tried hard to refute, but someone vaguely stuffed a bunch of stinky socks into his mouth, and the smell almost didn't faint him. In the darkness, the Auror couldn't see Peter clearly. Seeing him rolling around staggeringly, he didn't know for a moment whether Peter pretended to be, or really had some hysteria. Are you okay? Tell me if you need a medical staff. Auror asked tentatively, but Peter just kept squirming. The Auror who didn't get a reply frowned. Peter's weird behavior inevitably gave him a feeling of being teased. He simply didn't bother to pay attention to it anymore. As long as the opponent is not dead, Peter's condition is not in his consideration. Was tied up, Peter, who couldn't speak at all, just watched as his only reliance on leaving the observatory step by step. After a while, on the empty ground beside Peter, a childish female voice rang. Harry. You were too risky just now, what if you were spotted accidentally? Then what can I do? Do you want to watch Peter reveal the identity of Professor Lupin? Harry took off the invisibility cloak he was wearing. www.mtlnovel.com. Suddenly in the empty observatory. 3 little wizards came out. Sirius, are you okay? Harry turned his head to look at the sturdy and bound Sirius, and asked worriedly. Why are you here? Sirius was a little surprised. In the evening we accidentally saw a lot of Dementors gathered around here, so I guessed you would be here. After all, there is no one else in the school who needs these monsters to look after. Hermione spoke extremely fast. Talking about his own analysis. Yes. We sneaked up with the invisibility cloak. Fortunately, those Dementors were far away and didn't perceive us. Harry also nodded. Really smart. Sirius said in admiration, then looked at Peter who was tossing beside him and asked curiously. Then what happened to his crazy appearance just now, how did you do it? No, that wasn't what we did, he seemed to be like that all of a sudden. I just poked him in the waist, and then let Ron take off his socks and put them in his mouth. Harry shook his head and said I don't know. Chapter 445, Gryffindor engages with the 3 giants. Is there anyone else here? Sirius looked around for a while, and he didn't see any figures, but it's not like Peter himself is convulsed. Just when Sirius hesitated, the wind was loud outside the window, and the biting cold gradually invaded from all directions. Why do you suddenly become so cold? Ron trembled, and Sirius's face changed drastically. No, those Dementors are coming, hurry up. Sirius looked at Harry and the others and hurriedly urged. But, what do you do? Harry said hesitantly. Don't worry about me, I have been in Azkaban for more than 10 years, and I am familiar with them. Sirius pretended to be relaxed, waved his hand to let them leave. Harry wanted to say something, Hermione pulled him by the arm and ran him. Ron picked up the invisibility cloak that fell on the ground and threw it on everyone. It's just that they acted a little bit late. At this point of delay, a group of hungry Dementors have floated from the door. They can't wait to get ready to enjoy the food, but their keen senses easily perceive the strangeness in the rooftop. In the world of great tones, various emotions are constantly emanating from 3 places. And in their memory, there should only be 2 criminals in the rooftop. Harry and the others in the invisibility cloak held their breath nervously and moved cautiously towards the door, but unfortunately the Dementors had already surrounded them. The long-lost sense of fear came to his mind again. Harry seemed to hear Voldemort's laugh again and the painful wailing of a witch before his death. He gritted his teeth, sweating on his head but was not in a coma like before. Past. A Dementor quickly floated in front of them, and the panic gradually spread in the hearts of the 3 of them. Harry desperately recalled the scenes of learning the patron saint in his mind, and remembered the words Yvonne once said. The mystery of the Guardian God spell is to condense the positive emotions with magic and transform them into power. Dementors are nothing to be afraid of. They are like intelligent creatures, and they are afraid of powers stronger than themselves. Although the ugly face of the Dementor got closer, Harry's mood calmed down. He tried to find the feeling of releasing the patron saint curse at the beginning, raised his wand high, and shouted loudly. Call God to guard. Stars of light flashed at the top of the magic wand, and a white mist gushed out, and a huge silver creature rushed out, using its tine-shaped horns to directly fly out the approaching Dementors. The patron saint, I made it. Harry looked at the white light and shadow driving the Dementors in midair with surprise. It looked like a majestic stag. God, Harry! You beat them! Ron said incredulously. If he remembers correctly, Harry fell from the sky because of a Dementor a week ago. This is, the patron saint's spell? When did you learn this? Hermione was also a little surprised, looking at Harry suspiciously. Just after the Quidditch game, I went to find Yvonne to learn. Harry commanded the stag patron to repel a Dementor who tried to lean in, and casually explained. Hermione pursed her mouth and was a little bit stunned. She had also consulted Yvonne for the patron saint curse because of her encounter with a Dementor, but at that time Yvonne temporarily put it aside on the grounds of being too busy recently, so she only have your own reading and learning. The little witch snorted, took out the magic wand, and muttered a spell. The hazy white mist suddenly floated out, blocking the Dementor in the other direction. At this time, it was not only Harry and the others who encountered the Dementor attack. Some lazy monsters did not gather in the past, but chose 2 other targets that were better to deal with. Go away. Get away from me, don't get close to me. When the Dark Lord comes back, he will kill you all. Peter seemed to be a little lunatic under the successive blows, and he kept shouting some crazy words, or the large number of Dementors reminded him of the days under Voldemort 13 years ago. Sirius surrounded by a few Dementors, this will not be easy, he frowned tightly and his face showed pain from time to time. And more Dementors are constantly squeezing in from the airy window. Harry heard Peter's call and noticed the situation here, and hurriedly swept his wand swept across. The silver-white stag, like a white lightning, knocked out the Dementors near Sirius. Sirius slowed down, staring at the white shadow blankly, muttering something in his mouth. His dark eyes turned to look at Harry but it seemed as if he was looking at another person. After Harry helped Sirius relieve the danger, he hesitated for a while, and let his patron saint help disperse the Dementors near Peter. What are you doing for him? What if he is killed by a Dementor? Ron asked very puzzled. These Dementors are already crazy, what if they kill Peter? Harry explained. The fact is just as Harry said, the Dementors who were already lacking control rioted and became more and more radical. Harry and the others feel that they have been in a big disaster and don't know what to do now. Sirius came back to his senses at this time, so that they didn't need to worry about themselves anymore and rushed out directly after wearing the invisibility cloak. Harry was still hesitating, he was worried that after he left, these Dementors would vent their anger on Sirius. The Dementor doesn't have the guts to do anything to me, but if you don't leave, the Orma guarding below is coming up. Go. Sirius shouted again. Harry just nodded www.mtlnovel.com. He gritted his teeth and summoned the patron saint of the stag back, drove his way ahead, and rushed out of the observatory with Ron and Hermione. Dozens of Dementors gathered from all directions, and Harry was exhausted while maintaining his patron saint. Fortunately, Hermione would also have a patron saint. Although she could not summon her patron saint yet, she could share part of the pressure for him, allowing Harry to persist. Who? God. Hush and guard. Isn't that correct? Seeing his two friends are so powerful, Ron also wanted to make a contribution and learn how to cast spells like the two of them. But such a high-level spell can't be mastered for a while. No matter how hard Ron tried, the wand did not respond. The Dementors drifting around from nowhere, even slapped Ron's wand to the ground, rolling to the side. No. My wand! Ron yelled, wanting to run back to pick it up, but what broke him even more was that a Dementor who happened to pass by picked up his wand directly. Chapter 446, Stupid Peter. Ron wailed helplessly, his voice seemed so heartbreaking, but Harry directly covered his mouth tightly, lowered his voice, and said in his ear. Don't worry, there is an aura coming up, let's go. Downstairs, the sound of rapid footsteps has been heard. Ron once again looked at the place where the wand fell. The Dementor had already taken his wand and flew to nowhere. In view of this, Ron had to run with Harry without tears. In the observatory at this time, Sirius looked worriedly at the movement outside the door, hoping that Harry and the others could escape successfully. But he also keenly noticed that the Dementors seemed to be a little different from before, and they became less irritable. Even during this time, there was no Dementor approaching him. Most of the Dementors gathered around Peter, seeming to be discussing something. The whistling wind echoed in my ears. Sirius didn't know the language of Dementors, and naturally he couldn't understand what they were saying. In the dark space created by a large group of Dementors, a special Dementor with a magic wand is trying to persuade the rioting fellows to calm down. Don't forget what happened before. This is a conspiracy carefully planned by the Ministry of Magic. Those cunning wizards are testing whether we are truly obedient, so that we can decide what to do with us in the future. Now we need patience, patience, patience again. Wait for the moment to complete the great cause. Only a Dementor who squats down can stand up. After Ivan's brainwashing, the Dementors in the observatory finally settled down a lot and stopped being noisy. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Harry, Ron, and Hermione can really do things. He didn't expect that he had concealed the location of Sirius. They were able to find Sirius all the way, and even stabbed such a big basket. If it weren't for them, they would have been caught by the aura of the Ministry of Magic, and would have to be punished the last time. Maybe they needed to become Dumbledore to negotiate with the aura of the Ministry. That would be troublesome, but fortunately I handled it in time. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at Peter again, and now it seems that there is still one trouble left to deal with. If the aura from the Ministry of Magic comes in and asks, Peter may get out all the news about Harry and others, and even reveal the identity of Lupin's werewolf wizard. Can the Dementor use magic? Ivan muttered to himself, and raised his right hand. In the blurred vision, the rotten and shriveled flesh of his arm was almost stuck to the bones, crusted. A magic wand was tightly held on 5 fingers. Forget it all. Ivan shook his arm and aimed at Peter. As the spell was pronounced, the magic power in Ivan's body was quickly mobilized, but when it was passed to the wand, it encountered obstacles. The magic power became intermittent. Fortunately, it sprayed out smoothly according to the guide of the wand. Hit Peter. Peter would have been weakly curled up in the corner under the torture of the Dementors. After being hit by the white light, his whole body trembled like a convulsive wind. It lasted for a while before Peter fell into a coma. Ivan looked at Peter's unusual reaction after being hit by the forgotten curse, and thought of the obscurity when casting the spell just now. He felt a bad feeling in his heart. He also didn't know what it would be like to use magic in the form of a Dementor. The change. And Ron's wand is the same as his. The core of the wand is full of unicorn feathers. It is innately charged with evil creatures such as Dementors. Perhaps it is because of this that caused those anomalies. It seems that in this form, it is better not to cast spells casually. Ivan couldn't help but mourn for Peter for a second, and sighed silently in his heart. At this point of delay, the 2 Aurors who were in charge of guarding the observatory heard the movement and caught up. They were looking at Peter, who was lying on the ground, who didn't know his life or death. It's okay, I just fainted. An Auror sniffed Peter's nose, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at the Dementors around him, frowning and asking. What's going on? What is going on here? Someone came in. Save Peter, ran away. Ivan leaned forward on his own initiative, learning the tone of a Dementor, and replied intermittently. The Dementors floating around did not refute. For creatures without vision, they only knew that someone had slipped into the observatory and attacked themselves with a patron saint, and then slipped away. What? Someone wants to save Peter Pettigrew. The 2 Aurors thought of the identity of Peter Death Eater, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that the person who sneaked into the observatory was probably also a Death Eater. Sirius next to was confused. When the Aurors asked the Dementors just now, he was still worried, but unexpectedly, the Aurors would come to such a conclusion after the inquiry. But Dementors have always been synonymous with chaos, and Sirius is not surprised. Generally speaking, people try their best to sneak in, aren't they here to save people? He is about to clear the suspicion, there is no need to rescue him, the only object of rescue is Peter. The Aurors also thought of this, so they didn't doubt Ivan's words, and turned their attention to Peter who had passed out of a coma. Clear water is like a spring. One of the Aurors waved his magic wand and summoned a basin of clear water to pour down, intending to wake Peter and inquire carefully about the matter. Ivan and Sirius suddenly became nervous when they saw this. Ivan is not sure whether the forgetting curse he previously released can achieve the desired effect. Sirius didn't even know that Peter was under the forgotten curse www.mtlnovel.com and worried that Peter would reveal the news that Harry and others had come. Just in the midst of everyone's attention, the grey-headed Peter slowly woke up, but his expression was very strange, his face looked a little gloomy in the night, he glanced around the few people in the room, and said with a sneer. The ignorant fool, the Dark Lord will return. Peter's sudden words changed the expressions of the two Aurorkikai present, as if a kind of chill was coming from the soles of their feet. Then the two woke up suddenly, and one of the angry people punched Peter to make him sober. After all, the mysterious man has been dead for more than 10 years, and it is impossible to return. After 2 punches, Peter's face with a blue nose and swollen face became very dazed. He looked at the Aurors in front of him nervously, and muttered incomprehensibly. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Chapter 447, Peter the Little Dwarf with Amnesia? And who are you? Why do you want to tie me up? Peter's expression became more and more confused. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't get away from the ropes on his body. Peter's words made the two Aurors stunned, they looked at Peter suspiciously, and sternly questioned. Don't pretend to me. You'd better tell us honestly, who is the one who came to save you before? Faced with the questions of the two, Peter was at a loss. He didn't quite understand what they were talking about. Some fragmentary memories flashed in his mind, but the scattered ones could not be connected. However, the Aurors unanimously believed that Peter was pretending to be. After all, how could there be such a coincidence? Just when something went wrong, the insider had such amnesia. Hurry up and be honest. Or do you want us to have something hard? Auror said threateningly with a sullen face. The other Auror had no patience. He swung his wand directly, and a black beam hit Peter's thigh. But no matter how tortured by the two Aurors, Peter still asked 3 questions, and they only believed a little. Peter Pettigrew must have known some important information about the mysterious person or the remnants of the Death Eaters before someone came to rescue him. One of the Aurors was silent for a while, and then guessed. Probably, that person should have found that he could not save Peter, so he cast the forgetting curse to make Peter forget everything. The other Auror nodded in agreement. Thinking of this, the expressions of the two of them were as ugly as if they had eaten a fly, but they understood how important Peter was being held here. The above 3 orders and 5 applications made them pay special attention. They didn't expect that there was an error in just a few hours, and it was estimated that they didn't run away with the punishment. I blame the Daily Prophet. If it hadn't been for them to report Peter's affairs, those Death Eaters' remnants would not have known that Peter was in Hogwarts so soon. You are here to guard Peter, I will report the situation. After discussing the two Aurors, they made a decision to report the matter and apply for additional manpower. They also need some professional people to see if Peter is really under the forgotten curse. Ivan, disguised as a Dementor floating around, listened to their conclusions and frowned, feeling a little tricky. If Peter really loses his memory, it may cause a lot of trouble in the subsequent judgment process. Ivan didn't expect things to develop to this point, he accidentally beat the opponent to amnesia. But the black mark on Peter should be able to prove it, and the Ministry of Magic has also finished recording the confession. Ivan only hopes that the court will go smoothly. While thinking about things in his mind, Ivan flickered the Dementors next to him, telling them that he would hide secretly in the dark, fight for the great cause of the race, and then slip away as fast as possible. At the same time, in the Gryffindor lounge, the 3 kids who just had a catastrophe were hiding in the corner tremblingly and quietly discussing what had just happened. Fortunately those Dementors didn't chase us all the time, or we would be caught. Harry recalled the thrilling experience of being chased by the Dementors, and his face was still pale. So you should have listened to me a long time ago, where you shouldn't go. Hermione looked at Harry dissatisfied. Although she guessed the location of Sirius' detention, she didn't let Harry and Ron take risks. If she couldn't persuade her, she would not follow her to supervise it. Harry pursed his mouth and did not answer. Seeing so many Dementors gathered around the observatory, how could he be assured that Sirius was being held there? Among the 3, Ron, the most bitter one, crumbled and covered his head, his expression uglier than crying. It's over, my wand is gone. If my mother knew about this, she would definitely kill me. Otherwise, how about I buy you a magic wand? Harry scratched his head, and said in embarrassment. Seeing Sirius' plan was proposed by him, but Ron's righteous company lost his wand, which made Harry very sad. It's not a question of buying a magic wand, Harry. Ron's wand was picked up by a Dementor. If the monster hands the wand to the Aurors, they must be able to find out where we have been. Hermione said angrily. What should I do then? Harry thought of this at Hermione's reminder, and asked nervously. Ron was even more broken, because it was his wand that was dropped. Ron even wondered if he would be caught in Azkaban. Just as the three of them were distressed, a slightly helpless voice rang behind them. What should I do? Keep your memory well next time, I reminded you not to see Sirius recently. Harry and the others were taken aback. They turned their heads abruptly, only to find that Yvonne had been standing behind them for some time. Yvonne. You heard it just now? And when did you run behind us? Why didn't I see you? Harry's expression was a little embarrassed. He had promised Yvonne not to look for Sirius. Yes, now it is breaking his promise. It can only be said that your vigilance is too weak. If I were your enemy, you would have died long ago. Yvonne shook his head, avoided Harry's question, and then looked at Ron again. The wand in his hand was thrown away. No, Ron, your wand. Ron took it in a hurry, glanced at it, and found that this was really the wand he had lost before, and he looked at Yvonne with excitement. Oh my god, did you find it back? Thank you so much. You are my savior. The lost Ron ignored the dust on the wand and kissed the wand body, feeling that he was alive again. Yvonne, how did you find this wand? Didn't I remember it was picked up by a Dementor? Harry asked curiously. I picked it up near the observatory, maybe that Dementor had enough of it. Yvonne explained casually. So you were on the observatory at the time? When Peter wanted to reveal the identity of Professor Lupin, he suddenly yelled like crazy because of what magic you did on him. The smart Hermione suddenly want to understand those abnormal things. She even suspected that the Dementors were summoned back in the process of hunting them down, and it was also Ivan's handwriting. Chapter 448, Dumbledore returning. Harry and Ron also realized this, and turned their heads to look at Yvonne in surprise. When they were at the observatory, they didn't even notice Ivan's existence. Yvonne, how did you do this? Hermione looked at Yvonne and asked curiously. It only takes a few special magics to do it. Those Dementors are really not very smart. It is not that difficult to hide them. Yvonne said vaguely and planned to fool him. Then quickly changed the subject. By the way, Harry. You guys have been a little safe lately, don't look for Sirius anymore. Although I covered the past for you this time, the Aurors did not give up looking for someone who sneaked into the observatory. Harry and the others hurriedly nodded. Although there were many questions, they did not dare to ask more because of their guilty conscience. Hermione threw a few books in her arms onto the table with a snap, clapped her hands, and spoke. Since that matter has been resolved, then it should be time to do business. Yvonne glanced at the thick books on the table and couldn't help but be speechless. Modern Major Case Trial Collection, Super Defense Skills, How to Overwhelm Your Opponent in Court, 1983 Law Amendments in England, Magic World, The Defender's Self-Cultivation. I'm just going to court to be a testimony, I shouldn't have to read so many books. Harry looked at the thickness of these books, and had an inexplicable urge to run away. But do you know how to be a qualified witness? Hermione glared at him, opened the book of Super Defense Skills, flipped through the pages of the book and pointed at the content. I have watched the defense process of more than 100 major cases. I bet that in the trial court, Peter's defender will definitely try to make things difficult for you. He will pick out the loopholes in your words and even use words to seduce you. Draw the wrong conclusion. So you have to be prepared before the court session. Even if it can increase the odds a little. Hermione added. But who would find a defender for Peter Pettigrew? Ron curled his lips and murmured. But as soon as he finished speaking, she heard Hermione retort. Peter's mother is still alive. After I found out that Peter disappeared in the memorabilia of the magical world, the Ministry of Magic awarded him a first-class Merlin medal, which Peter's mother went to receive. And even if no one wants to ask Peter Defender, the trial court will also find one for him. Harry looked at the books piled on the table with a bitter face. He was not interested in reading at all, let alone these boring extracurricular books. But in order to be able to help Sirius, Harry took one of the books and turned it over. Yvonne glanced at the thickness of the books on the table, and couldn't help but mourn for Harry for a second, thinking he might be busy these days. Just as Yvonne was sighing, she turned her head and saw Hermione staring straight at him. What's wrong? Hermione? Yvonne asked strangely. If I remember correctly, Yvonne, you caught Peter Pettigrew, it should be a very important witness. Hermione stuffed the book on the revision of the laws of the British magical world into Ivan's hands. Yes, he said affirmatively. Wait. I don't have to watch it, right? Ivan's mouth twitched, and he didn't expect Hermione to point the finger at himself. There are so many things he has to be busy recently, and he is really not in the mood to learn the laws and regulations of the magic world, and Ivan does not think that he will be embarrassed by the opponent's defender. Then do you know the operation process of the trial court? Do you know exactly what kind of crimes Peter has put down? Hermione questioned one by one. Ivan opened his mouth to answer, but he has no understanding of the Western judgment process, let alone the wizarding world. Well, I see it. Ivan finally sighed, resignedly opened the book in his hand and read it. He suddenly remembered that Dumbledore was not there, and Sirius's defender might have to find him himself. It doesn't hurt to know more about the laws. Hermione sat aside, and intimately explained to Ivan the legal terms related to this case, and pointed out the details that need attention. It is obvious that the little witch has taken time to read the entire book. Seeing that Hermione was so serious, Ivan changed his perfunctory appearance before cheering up and started studying hard. After learning about Ivan, I discovered that the current trial process of the Ministry of Magic is quite similar to that of Muggles, but the process is much simpler than that. But this is also normal, the entire British magical world, there is just such a small number of people over and over, there is no need to make so many corners. In the past few days when the wizarding world's laws have been maliciously supplemented, Ivan has also not forgotten to pay attention to Peter's state, and takes the time to change into an owl to secretly visit once a day. Peter, who was detained in the observatory, seemed very pitiful. He seemed to be tortured by Dementors. www.mentalnovel.com. The whole person looked a little silly, and a few words of the Dark Lord eventually appeared in his mouth. Whispers of return. And the investigators of the Ministry of Magic have thoroughly confirmed that there is indeed something wrong with Peter's memory, and this appearance is not pretended. Ivan looked at Peter, who looked like this, and then remembered the other party's betrayal of his friend. I wonder if it counts as retribution. After sighing for a while, Ivan did not stay here much, and soon returned to the castle and walked towards the principal's office. If he didn't count the time wrongly, today should be the time for those members of the Merlin Knights to reply to himself, but I don't know if the other party will agree to his application. Cockroach pile. Ivan proficiently pronounced the password to enter the principal's room, and the heavy guardian statue slowly turned, letting out the entrance passage. Ivan stepped into it routinely, and then his expression froze and stopped. There were some trivial things in the central office, and what he didn't expect was that Dumbledore, who had disappeared for a long time, was sitting on a chair, looking at the letter in his hand. Phoenix Fox with golden and red feathers stayed affectionately on his shoulder, humming like singing from time to time, as if he was telling something. Professor Dumbledore? Ivan asked tentatively. The experience over the past few days made him uncertain whether he was the real old professor in front of him. But I think it should be true, because Fox has never been so affectionate to him. It's me, Halls. Dumbledore stopped, turned his head and glanced at him, then nodded. Chapter 449, Dumbledore, what? I want to run for Minister of Magic? You finally came back. Ivan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. These days when Dumbledore was absent, he was frightened every day, for fear of something wrong. It seems that a lot of things have happened these days when I was away. Although I learned the whole story from the Daily Prophet, they are probably not accurate enough. Dumbledore scanned the letters and newspapers on the table. Said meaningfully. Ivan doesn't know how much information Dumbledore knows, so I just start from the beginning. Professor, it's like this. I got a magic map from George and Fred that can show people's names. During one inspection, I accidentally discovered that Ron's mouse showed a name on its head. Ivan half true and half faked the process of discovering Peter's identity. Of course, Ivan also gave a rough overview of what happened recently and how he coped. Dumbledore applauded when he heard that Ivan was able to uncover Peter's identity by relying on only a name on the map and his knowledge of animagus transfiguration. What a wonderful reasoning, Halls. If Minerva knew that you discovered Peter's identity by using the knowledge of transfiguration she taught, she would be proud of it. Severus was right, you really are a genius. Dumbledore looked at Ivan with emotion. He hadn't encountered such a talented little wizard in years. Among the students he has taught, only Tom can match him. No. Thinking of this, Dumbledore shook his head secretly in his heart. Even when Tom was the same age, his strength and temperament were far inferior to Ivan. Even though Tom had his own ideas and liked to be clever, he could still guess some of the others' ideas. But now when facing Ivan, Dumbledore feels more tired. This little wizard is like a fog that is unpredictable. Sometimes Ivan's actions made him feel that this little wizard seemed to be very keen on fame and power. But at other times, Ivan showed disdain for it again, as if he just wanted to study at ease and didn't want to do things. Summarizing the various behaviors of Ivan in recent years, it can only be described by the annual Wizard Confusing Behavior Award. Facing the old professor's praise, Ivan did not dare to accept it, and said very modestly that he had only done some small work, which was really not worth mentioning. From this incident, Ivan deeply understood a truth, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the back. I'm still a child. Dumbledore actually slammed such an important thing as Sirius overturned to himself. Wouldn't his conscience hurt? Ivan's gaze at Dumbledore was full of resentment. However, Dumbledore's face was surprisingly thick. He didn't seem to see the resentment in Ivan's eyes, and continued to ask some detailed questions. Dumbledore was particularly curious about how Ivan persuaded the Daily Prophet to report on Peter Pettigrew on a large scale, thereby putting pressure on the Ministry of Magic in public opinion. You must know that the Daily Prophet has always been the mouthpiece of the Ministry of Magic. It is impossible for them to discuss such heavy breaking news with people from the Ministry. Seeing Dumbledore mention the Daily Prophet, Ivan was a little embarrassed, and he said embarrassedly, "Professor, you may not believe it, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet thought you were running for the post of Minister of Magic because of some misunderstandings, so they all expressed their willingness to support you." "What? I want to run for Minister of Magic?" Dumbledore was a little dazed, and his expression on Ivan suddenly became very strange. He really couldn't understand what Ivan said to the other party, that would cause such a misunderstanding. No wonder he saw that the Prophet's Daily reported a lot of dark materials from the Ministry of Magic, such as the unfavorable supervision of the Ministry of Magic leading to frequent Dementors riots, a senior official suspected of corruption, etc. At the time, he still felt strange, but now he understands what is going on. Dumbledore couldn't help having a headache thinking of Ivan's stabbing basket. He began to wonder if he was right or wrong in throwing this to Ivan. Although on the surface it seems that Ivan has handled it very well, even better than he had originally thought, the troubles secretly caused are not small. The Minister of Magic Fudge was jealous of himself, but now that Ivan does this, the gap between the two sides has become even greater. And the Daily Prophet also needs to explain himself. After all, he has too many things to worry about, and he really doesn't have much energy to be the Minister of Magic. Thinking like this, Dumbledore was suddenly a little grateful that he was back in time, otherwise, he might not know what would happen. Ivan knew that he was wrong, and before the old professor asked, he was a bit bitter first, saying that it was not easy for him to be naive. Not only must we try to persuade the people of the Daily Prophet, but also have to fight with the Minister of Magic Fudge, and have to get rid of the troublesome Harry and others. If Dumbledore comes back a few days later, he will be killed on the spot. Is that so? Listening to Ivan complaining www.mdlnovel.com, Dumbledore's face showed a surprised expression. He pushed a letter on the table to Ivan's face, and then watched Ivan continue said, "I thought you were very comfortable with this kind of life. After all, I don't remember when I sent a nomination letter to the Merlin Knights." "Ah. Then you have to ask Minister Fudge. He thinks it is necessary to recognize my contribution to the magic world, so he suggested to apply for me a Merlin medal with you." Ivan glanced at the letters on the table, his expression unchanged, and he threw the pot to Fudge very neatly. How dare he refuse Minister Fudge's kindness as a counterfeit? Dumbledore was very skeptical. He didn't think that Fudge would be so kind, especially since Ivan recently made Fudge, the Minister of Magic, scorched. However, in the reply letter from the Merlin Knights, Fudge was indeed mentioned. This is also the most puzzled part of him. "Professor Dumbledore, did the Merlin Knights agree to the nomination application?" Ivan asked cautiously because of the legend. "There is no conclusion yet. They need to wait until the result of the trial comes out and Peter Pettigrew is guilty of the charges. They will consider whether to issue it." Dumbledore replied casually, without questioning the bottom line on this matter. Ivan fraudulently used his identity to apply for the Merlin medal, which is still within his tolerance. When he sent the magic letter to Ivan before, he guessed that the other party might credit the book somewhere else. It's just that I didn't expect Ivan to use it. Chapter 450, Letter from Nick LeMay and 6 Horcruxes. Knowing that the Merlin Knights were still considering nomination, Ivan was a little disappointed. But since there is no rejection, it means that this matter is still very interesting. It is estimated that when the dust on Peter Pettigrew settles, his Merlin medal will be available. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, he unexpectedly saw Dumbledore hand over another letter. Ivan is at a loss. Is there anything else he has been caught out? Or which wrote to complain to himself? Several possibilities flashed in Ivan's mind. He picked up the envelope and looked at it, only to find that the letter was signed by the letter underneath. Nick LeMay. Ivan read the gilded characters written on the end of the envelope, then raised his head and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Of course he understands who Nick LeMay is, but because of this, he feels a little bit incredulous. He and this world-renowned alchemist have nothing to do with each other. Why did the other party send a letter to himself? Remember the time converter that you broke? Dumbledore asked. Ivan nodded, vaguely thought of his previous guess, and said confidently. Mr. Nick LeMay fixed it. Yes. I specifically found my old friend Nick and asked for his help. Dumbledore nodded, then smiled and continued to speak. You can destroy the time converter to this extent, but it surprised him for a while. Ivan scratched his head awkwardly. The time converter is so badly broken because of the power of the system. However, the existence of the system is still an absolute secret, so this pod is afraid of betrayal. So I talked a lot about you with him. After learning that you also have an outstanding talent in alchemy, this old friend of mine has always wanted to see you. If you say that you are willing to see him too. One side. Dumbledore's blue eyes under his half-moon glasses stared at Ivan, waiting for his reply. Of course. I am honored. Ivan was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. He is worried that his alchemy has reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult to grow without anyone teaching him. Now that Nicolas wants to meet himself, it is tantamount to dozing off and giving a pillow. Then when can we meet my teacher? Ivan hurriedly asked. The speed at which Ivan changed his mouth surprised Dumbledore. He hadn't said that Nick planned to accept him as a disciple. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Not now, Halls. You still need to complete your studies during this period, so you have to wait for the summer vacation, and we may have to go for a long time. You have to convince your mother and do a good job. Be prepared. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Ivan then calmed down. Although he felt that with his current level of magic, the third-year course was unnecessary for him, but considering the grade point issue, Ivan could only be patient and wait until the summer vacation. Dumbledore saw Ivan's reaction in his eyes and nodded secretly. He thought Ivan would be more anxious, but he didn't expect the child to be more patient than he expected. Anyway, the rest is in the letter Nick wrote to you. If there is nothing else, you can go back first. Dumbledore waved his hand and said. Then I won't bother you, Professor. Ivan put the old magic wand on the table and took out the time converter after thinking about it. After all, this time converter is something of the Ministry of Magic, and he doesn't need to force Dumbledore to stay. Now that Nicolas can repair this time converter, he probably also knows how time is made. He deliberately tentatively called Nicolas a teacher, but Dumbledore did not refute it. It can be seen that Nicolas wanted to accept himself as his disciple when he met him this time. While thinking, Ivan walked toward the principal outside. Dumbledore glanced at what Ivan put on the table and watched Ivan disappear into the principal's room. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the door, the principal's room once again restored tranquility. Dumbledore was silent for a while, his palm flicked across the desk, and a diary with a few holes in the middle appeared on the table, with a dim crown beside it. The third one. Dumbledore whispered, and stretched out the other hand that had been hidden in his sleeve. The weird thing is that this palm is scorched black, faintly exuding black air, and a ring inlaid with black gems is also worn on the thumb. Dumbledore reached out and took the ring off, placed it next to the crown, staring at these three things silently. Since Ivan destroyed the diary and the crown last school year, he has noticed the mystery of Voldemort's immortality, that is, making Horcruxes. Since there are two of these things at the same time, there is likely to be a third, fourth, or even more. When he realized this, Dumbledore couldn't help feeling a bit chilly. Splitting a complete soul is not an easy task. Therefore, the production of Horcruxes is extremely evil. It is necessary to break and split one's soul through evil means such as murder, and then separate a part of the soul from the body and seal it in the vessel. After the split of the complete soul, it becomes extremely unstable. The production of plural Horcruxes not only has to endure the pain of multiple split souls, but also affects the mood of the producer. It can be said that Voldemort, in order to avoid death www.ndlenovel.com, has been almost crazy to do such a thing. Dumbledore muttered to himself with pity or emotion, but the plural Horcrux also meant that Voldemort was difficult to kill completely. After all, as long as there is still a Horcrux, Tom can survive no matter what kind of blow he receives. Fortunately, the two Horcruxes chosen by Voldemort gave him some hints, which made his search for the remaining Horcrux a lot easier. Ravenclaw's crown is one of the relics left by the founding Big Four, and the diary is the vehicle for recording Tom's life as a student. Since Tom chose these two things as Horcruxes, it means that other Horcruxes may not be randomly selected, but rather expensive or commemorative items. Except for the Gryffindor sword, Dumbledore suspected that several other relics were also made into Horcruxes. He has not forgotten that Tom once returned to Hogwarts and wanted to apply for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. He felt a little surprised at the time. Now when he wants to come to Tom, he probably coveted the sword of Gryffindor. Store the Ravenclaw crown. If this is the case, then there will be at least 5 Horcruxes, Dumbledore muttered to himself after closing his eyes and pondering for a while. Then Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and opened his eyes suddenly. There was an inexplicable light gleaming in those azure blue eyes, he said tremblingly. No, maybe 6.